스파우드 오버클럭이에요 이제. 직선 구간의 오버클럭.
여기까지다.
이거 한 방 더 나오나요?
어우, 야, 무빙!
무빙!
야!
무빙!
야, 플로라 흔들린 무빙!
와,
야, 무빙으로 궁을 견뎠어요.
김연학도 무빙이었어요.
야, 아, 저 정도면 허벅지 폭발하고 있어요, 바로.
그렇죠.
웨이가 이거 잘해줬습니다, 이거. 네. 이게 서로 포킹을 베이스로 간다고 하면, 돌박 갔어요! 중력 부계. 올라갔고, 폭죽 폭격! 이거, 조합을 생각에는 바꿔야 돼요.
빼빼.
아, 근데 이게 말릴만한 게, 저 조합을 두 턴 했었기 때문에 바꿔야 되는 파츠들이 궁이 지금 안 빠져가지고, 이거
궁극기가 빠른 건 FTG고요. 어쩔 수 없죠, 이거. 이성의 가시 소나기도 곧 준비가 됩니다. 80%고요. 비질란트 여기도 70%거든요. 금방 채워요, 저거.
그쵸.
근데 이렇게 기대 상대보다 만들어줬던 거는 희상! 아, 잠깐만, 감을 빠졌어요? 희성! 이러고 희성 케어 되면! 내가 이길 것 같은데요! 그때부터 이미 균형이 무너졌어요! 끝났습니다!
위에라가 이길 수 있는 수반이 많이 없어요. 변수가 나와야 돼요. 무조건. 비트의 밸류를 높이는 조합이 됐거든요. 이걸로 스토커 잡고 프로포 잡고 이번 한타를 이겨야지만 이 사이클을 뒤집을 수 있습니다.
근데 거리 조절.
비트 한번 묶었고 뭉겨야 돼요. 아 근데 이게 케이지가
아니,
아니고
이게!
이게 한민이 케이지를 너무 잘 걸어서 와 이 선템포 너무 좋았습니다.
어우!
요즘은 스토커가 조절 너무 잘하는 것 같아요. 이겨질 거냐?
이미 상황 끝났다!
네, 어차피 뭐 그냥 거쳐봐가지고 잠깐 먹어도 다시 한번 들어가서 그냥 궤도광속 올리면 되는데 어차피 MC니가 없는데! 비비다 누가 갈 텐데 이거 어떻게 이길 거냐?
비벼야 되는데 도도 혼자예요, 복제!
오지! 자, 오버클럭도 올라갔어요.
변수 안 나요!
예?
도지!
이걸?
도지 떡상!
야, 너네 겐지 쩔더라!
오 마이 갓.
어머나 세상에.
이게 돼요?
야, 이게 이렇게 떡상을 하네?
이게 돼요?
네.
선주 던지면 그냥 그 곳이 막 파괴가 됩니다!
그것보다 우리 질풍이 너무 무서워요.
맞아요!
네.
여기 또 물이 들어가죠! 와! 알파이 2명! 이게 뭐예요? 미쳐서!
낙타 아니에요?
네, 그렇겠죠!
와.
루시가 어떻게 2명에 한 방에 죽여요?
킬파이가 아니라 딜파이였는데요?
그렇죠! 본업 잘하면 본업 모드!
네.
우리도 대치했을 때 밸류를 챙기겠다. 그럼 어떻게 들어올래?
그렇죠.
대치해봐. 내가 더 세게 때리면 그만이야. 라는 식의 조합인 거예요.
실제로도
그래서-
더
네.
세게 때리고 있는데 그러니까 북한식 빠진 상황에서 양팀의 탱커 서로 막혀 하지만 이수민과 후알류 마카까지 잡아내고 있습니다. 크레이지 라쿤.
그러니까 라마트라 메이를 쓰는 걸 이미 봤잖아요. 크레이지 라쿤이.
네.
그러다 보니까 한 번에 우르르르 몰려 들어와서 뭐 할 수 있죠. 들어가서 오히려 쫓아갑니다.
잘 올렸는데요?
오히려 복제 있고요. 스핀트.
포커피스 회전 좋아요.
오히려 거점 쪽으로 본인들이 들어갔습니다.
복제 있고 이거는 상황이 마음가가 녹았어요.
이거 근데 탱이 없어요.
네, 낙사했나요? 이거 와, 낙사 아닌가요?
자, 그래서 이미 2명 잘렸고
네.
이런 답이 없어지고 있습니다.
그냥 한 번에 게임이 도서버렸는데요?
이거 견딜 수가 없는 상황인데요.
네, 비빌 힘이 이제는 없습니다. 도서기가 끝나요.
이렇게 잡혀버렸고 이렇게 거점 관리가 더 이상 안 되는 포커페이스입니다. 자, 스코어 3대 0으로 결국 T1이 경기를 잡아냅니다.
와, 근데
네,
거점이 넘어가는 게 커요. 거점이.
거점 넘어 아직 가지 못했습니다.
95% 비비다 나는 가겠다 마인드.
그렇죠, 스토커
네.
계속 견디는 중 넘어갔습니다.
네, 이렇게 되니까 스토커가 가면 안 되거든요.
이거 파이널리가 용감 있잖아요.
네.
이거 되는 거 아니에요?
터치 일단 하고 있고 집결나요.
도예씨가 이거 집게르기 전에
네.
집결 중요합니다.
파이널리가 마침내
마침내 용감 네 번째 이거 이거 승리가 왔어요. 드디어 파이널리 승리까지 만들어냅니다.
와, 너무 기뻐합니다 진짜.
야, 4번 도전 끝에 드디어 뵀어요.
네.
돌명.
그래서,
솜브라가
네.
뒤돌아서 뒷라인에 해킹을 한다고 하더라도 2층이다 보니까 호응하는 데 시간이 걸릴 수밖에
있습니다. 이 자리 어떻게 뚫어낼 수 있을까요?
이거 차징되면 오버클럭을 먼저 때리면서
용병 뽑으면서
슬라이딩 빠지고 팝을 빠지고
와, 펠리칸! 기록수 제대로 킬부터 제대로!
거기에 핀의 숨어방울 케어까지 완벽했죠 타이밍.
모든 걸 집어삼키는 활약이었습니다.
티그바를 아까처럼 세워놓고 포킹 형태로 그러면서 템을 좀 애매하게 만들겠다라는 생각으로 보이고요.
네. 온라인에서 데미지가 나오는.
예, 라이브죠.
라이브 함께 와!
방울.
와! 이걸 누가 예상해요? 라인이 나올 거라고!
이것이 낭만! 오늘 오버워치 한번 달려야겠는데요?
야, 진짜 대박!
이야!
진짜 다 나옵니다. 오리사 나오고, 라마 나오고, 라인 나오고, 시그마
그렇죠.
나오고! 궁도 빠르거든요? 그래서 40초 때 그냥 화물에 비비는 거에 때려 넣으면 이거 그대로 끝나요.
솔직히 그냥 화면 여기서 멈출 것 같은 그런 흐름인데요?
네, 그래서 애쉬 변수.
이제 변수밖에 없다. 이제 히트 스킬밖에 없다. 결정을 냈습니다.
선두 남살가?
뒤에 와서 바닥 들이거기 전에 잡아버리면 그만이야.
이게 소리파도가 충격 사건에 밀려가지고 이게!
바닥에 몸이 들어가지 못했습니다.
네.
헤이저만 살리면 궤도강선 자탄 준비가 되는 뽀뽀페이스인데 어떻게든 이 시리즈 헤이저도 둘 중에 하나를 잡아내야 돼요.
일단 스피드 잡았습니다. 근데 궤도는 깔린 상태고요. 헤이저!
그리고 궤도에 자탄이 있기 때문에 이건 테코
자탄! 헤이저!
근데 우찬이 또 교환보긴 했는데 이거 로봇 계속 밀리거든요. 로봇 홀딩이 주는 방벽으로 또 케어됐고요. 미신
밥을
이러면은
빠졌고 우창 갑니다!
빠른 라인으로 와도 터치가
자, 근데 봐야 됩니다. 공항이 가서 홀딩이 어려워요.
그렇죠. 여기
돌아오는데
깔렸어.
여기이랑 이거 밥 터지면 홀딩 불가.
터졌어요. 비트 누르면서 안정하는 파이콘입니다.
나왔어요. 이거 갑자기 프라우드가 이거 같은데요. 프라우드가 갑자기 한 2킬 해주지 않는 이상 너무 힘든데. 스토퍼 피딜.
자, 그래도 동학이 날카롭게 물면서 치오를 바라보는데 이것마저 털리면서 추가 시간 끝에 2점만을 허용하는 팔콘입니다.
이거는 그냥 집결 믿고 하면 돼요?
그런데-
완막각이에요, 완막각. 가스라이드
잡았습니다. 이거 어떡하죠?
잠깐만.
신명을 잡으면 누가 들어가요?
20초.
설마 완막?
T1?
T1이 이걸
진짜 완막.
분위기를 완전 진짜 완막이 맞죠? 그럼
완막.
가짜 아닙니다.
완막 확률 80%.
이러면
80%.
라프 급합니다.
진짜 여기서 프로가 터지지만 않으면 돼요.
거기 다 있는데 그래도 하나 썼고
밟아도 앞뒤를 가르면 되거든요.
여우길 있고 준비들까지 모릅니다.
진결로 영웅이 내버렸어요.
자, 이러면 여우길 밸류 재료. 그래도 굉장히 교환. 잠깐만요. 복제 있고. 잠깐만요. 준비. 대준비.
이거를 넘어오나요? 그래도 아직 국제가 있긴 한데.
예. 이거 이렇게 줍니까? 지금 복제 써야죠.
네, 복제 있어서 모르긴 해요.
준비. 3명째.
이거 이 제트가 견디고.
이거 체스 가면 잡았고. 보안. 안돼도 키가 큽니다.
근데 이게 볼트여가지고.
예.
이제 제트는 복제가 끝났으니까.
그렇죠.
어헤드긴 어렵거든요.
이런 준비 체력.
이거를 와.
준비를 쉽지 않아.
이제는 추가 왔어요.
준비 네버다이.
이거 서커스인데요?
우와. 이야, 이거 역대급 캔입니다.
아니 이걸 누가 어떻게
우와.
예상을 해요? 아니 궤도가 있고 다시 소단가 있고 복제가 있고 집결이 있는데.
솔직히 무조건 거의 웬만하면 상식선으로는 막히는 거였죠.
네, 그냥 끝났죠. 그냥 100이면 100. 이거 끝났는데 채널 돌리니까 약간 이런 느낌으로 본단 말이에요.
와, 대단합니다.
네.
광장
뭐야?
이걸 또 버텨요?
스토커가 희상 헤드로 잡는 게 너무 컸는데요?
확인 캐스라고. 자, 이제 준빈이 홀드는 하고 있습니다.
열심히 굴러 살아야 됩니다.
근데 여기 들어옵니다. 그리고 리비 살아남는 그림. 정리 완료.
자, 여기 자리 싸움. 충격 시작 좋았습니다.
많이 맞았거든요.
오, 데미지 잘 넣었어요.
근데 이거 모았어요. 하나, 둘, 셋.
이걸 살아요. 본인도 죽었다고 생각합니다.
근데 문제는 이거죠.
갇혔으니까.
탱커의 자리가 비어 있으면
예.
라인까지 바로 도달할 수 있다는 거.
그 좁은 곳에 들어가면 다이너마이트 맞는 겁니다.
다이너마이트 한 3명한테 다 들어간 것 같은데요?
풀 데미지 들어갔어요.
지금 궁극기 게이지 차이 보세요. 거의 2배요, 2배.
누면서 들어가요. 하지만 공격 중에서 끊어줬고.
중력풍에 잠깐만요. 이렇게 빠르면
해당되죠 이거는.
베르나르.
자, 이제 함께 찍어냅니다. 와, 베르나르 참패.
게임 터트렸어요. 중력풍에 날려버렸죠. 들어오면서 그냥 본인이 대제처럼 모든 걸 해결, 모든 걸 다 했어요, 베르나르.
야, 덕분에 전원 처치와 함께
와우.
빠르게 한턴 대갚아주고 점유율은 어느새 80% 넘어가고 있습니다.
제트나 뭐 동학이 이거 에이드를 괴롭혀야 돼요.
맞습니다.
에이드 조심해야 돼요. 오늘 에이드가 심상치 않아요.
흘려내는 것도
에이드,
흘려내는데
에이드.
다시 화진동하게 재웠어요.
기술인가요?
예술이고
에이드 저 봐요 에이드 조심해야 된다니까요 에이드
들어갑니다. 했습니다.
말했잖아요
이게 이렇게 됩니까?
아니 5킬을 했어요 5킬을
동학이 영리하게 마우거로 바꿔서 홀딩하는 밀가루 내가 밀어내준 게 골이 나왔는데 제트가 해결해야죠. 시간을 지원의 편, 천천히 하면 지원의 편. 그때 오늘 클러치는 웨이가 훨씬 많이 했다라는 거.
맞습니다.
그래서 위기는 있다라는 거.
자, 남은 8명의 선수들이 두 벤치만을 바라보고 있습니다.
에이 설마 이것까지 하면 진짜 말이 안 돼.
정정루 아니 건강국가 무하연 3점입니다. 결국에 해냈습니다. 이대로
제가 뭘 볼 거죠?
위기 3대0 완승입니다.
뭘 빼먹은 거라 이거는 크레이지 라쿤이 상황 세팅 다 해놓은 거거든요. 이번 턴에 상황이 이게 세요 이게.
인들만 일방적으로 나누려고.
지금 이게 크레이지 라쿤이 본인들의 유리한 턴을 만들기 위한 운영이 오늘 운영이 진짜 기가 막혀요.
특히는 이 자리는 좀 사수를 날카롭게 하고 있던 프로파일 나도 함께 밀고 들어가요.
숨겨내기 없는 거 보면서 일단 가라
들었고 에이드 잡아냅니다. 후아이도 교환. 결국엔 해내 프로파입니다.
진짜 조금만 더 갔으면 위험했어요. 마카공이 이제 99%고 다 하나씩 오는 상태였다 보니까
네.
저게 진짜 후에 못 깔리고 그랬으면 공간 열기가 거의 안 됐을 수도 있거든요.
맞습니다.
그래서 팔콘이 그거를 공까지 딱 들어가서 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이제는 어떻게 주던 이 베르나르에 대한 거치나가 다시 한번 계속 돌파팀 만드는 여기 들어오기 먼저 빠져요.
어떻게 뒤로 올라갔고요
그런데 한 비를 버티기는 어렵습니다.
알파이
용검대교! 그래도 킬변수 웃는 건 누구인가요?
벤나르가 남아있어서 네, 이거는 충분히 제타가 마킹할 수 있을 만한 한타로 배워가고 있어요.
맞습니다. 프로파까지 끊어냅니다.
근데 양팀은 진짜 수준이 높은 게 돌파하고 그 집결 켜진 이후에 박밀스턴 배분이 너무 잘 되고 있어요. 지금도 필더가 바로 집결을 올렸으면 모르겠는데 이게 돌파였는지 집결이었는지는 모르겠지만 스턴이 배분돼서 들어가지고 필더가 타이밍을 놓쳤어요.
그렇습니다.
반대로 팔콘도 지금 어쨌든 완전히 다 녹아버린 건 아니고 궤도도 남아있는 상황이라 이번 턴에 아나 오면 가자라는 콜이 나오는 것 같아요.
맞습니다.
그렇죠. 아나를
이게 득전의 힘이죠. 모아주고 포함 깔끔한 정리까지.
야, 이경대 펌프와 옛날에는 자탄이랑 해야 했지만 이제는 혼자 할 수 있어요.
맞습니다. 토끼가 빠지는 화유.
까지는 이었다? 일러 둘이 좀 지켜보거든요
김경 드리블. 놓치지 않는 프로파.
이거 배도방이라고 가야 돼요. 여기가 이제 거기 때문에.
마을 2점까지 있대요
마카가 잡혀버려가지고 플랜이 없어요.
한쪽 왜 이렇게 와
세 방으로 모든 플레이를 막아뜨리고 있습니다.
역시 한때 DM이 인정한 남자. 네, 그의 한 줄은 인정받았거든요.
사실 한조하면 그냥 윈스턴 대기에서 뛰어들어가서 잡으면 되긴 하는데
네.
We are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hey guys, it is the Korea playoffs. We are here and we are playing for all of the stakes. I'm like, they're joined by Avril, and guess what? We're here in English for OWCS. So you guys are going to get all the coverage. You're going to be able to find the VODs in a central place. Avril, I couldn't be happier to be with you here today.
Oh, you know, we brought the English broadcast back, and it's like, well, who are we going to get for the English broadcast? We're going to get someone who's from England, where the language originates, right? I'm sure there's some history now out there. It's like, actually, it's from here. But, you know, for me, I'll take it as simple as we got the Brit in for the English broadcast here. And you know what? This is a fun one because we did APAC Overwatch League together, briefly. I say briefly in the sense that we didn't cast with each other that often, but we casted with each other. We did a decent amount of games with each other, and it was a lot of fun a couple of years back. We're bringing that magic back now for playoffs for Korea Stage 1 in 2025.
Yeah, and we are wall-to-wall bangers, essentially, for the weekend. For the next 3 days, we're going to bring you a bunch of broadcasts to make sure you don't miss out on any of the action. Of course, our teams have a lot to play for. We've got 3 LANs in the works this year, Avril, and we're all about qualifying for the first one. But to get there, there's another step in the way. The Asia main event, where our Korean teams are going to have to go up against teams from Pacific and Japan, needs to be qualified for in this bracket.
Yeah, there's a lot to get through here. I mean, this is an important tournament in and of itself, just to decide who the best teams in Korea are. Our first day of games do qualify you into the Asia main event, which then gets you into Hangzhou for our first LAN. So a couple of different, you know, steps to be able to finally get to LAN, as is normal here in Korea. If you followed OWCS last year, you would have noticed the same sort of format here. You know, we play through all the regular season games into the seeding qualifier, LCQ, what have you, into now Korea playoffs, which will then lead into Asia play. Also, we get to, like you mentioned, play against the Japanese teams and the Pacific teams as well, who are still yet to go through their playoffs, or at least finish their playoffs and go through their final matches. And we're going to kick things off now with our top 6 in Korea after, you know, teams having to fight their way through the seedings, fight their way through the LCQ. I think, generally speaking, the teams that we expected to be here are all the ones that are here. When I look through the bracket, when I look through the games, when I watch the games and co-stream the games, etc., I don't think there were any huge upsets in terms of teams that missed out. Pokerface and New Era didn't quite make it through the LCQ. Vec, unfortunately, didn't win a single match in the regular season. Very, very sad. Most teams at least won that one singular match. I think if we're going to talk about it in terms of upsets and who beat who in the seeding qualifying, I mean, that's kind of where things got a little bit shakier.
Yeah, things got a bit weird watching our 8-0 in the regular season team, Crazy Raccoon, drop 2 games to their primary rivals in Zeta Division and Team Falcons. And the question is, like, is it just seeding decider? Like, you never want to put it on a team that, like, they weren't giving it their all, but, like, is this going to be an endemic problem? Is this a bellwether of Crazy Raccoon maybe not doing as well with the introduction of perks? They're a little bit stuck in the past. The game's been shaken up on a fundamental level in terms of competitiveness, not only for the last week, but the last year as well, because we've moved into a universal ban phase, which has been available across all of our OWCS regions, and just last Tuesday, perks got involved, which has made everything a lot more intense.
It's been a speed run for teams to try and get used to the perks and learn what is typically standard. I think on a couple of different levels, on one hand, it's like the perks do add a decent amount of X factor in terms of what we can expect in games. But on the other hand, the meta actually hasn't changed a whole lot. So in that sort of sense, yeah, we're still seeing mostly the same meta that we've been used to from previous pre-perk kind of era of OWCS. But at the same time, I think we've seen enough of a change, just barely enough. A couple of different heroes being added into the meta that weren't quite there, you know, namely heroes like Pharah being played a lot by our top teams in Korea, and I would assume now probably more internationally as well. You know, whatever happens in Korea does then bleed down to NAEU. That's been something that's helped, I think, Zeta Division out a lot. Probably one of the reasons why they're at the top of the leaderboard, 3-0 in the seeding decider matches to already get their bye through to the semifinals here. And sort of the weakening of heroes like Hazard in the particular meta, still seeing a decent amount of play, but seeing a lot less play. Ball actually not seeing as much play anymore either. I think maybe a little bit of a trap now for teams, partially maybe by the reason that Crazy Raccoon didn't do quite as well in the seeding decider matches than otherwise they would have had.
Yeah, with Ball in particular, we're going to be looking in towards Crazy Raccoon, with Junbin being so good at the Ball, and of course Wei as well, who have their Milgaru Ball specialist on the team, if they're going to be coming in for some of the matches later. And you're exactly right, that some heroes like Farah have thrived a little bit more than most, in particular for Zeta Division, with both Alpha Yi and Pelican on roster. Farah being a viable pick and not having to like dedicate a support slot in a Mercy to have to keep them alive. It all comes down to be able to move during that barrage. Like, not having your ultimate be an instant I die as well as you die button, being able to actually win out that trade afterwards can be a big change to like your overall fight flowchart calculus when you're playing that Farah.
And they still do play some Mercy, and that's the funny part, right? It's like you would have thought maybe we don't need the Mercy anymore. You can pick up the 75 shield if you like. You already talked about the moving barrage, and yet, you know, the Mercy has actually kind of snuck her way back in the meta there as well, which is a little bit different. And so that's kind of the meta shakeup. We saw an evolution of where we were before. We moved from a very Hazard dependent but also dominant meta into more of a Torb Sim anti-Hazard, anti-dive meta. Part of that meta is still retained now post perks, but beyond that as well, we're also looking at, you know, the introduction of heroes that we really haven't seen in meta for a while, kind of like the Fire that we've been talking about. Here is our LCQ bracket, which was how we qualified T1 FTG. So we talked about the fact that New Era and Pokerface did not make their way through. I think the biggest surprise here, if I'm honest, Harry, was that Pokerface actually managed to lose to New Era in that lower first eliminator game, the 7th, 8th game. You see the bottom left of your screen here. Most people would have had Pokerface probably as a stronger team compared to New Era, particularly when you look at the regular season results, how that kind of panned out. And yep, it ended up being New Era winning it out. They still ended up losing though. Here in the seeding decider matches, Harry, this is what I'm talking about though, right? This is where a lot of the shakeups in kind of the power rankings of the teams did actually occur.
Yeah, a lot of shakeups. And honestly, even though Wei are down there 0-3 in our kind of seeding shakeup, they're a team that I've particularly got my eye on. In particular, Peppy on this team is crazy on the Sigma, and I love like just hyper focusing in on one player with like a really good hero and expecting that to really get some traction. For those of you who are newer to the OWCS Asia region, of course, Zeta Division, Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, and T1 are our partner teams this year, so we're expecting some big performances from them. T1, of course, I believe are in the 5th and 6th seed, which has made it a little bit harder for them. They've got to fight their way up to our semi-finals in order to qualify for Asia.
Yeah, so I actually predict that this is going to end up being Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon in the lower bracket here, you know, so it's a very interesting one where I think for the first time in OWCS Korea, we're not going to see a Falcons Crazy Raccoon grand final. And the reason why I say this is Crazy Raccoon versus FTG, which is our first game today. It would make more sense if Crazy Raccoon win this one, given that they are the stronger team. FTG have kind of fallen off a little bit. They did lose 0-3 T1 not that long ago in the LCQ games that we saw in the bracket here. Wei and T1 far more of a 50-50 coin flip game here. And Zeta Division, because they are the #1 seed out of the seeding decider matches, they get to pick first, right? They will most likely pick the winner of Wei T1 and dodge Crazy Raccoon, send Crazy Raccoon all the way down to fight Falcons, so they can eliminate each other, allowing Zeta Division to put themselves in the grand finals and face the winner of Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, which is going to be a first in terms of a finals for Korea, because we haven't really had that kind of a final before. I will caveat would be the Soup Invitational, where Falcons did get eliminated early and we did have a Zeta Crazy Raccoon final. But, you know, we're talking about OWCS, Harry. We haven't had a Crazy Raccoon Falcons final that hasn't been those two specific teams in OWCS. Always been those two guys.
Yeah, it's always been these like two titans staring off across a vast expanse of teams they have to step on to get towards that grand final. Yeah. Here's a quick look at our match times. Of course, those are in KST. As far as you're concerned, Chris Raccoon and FTG are about to play, and then Way and T1 will just be playing after that. And Way and T1 going to be probably a little bit more competitive, but I don't want to count out FTG. This is a team that's got some significant talent on it. And of course, everyone who's clued into OWCS knows that Crazy Raccoon, they stay on top. They've got John Guy, they've got Lip, the 8'9" gaming warlord, ready to continue stomping overall competition.
I'm glad you got the height right. Many people get it wrong, but
what can I say? I'm a lawhead.
As the originator of the quote, it brings a smile to my face that you got that one correct. I didn't have to step in there and actually anybody this time. So Crazy Raccoon, FTG, it will be a tough game for FTG, no doubt. They're gonna have to really put in a lot of work here. At the start of the season, it's a funny one. I had FTG personally as probably a top 3 team when they came in hot. I don't mean pre-season. I felt their roster was strong, but given how good their team looked, I was like, man, that team was pretty tight. But Crazy Raccoon have only gone from strength to strength so far. They've only sort of fallen a little bit here towards the end. They did lose to both Falcons and Zeta in that seeding qualifier, seeding matches, seeding deciders. They went to 5 matches versus Falcons in the final week of regular season, which is not unexpected. They did actually win that one, a very hard-fought series. Actually, both the games versus Falcons ended up being 5 mappers here, Harry, but it's a 1-1 so far this season in terms of how they gone versus Falcons. The more surprising result was the fact that they then also lost to Zeta.
Yeah, losing to Zeta as well was super surprising. We've got our walkouts happening in the stadium at the moment. FTG going to be enjoying some love from the crowd. Crazy Raccoon, they're a team that does not buckle under pressure. They've been in so many high-pressure playoff situations, both in OWCS and Progenitor competitions before that. I'm expecting that now the chips are down in the playoffs, we're going to see some very tightened-up play. But like, things can get a little bit out of hand when you're dealing with not only a new competition, but new gameplay as well when it comes to the perks, changing things around. Of course, we've got Junbin in rather than Max. I'd expect to see a lot more Junbin over the course of this series.
You'll basically not see Max at all, unfortunately. I would find it very hard to believe if Max ended up seeing any playtime at all.
Milk carton status.
And that's actually particularly because of the format that we have here in 2025 OWCS, where substitutions are decided before the hero bans are. So it's not like what the hero bans are ahead of time. You decide that after the roster is decided. So typically in a different situation, let's say EWC last year, you would have perhaps banned Ball, and then you would have said, okay, maybe we'll put Max in here's the Junbin because we know the Ball is banned. The opposite here happens where, you submit your roster and then the bans happen. Then it's like, okay, well, this hero got banned. That's going to impact our compositions and our decision making in this sort of way. So given that, I think Max is probably not going to really see much play time. FTG, though, they last played Crazy Raccoon in the start of the season with 1-3. Pretty close game, Harry. Before we get any further on, we're going to do a little bit of an interview here between our 2 coaches. And I'll be here to provide
love those dogs.
Maltese. We do actually have translations here as well for this interview, which is kindly provided by WDG. So.
And Moon, of course, here a lot of you are going to be familiar with him.
And Dongsu on the other side, coach for FTG. And Dongsu you'll actually remember from both Shanghai Dragons and also Boston Uprising for a little while as well. So did actually work with Moon at one stage, which is quite an interesting fun fact.
Some intimacy, familiarity.
그렇다면 지난주 두 팀은 이 지난주를 어떻게 기억하고 있을까요?
좋은 자극이었다라고 생각하고 있고요. 멘탈 관리를 좀 중점적으로 많이 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 지금
So the question is, what do you remember about the 2 teams from last week? Directed towards Moon.
지금 선수들 현재 의욕이 활활 불타오르고 있다라는 얘기 들어봤습니다. 자, 그렇다면 FTG 팀은 지난주 어떻게 기억되고 있을까요?
지난주에 무슨 일이 있었죠?
기억 삭제로.
눈 떠보니까 오늘 경기장에 제가 와 있더라고요.
And the answer from Moon was, I think it was a good experience. It is being applied to athletes as a good stimulant.
I'd be encouraged as well.
Very stimulating experience.
Stimulating to watch, certainly.
이제부터 시작입니다. 항상 높은 곳에서 기다리던 크레이지 라쿤이던 도전자 입장에서 올라가는
And same question to Dongsu, and his answer is actually when I woke up, it seemed like I was very busy today. I would have hoped he was quite busy the entire week actually, but today especially I would assume yes.
Bro called out for the playoffs.
Question towards Moon is what will you focus on today? A very one-line answer from Moon,
전략을 좀
and his answer was I think we'll focus on winning. So
I like it.
very straightforward there.
원툴로만 하는 게 아니고 좀 되게 다양하게
Meanwhile, more things to focus on than winning here from the FTG side.
심하고 왔습니다.
그렇다면 오늘 FTG 팀 조합에 대해서 경기 내내
Also replies, we have now modified our strategy a lot and plan to use various combinations rather than just one strategy. So likely we'll see a lot more, maybe varied compositions out of FTG this time around.
가져갈 수 있게 됩니다. 자, 그런 만큼 각오가 남다를 것 같은데요. 각오 한마디 부탁드립니다.
아니 지금 집중을 해야 되는데 머리가 너무 끼워가지고
Question is, what is the determination for today's game?
부산에서 고생해서 올라왔는데 네 오늘 좀 진득하게 네 열심히 임하겠습니다.
우리 동수 감독님의 귀여운 파마 머리에 문 감독님이 정신을 살짝 잃으셨다고 들었는데요.
And Moon's answer is, I will focus and win today because I worked hard to get there.
제가 좀 신경을 많이 쓰는.
Can't help but notice Dongsu laughing at the idea of Moon working hard for some reason.
역시 명 감독님이십니다. 네.
역시나 명 감독님이신 것 같다라고 재치 있는 한마디 나눠주셨습니다. 자, 양팀 모두 지난 아쉬운 경기 결과는 모두 털어버리고 오늘 이제 시원한 승리만을 남겨두고 있는데요. 자, 그렇다면 문 감독님 팬분들께도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저번 주는
And a word to the fans is the next question.
네 이번 주는 오늘부터 시작해서 네 꼭 좋은 경기 결과로 보답드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 오늘 좋은 경기 결과로 정상화 보여주겠다라는 이야기
Moon responds,
들어봤고요. 그렇다면
you must have been very disappointed last week, but this week, starting from today, we will reward you with good results.
옷을 전부 다 챙겨왔거든요. 저는 오늘 집에 갈 생각이 없습니다. 라쿤 오늘 제가 검단으로 바로 보내드리겠습니다.
나 오늘 집에 갈 생각 없다. 일요일까지 입을 옷 코디 다
Also responds, I've now packed all my clothes until today, Sunday. I don't plan on going home until Sunday.
Bro's got a backpack full of shirts with dogs on them, and I, for one, could not be more happy to see them all.
Very animal pet-themed shirts. First map, Harry, is going to be Lijiang Tower, picked by Crazy Raccoon as the highest seed. Probably not a lot of surprises here. They do like to start on this map a lot. Probably our most played map so far of the season. And our opening here, and I would expect a lot of fire on this map. We've been getting a lot of fire so far. He's saying he's not shied away from playing the fire. Opportunity to see a little bit of Malga / Ram as well. Junbin would like to play the ball if possible. I already mentioned though previously that the ball may end up being a bit of a trap for this team. I think a lot of teams have kind of figured the ball out. The ball counters have been there. Sombra is one of the counters. Torb's another counter. You can even throw the sim in there. Anna is now a really big counter for ball. Always has been, but even bigger counter considering the perk, which basically means that when you sleep dart somebody, they are then slowed. The groggy perk, enemies waking up from sleep dart are slow for 2 seconds. That's right, I just looked that one up to make sure I got the correct wording on it, but it means the ball struggles to get away after being sleep darted. You can't really enable fireball and get away very quickly, so very, very many ways to counter out the ball, and there's not a lot of bans you can do to prevent ball from being countered. Like, I just named 3 different heroes that can counter the ball on 2 different roles already. So you got 2 different DPSs straight away, actually 3 different DPSs and a support, and there's also Brig that can do something versus balls also. So there's a lot of options. I would actually probably not like to see ball being picked up by Junbin, even if it is available.
And like, it's going to be one of the most common bans here on Control as well. Ball very popular on Control historically. And like, even Ball can even contribute a little bit to its own demise as well when against things like that sleep dart with the wind-up perk for the pile driver. Taking a longer time to set that up does mean that it's easier to try and hit those controlling abilities. Here are match predictions, and I'd say this is fairly accurate right now. FTG are not without a chance, but on a realistic scale, Crazy Raccoon are a team that we're talking about not just regionally, but globally as potentially the best.
They are certainly still up there. I would say best is right now really, really, really up for grabs for essentially either any of the top 3, maybe top 4 teams. Probably more leaning towards the top 3 Zeta in the best position to win OWCS Korea. That would be their first title ever, actually, in the current era of Overwatch Esports. The Zeta team has not won anything yet, so they're still waiting that semi-final to see who wins between these two teams. As we take a look at, I think the tagline at the bottom there for Crazy Raccoon, I can't believe we're in third place, is really insane, because most people probably wouldn't have thought that they'd be in third seed. I don't know about third place, but third seed.
Yeah, so some crazy raccoons. And ready to win on the other side for FTG. I mean, like we saw during the interview, Moon apologizing for last week's performance during the seeding qualifiers, promising far more here in well, when the chips are down. And this is actually somewhat scary for Crazy Raccoon. Not in that they might lose, but also they're in danger if something goes horribly awry in this series of not making it to Asia and then not being able to make it to the LAN after that.
First step would be FTG, and then likely, in my opinion, they'll be facing Falcons afterwards. But also for FTG, it's been a bit of a mixed season so far, because they didn't end up taking down any of the other top teams. They had a couple of close calls, had a tiny amount of time to talk about it early before we go into the interview. But what I really wanted to say was they went 1-3 versus Crazy Raccoon in the first week of regular season. And the reason why I still think back on that game was when watching that live, I remember being very excited about FTG's prospects of actually beating Crazy Raccoon in week 1. Like, it was genuinely that close. I know the scoreline reached 3-1, and you would have thought if it was a close game, surely it would have been 3-2. I think they could have gone 3-2. I think they probably could have won 3-2 themselves. That was a very winnable game. There was some very winnable maps in there. Since then,
did you have any highlight performances from that game from the gamer players? I think
I believe to memory, Sonjun was a big standout, but you have to consider that this was like a very long time ago. In terms of like who was good back then and what was being played and how it happened, the meta is like semi-relevant now, but not like completely relevant anymore. But beyond that, I was also going to mention that the only other really good team they beat was a 3-0'd Way in the regular season, which is a very nice result. But they didn't beat Zeta, didn't beat Falcons, and probably the most shocking result was they didn't beat T1 a single time. And actually some of their worst results were versus T1. They did a really good job of going to map 5 versus Zeta, map 5 versus Falcons, and then only took one map of a T1 over 6 total maps, 1-3 and then 0-3. And now, Harry, we get to the ban phase where we actually talked about the ball already and it's been taken out.
Like his first ban phase, isn't this quaint? The ball's already gone. They're not going to allow Junbin any temptation to fall into that trap. Just saving him for himself, you know? This is preventative medicine.
But they're actually helping the other team. Like, in my opinion, FTG should have allowed this to go through. They should allow the ball to go through, bait Junbin to playing the ball, and then counter with various counters. And it doesn't really matter what Crazy Raccoon ban. A common ban on map 1, a lot of teams actually go for Ana just to enable the ball. And I think, okay, that's gone. Great. You can still play Torp. You can still play Sombra. You can still play Brig. There are many other options that you can play up against the ball. I don't have a lot of belief in the ball right now, although if there is one ball play you would want to believe in is Junbin. Given that they have banned the ball, they don't even want to risk it. They don't want to look at that at all. What we're going to see here instead, Harry, for map number 1, is I do believe it is going to be a pretty Winston-favored matchup. Winston-heavy matchup. Likely going to be some Brig Ana in there as well. The first game of OWCS Korea playoffs. There it is.
The crowd are hyped up, and so am I. Command Center going to be where we begin our battle here. And this is potentially going to lead away from that early Winston we've come to expect, especially in Korea. We've got Hazard on one side, Orisa on the other, ready to brawl out and smash against each other.
Of course, the Winston will have to wait for the more open maps here with Darden Control Center, which is going to be a little bit more brawly. I did expect the possibility of Amalga here, possibility of the Ram here. We're actually going to start with Orisa plus Hazard. He's saying he likes to default to the Hazard. Junbin has shown the Orisa various times in the past. It's going to be a Lucio Kiriko start here. So what's going to be interesting about this map is that when and if we do end up seeing some hero swaps for the subsequent rounds, they're going to end up resetting their perks.
Already, Sonjun and Heesang going to be battling for the outside, and with Heesang falling low, it's a quick retreat and ceding over that territory to Sonjun. At the moment, it's all about FTG controlling the point. Crazy Raccoon are going to wait for their moment.
Now, I mentioned this as well, but Heesang has been playing a lot of fire recently. A lot of teams have been playing a lot of fire. Alpha, he's kind of shown the way on what you can do on that fire. Sonjun shying away from that one, moving over towards his favored Genji.
So, Rail ready to go. We know exactly what Lip could do with it. There we are. Prophet already learning what John Sodes do. And here we go. Just chasing out everyone from FTG. First cap going to Crazy Raccoon.
You also notice here as well that the perks should line up with the first ultimate, so pay attention to the ult markers right now. Vigilante on 61, Shu on 75. Shu likely to get first ult for this opening round as Heesung now swaps over towards the D.Va. A little bit more of a strange pick. I don't normally see a lot of D.Va on this particular map, and also not, in my opinion at least, not one of Heesung's super favorite heroes. It's a little bit leaning further outside of his hero pool, but as we head over towards first ultimate, Shu and Vigilante should be picking up their first perks as well.
Heesung definitely a good POV here with that D.Va on the field. Maybe looking for a two-man dive onto this aerial target. Sonja actually just going to wrap around the back for now. Very aggressive coming through. Vigilante's already sent out the Kitsune rush, and it's answered by Shu. Everyone feeling very speedy. But look at that. Orisa just backs everyone off of the Kitsune rush. There's no way for FTG to benefit from this one. And the big poke coming out from Junman's going to get him close to his ultimate.
Crazy Raccoon super confident here. They didn't pop Chorong's ultimate here. They saved the beat for a little bit later. Vindime didn't even have a response anyway. They could have probably have won with the sound barrier, but relied on the ability, the fact that they already had point control. Lip going down, they a pretty tricky situation for them. Beat respond for beat.
Yeah, beat for beat expended for now, just giving everyone a little bit more staying power. Heesung unfortunately didn't get the memo, and Lip isn't keen to let him stay for long. 59 HP, avoids incoming rails and shots as well. And now Heesung just going to make sure that everyone is escorted from the premises.
Saving a couple extra ults there as well. Chorong. Decision-making process here. Again, possibly could have already used the beat a little bit earlier to try and just tempo their way out. Certainly won't have it now versus Sonja, who needs to get a lot of work done.
Oh, Heesung on the other side's already traded for a pair of squishies. Yes, Lip is gone, and Heesung is going to be hanging out up top, ready to try and touch the point. But honestly, to what avail at this moment? It's actually just going to dash back, and it's going to be difficult to get a touch around the back. You can see that Vindime is hanging around. Aggressive skating sounds fill the ears as Heesung comes in from the other side, while the team are distracted by the sideshow put on by the Lucio. Junbin, though, can lock this all down with a well-placed Terror Surge. Chases away the Sojourn already. Heesung's getting involved, and it's going to be an all-out brawl for the point now.
Yeah, they're willing to even just exit the point to go for that one kill. Lip will get shut down here, but it won't matter because first ultimate again for this final fight is going to end up being Shu. He's been able to outpace Vigilante, and that should be it. That should be enough.
Yeah, this one's going to be curtains, and this might actually be a bellwether changing the overall composition and feel of our map too. Rush has gone the way of Crazy Raccoon, and well, we can just put that in our little mind palace for later if we head over to maps that are a little bit more favorable, something like a Malga, something like a Hazard, or an Orisa.
But here's the thing is, he's saying probably won't swap here. Likely he'll end up staying on the fire. It's got on both Garden and also Nine Market, particularly good on Garden, and Crazy Raccoon here. The real swap I'm looking for is on the tanks, both Heesung and Junbin. Yeah. Question marks here. Heesung, does he want to give up his first perk on the D.Va to go towards the Winston, which is by far his more favored hero choice? He's actually got to go back over towards the Hazard. Prophet and Heesung actually going to end up resetting here. So what's really interesting about this is on a control game mode map, the DPS players still do favor getting that early TP out for the rollout rather than keeping their perks. So both the DPS is a Prophet and he's actually resetting the perks just for the TP.
Wow. Must just provide that much value, getting that additional positioning at the beginning. Of course, Heesung taking to the air once again on the Farasonjan's already super low. And that's a nice right click from Junbin. Staying limber with the aim. This should be a first cap here for Crazy Raccoon.
No difficulties here at all. I think the other reason that Heesung is probably likely to stay on this D.Va is because of the fire. They know that Heesung is unlikely to swap, given that it's also Garden, but had it been 9 market, I think he would have stayed on the fire anyway. You do kind of want that D.Va, but as I said, Aaron, he's actually gone towards the Malga, then over towards the Winston. A bit of interesting swaps going on. If he wanted to play the Winston, which I had said was his favorite hero, he probably should have started on that one instead of the D.Va.
Yeah. Okay. They got to read Dongsu's shirts to get the instructions to what compositions they're supposed to be playing here on Lijiang Tower. Prophet for now. Just going to exchange some fire. Vindime's already down. Do some long-range poke from Heesung. That's one of the reasons that Farah is just so deadly on these open-aired maps. You are just always taking that poke with no damage drop-off.
That's really awkward timing as well, because now Vigilante is ultimate. They want to be able to nano engage Heesung into this, but they got to just do it anyway. Sonjin dies. They always lose one at the start of these fights.
Oh, might be booms off as well. It was just unconscious. cooldown. Oh, what a combination there from the supports getting rid of Nano. Heesung, however, Crazy Raccoon have lost both of their damage players. And guess what? The Winston, at the moment, out of LOS. She's actually kind of on an island right here and can't really help. Junbin desperately wants to get access to this Primal Rage, but can play this patiently with Lucia behind them. Out comes the Nano, finally established LOS. Good right click as they move on through, and Showrong's gone for an assassination in the midst of all of this. Might well have that extended boob range from the perk to try and get a better assassination on the less mobile Ana. Happy slaps here from Junbin. Oh, the Sojourn not going to be doing very well against that one, but Heesung is finding Sojourn in their own right here. Sonjin dueling out against Velucio, finds the dash, and FTG have managed to flip the point in the midst of all this as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward there for Crazy Raccoon. Junbin goes deep in for a single kill with the Primal Rage, and that's ultimate expended, but FTG managed to regroup, send themselves over towards the point, managed to get a flip as well. A couple of really decent kills, and this is a situation where FTG came into this fight looking a little bit rough in terms of Vindime having to wait to come back in. Vigilante going for the nano play. Heesung losing his nano, but Heesung still does have a primal available. Vigilante going up the map.
Another boop off the map. Vigilante can't keep his feet on terra firma for now, but Heesung can't grip to his mortal coil. Prophet actually took the perk to get even more overcharged energy during overclock and managed to get the burst from because of that onto Chorong. Sonjin already taking so much damage. Every single angle is dangerous. Still will force a disengage from Junbin, who goes down below half, but he's more than happy to trade that space for the ultimate.
Yeah, they have to really start playing through some ultimates given that their player's down. We have seen FTG losing first death in terms of first bloods various times. This time they're actually going to get one. Going to get Heesang. Really nice catch. Sharon going to go for the 4-man beat anyway. They're under pressure. Shu still dies under beat.
My goodness. Brave dives here from Heesung, but of course has all the resources they need and a touch more. Could get a stagger onto the opposing Winston, but won't come through. And FTG now, one fight away from claiming this map.
Yeah, they nearly had the kill of Choron, so that would have put a lot of pressure on the Crazy Raccoon because we're about to head into the final fight. Having to wait for Choron to respawn would have cost Crazy Raccoon a lot. That would have given FTG high likelihood to win the round, but there's so many ultimates they have to play against. Heesang definitely has moving barrage again. That's going to be tough to deal with.
Oh, nano overclock. Lots of damage here from Lip, but already zoned out. Heesung just uses their own nano to square away that Sojourn into a less than ideal position. Sonjin overpeaked it, though, and Vigilante's found the business end of the railgun. Still, this is far from over. Only 50% now for Crazy Raccoon.
I got the 2 ults out of Crazy Raccoon, but Heesang still holds on the barrel. I just think FTG have to deal with that. They just couldn't quite get out enough value from their own nano play onto Heesang. Lip was under pressure, as we saw in terms of the HP bar, but nano overclocked, doing plenty of damage. You haven't seen those in a while because most of these nanos have been going on to the tanks, as you'd imagine. Put onto Lip one time, and he does at least deliver there. Now it is going to be final fight situation.
Not willing to be dunked on by Chorong once again. Nice. Flip off the map here. He's so desperate.
Oh, he's not.
Twice in a row. Oh, twice in one map. That's so tragic.
He should have had the jump available. He was maybe off by half a second. He should have left it. That's really frustrating for Heesung.
Yeah, Lip managing to fall off the map as well in the midst of overtime, coming back to touch it. Junbin, so much on his plate right now with the Primal Rage. Vigilante's down, though. Major source of healing missing for FTG, but Crazy Raccoon need to retake this point, and Profits come through on an angle to get rid of that tank. Junbin doesn't have the staying power anymore. It's down to the Squishies to put their bodies on the line to keep this map going. Heesang was next up on there. It's a 3-person beat from Chorong in the midst of all this chaos. It's fairly good value, and now one fight remains.
They can still touch. This is still opportunity for FTG. They have Vindime with the beat available. If they can just get to the point in time, they have ultimates here. This is still very winnable for FTG. They probably could have won in that previous fight. Heesung once again swapping over towards the Diva. Wants to have that staying power, the ability to just stay on the point even as the baby Diva. But can they manage to last long enough for these ultimates to come online? He's off the map again. Chorong's done so much.
3 environmental kills on the opposing tank for Chorong. Bro is dunking on him right now. Crazy Raccoon hit the 3-pointer from downtown. Profit, though, has already managed to round upon Shu. Someone clipping on the point at the moment. Sonjin with 42 HP. Can't peek into this too much. It's going to put a little bit of additional damage in. You got to move in and touch the point, though. It's actually the Doomfist who gets there. Profit's fallen off the map. This is not like the Koi are being fed so well, and who knows what's happening. Sonjin going after the Tracer. Lip doing their best to dance around and keep this contested. It's a double nano from Shu, but they can't touch the point. FTG bring it 1-1.
Wow, that was really close as well. It's a double nano on both sides. We actually saw Sonjin getting dry nano to there towards the end as well, but you can tell how difficult of a situation it was for Crazy Raccoon, given that they had to throw in the on-purpose boost here. This is a recovery from the fact that Heesung went off the map 3 times, one of which I don't think it was even really his fault. He was just completely unlucky. I mean, you could say it is still his fault because he mistimed it. but he should have had his jump pack cooled down off in time to save himself, because that second time he went off the map, he was doing it tactically. The first time and the final time, he was likely, I think he was booped. First time might have been Jumbin just booping a little bit. Third time was definitely Charong getting him off the map. That was really tragic, but the fact that Heesung can recover from that, I should rather say FTG can recover from that, is going to give them the potential now to maybe bring this back a little bit further, because that would have been a huge tilting situation for Heesung and FTG.
Yeah, my untiltable tank, hopefully. Heesung got the PMA to try and make this one work. Heesung going to play around the outside. Of course, has not given up the perk this time around. Level 3 on the Farah in time, and Sonjun already down. So Crazy Raccoon are going to have significant positioning advantage as they start accruing percentage after the first cap.
Now, these neutrals are very ugly for FTG. We've yet to really see FTG come through on top of any of these 3 neutrals so far. Kind of been on the back foot every single time, always losing a pick. That one on Garden was particularly tragic in terms of how it started. Just continued losing picks. Couldn't even really play the nano advantage for a while, and now super, you could either say late death or extremely early kill onto Prophet there on that second engagement. So still no dice, and they're not punishing, they're not able to, FTG that is, get any trades of any kind to reset this pressure.
Get another swap from Heesung, continually resetting those perks, but is actually just prioritizing, trying to at least get some pressure on Heesung. Look at Shu's positioning here. It's going to be incredibly safe. There's such a long and circuitous route that FTG have to take to try and contest this. It's actually going to be Heesung tapping their toes upon the point and then just flying away.
Well, that should allow the team to be able to walk through a little bit here. You can see FTG have now been able to get through to the courtyard. Heesung takes a little bit of pressure away. Chorong is under a lot himself and get taken down 1-for-1.
Vengeance for Heesung. Was angling for that one for a while. She will actually take a while to rejoin the fight over here if he is forced over towards the point. Vigilante. It's a dangerous crossing, yes, but it is going to have to be done as Crazy Raccoon are halfway to a full capture. That's going to be a pulse bomb going wide. One thing off the menu.
60% though, Crazy Raccoon in terms of where their map percentage is, which is a lot. For FTG to not really have a single fight so far. They've gotten out of spawn. They were spawn camp for a while, and now yet to make this engage happen, waiting for a nano engage, you'd imagine here, which can be responded towards, and Lip's going to taken down by a rail. So there it is. That's the intro.
Perfect shot from Prophet. Shu in the sides of Vigilante as well. Gets the
he
nano
lost
off on
his nano.
themselves.
No,
yeah,
he lost the nano. That was meant for Heesang. I think that was meant for Heesang. That's a rare situation where the nano doesn't hit the target.
Yeah. And Vigilante going to be able to heal through this one. Attempted a boop. Chorong looking for the boop of the day, but Vigilante says absolutely not. No Froggers here. Thank you very much. A quick reset on the mech using this. Can't remech in time, though. Lip on the chase down. Absolutely flawless and brutal. A 2-person sandbar between Vindime and Vigilante. The 2 Vs are going to try and make it work, and for now, they've made a W against Lip. Still, it is 99%. A stick comes through. That's onto Junbin. It's going to fall rather low. Shu needs to get LOS on this as FTG are allowed the point.
How tough was that for Vindime? Had to make a tough call there. Does he want to blow the beat or not? He ends up using it on 2 players. In an ideal world, he would have been able to save Heesung with that, but he just wanted to hold the ultimate just a little bit longer. And now Chorong going to go for the tempo here. Shu not catching any of that. Will get taken down off the side of the map.
Nasty stuff from Vigilante. Goodbye to Lip. Nano both themselves and Heesung in concert. And now is marauding through all the members of Crazy Raccoon. It wasn't a cheap fight with the Nano coming out, but it was a very successful one.
Yeah, I mean, that was great. That was really what FTG needed to try and even things up a little bit. But again, they're down 0-99 in terms of where they started this round. 32% and counting to try and catch up, but did they have enough? Right now, this is a huge reset period for both teams. Don't really have any ults available. Prophet versus Heesung, the only 2 ultimates online. And if Heesung has any D-Matrix charge available, should be able to prevent Heesung from getting much value on the barrage.
He's actually lost track if he's sang in the midst of all of this. Prophet playing wide to just try and keep Shu contained in a little box. There's a lot of presence on the point right now, though, from Crazy Raccoon. If Shu can get some... Oh, no. Okay. Now on overtime. Someone's got to stay on at all points. Lip is ready to greet the first knocker with a well-placed pulse bomb. Heesung's already put out a huge amount of damage. Heesung can't survive against this. Prophet's down. Vigilante's super low. Yes, there's someone keeping this contested, but in the end, they are simply going against the tide. Crazy Raccoon have all the control they need, and with a little bit of struggle, will pick up Lijiang Tower.
And all of that, really, for me, the final fight comes down to the fact that you have the Diva of Heesung chunked out too early, not in a position to block out the barrage. Crucially, not in a position for anybody from FTG to prevent the flip from going over. You can't allow the flip to go over. Even if FTG win that fight, They have to reflip the map entirely, and then you have a situation where they're still 50, 40% minimum behind in terms of cap percentage. So many fights left for Crazy Raccoon. The only ideal win condition for them is they do not allow the flip to go on through. They hold that point for as long as they can, and then if they win that fight, suddenly they're into 99% OT territory. Crazy Raccoon are on bad respawns and staggered respawns, and things get really wild, and you would also require Heesang's barrage to not go off. Unfortunately, it does go off. Heesang, no HP, and they're done.
Well, welcome back, gamers. The first map went the distance on Lijiang Tower, and we saw Heesang scrambling to figure out how to incorporate a diva against a very threatening Heesang Pharah. Some good time with the coach has hopefully cleared up the tank situation for FTG as we head over to map 2 in our extended series, Avril.
Honestly, it was a pretty close map. I think FTG had it within a winnable margin there. The problem is they just couldn't quite get off to a good start on any of the 3 rounds. They recovered a poor situation on Garden, couldn't really do anything on the opening of Control Center, had a little bit more to play for on 9 Market, but still the ending was so rough. I mean, can't even say, oh, it's because you got booped off like 3 times off the map this time. And ironically, Harry, the map where Heesung did go off like 3 times, they actually won that round. The other 2 rounds where nothing egregious, at least on that level, happened, it just particularly on the final fight there, like, man, it really got so close. They just needed to play that final situation, 1 ult versus 1 ult well. Prophet needs to be protected. You need to not be chunked out as a D.Va player that quickly to lose all positioning, to lose your point control, to then lose your HP and not be in a position to block the barrage with your defensive matrix as well. Remember, when Heesung finally got the matrix out, he was on critical HP. Things were looking dire. They just did not have map control to make use of Prophet's final overclock to try and win that game. It's a very tough situation, and I do think they are losing the neutral. If I was going to try and diagnose the situation a little bit, it's not even really any sort of ult situation. You're not even realistically seeing too many situations where they're just falling significantly behind an ultimate. They are behind an ultimate, but that's because the neutrals have been going so heavily favored towards Crazy Raccoon. Every opening fight, Harry, was Crazy Raccoon, and sometimes so decidedly so that we didn't even see any trade come through for quite a significant amount of time.
Kev, I'm going to leave the game in science to you, because you're a bit smarter than me, but I have to ask, with Hisu being booped off the map 3 or 4 times on the submap that they won, has anyone asked Dongsu if they're doing any sacrifices to the Eldritch Gods of Gravity, trading Hisu's life force for wins? It could be reality. Here's a quick look at our
Well, they didn't win. Well, they did win that round, but...
Yeah, I mean, more Hisu off the map, more win? Who knows? Here are our bans for Blizzard World.
Hisu's retired a long time ago, but Heesung is...
That's true.
Drop that nugget into your... I know there's a few players... There's a few players out there with very similar sounding names, and the Heesung combo here is a fun one. Even more fun is that in Korean, it would actually be pronounced the same way, but we've been blessed in the sense that they've written their names anglicized with 1 different vowel each to make it easier for the English viewers here. Let's talk about the Lucio Hazard here for a little bit. So Hazard is a nice direct targeted ban towards Heesung. This is going to end up forcing more D.Va, more Winston. I'd probably like to just see the Winston start this time around. I'm not a huge fan of how the D.Va has been. I don't wish for it. I don't wish to see Heesung underperform on the D.Va, but I have to say, man, every time I see the D.Va from Heesung, not particularly impressed.
Well, the first impression may have been spent on my boy Kev, but there's always the 58th impression from Heesung here, bringing out the D.Va once again right at the beginning for their defense of Blizzard World. And slowing it down here, FTG, I mean, after Chorong possibly created a traumatic canon event for Heesung, doesn't surprise me.
I will say for this particular map, you do have more susceptibility to long-range spam coming through. Probably not so much from the fire, but I do expect a not only Zenyatta that Chorong has already put through. In fact, a lot of defensive teams also threw the Zenyatta, put them there. So Lip's going to go back probably onto the Ashe, would be my guess. It really should be an Ashe, possibly a Sojin, but Ashe, I think is preferable for this map. He's going to choose the Sojin, which is still fine, but Ashe would just be my preference. So you can see that Sonjin going Sombra early. I think they were predicting the possibility of the ball. The problem here is if you're going to go for the prediction of the ball counter here and they don't play ball on the other side, you're now stuck on the Sombra, and there's a Bastion here as well, which is a very big question mark for me.
Yeah, moving as a team right here. The Bastion has actually bounced its way onto main, trying to lay down a bunch of fire here, but very effective, kiting away from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Sonjin going to be gathering some information, as for now, Crazy Raccoon just gathers some information and poke out their angles.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Sonjin to just farm up EMP as well. If this was a different matchup where there was an easier tank, either a Hazard or a Malga, or definitely the ball, you could just get those easy hacks off, find that spam damage, at least play for the EMPs. We haven't really seen much Bastion, I think, anywhere in the world so far. It does have some quite interesting perks, but at a pro level, I just don't think the Bastion will probably work. And actually, given this Bastion, this is going to justify Lip Sojin, because the Sojin's going to play quite well with the Bastion here.
Yeah, the Bastion's main utility here is going to be absolutely eviscerating Junbin's bubble when he comes in, and perhaps a tank after that if only he is silly enough to stay in range of that kind of Vigilante under huge pressure. Oh, uncanny choke there from Lip. Going to be wanting that one back as Heesung is going to have to move on to a point, but once again feeling rather low. Vigilante is going to have to take it upon himself to heal that one up. There's no more room for error when it comes to contesting here though, but there's one. Vindime taken down by Heesang, moving back in with the beam. Not going to be mirrored, of course, by Crazy Raccoon as Shu brings out their own nano. Doesn't have one for themselves, of course, as Chorong moves forward, earning up that rally. And with the space gained here for Crazy Raccoon, it should be a well-timed retake. Heesang actually moves forward to just capitalize on this space.
It's just too easy for Crazy Raccoon. Back out, dodge out the orbital ray, and then re-engage with the nano, even under a little bit of pressure from Sonjun. Shu's not concerned. He's able to outduel Sonjun, force the TP away, and here's the problem for FTG. Once again, they lose an opening player. Why did they wait? Vigilante needed to get the orbital ray, but after the orbital ray, they still sat on their hands for a good 3 seconds or so before re-engaging. They need to go much quicker than that. They're letting too much cap percentage go away. They're dropping advantage in terms of timing for ultimates and just waiting for a player to go down, which is exactly what happened, and then they had to play 4v5.
EMP catches Junbin as he makes his disengagement. Chorong cannot raise their shield, and Junbin just calls that one with Chorong down, doesn't use the primal to continue surviving. Maybe a little bit of No, Heesang's going to get out of there just fine. And Crazy Raccoon, not too much lost, but the EMP has been expended.
Well, it's a really good opportunity for FTG just to reset pressure here a little bit. Put Crazy Raccoon back in spawn, go for a close hold here. Now Crazy Raccoon's going to spawn pretty large right out the gate in terms of ultimates here. A couple different options, probably on the DPS side. Not expecting Strong to bring out the rally until possibly Vindime brings out the rally, which is going to end up happening straight away because Heesang likely going to be one of the openings here. He's hacked out, actually. They are going to pressure him out. If he dies here, that could actually be a big reset right now.
Yeah, maybe that's what Sonjun can bring to the table here. Just make sure that Heesang can't have any off angles away from their healers without being in significant danger. Speaking of which, Sonjun found the danger. John Sojourn has arrived. Prophet is in the tank form, just putting down a bunch of damage here. But if for now, it's just going to be warded away by that anti-grenade, making sure that no healing comes on through. And this entire time, Avril, the cart's been moving.
It has certainly been moving, and better yet, Crazy Raccoon haven't used an ultimate. Now, Shu's about to have one as well. They're about to have 5 ultimates. Prophet's yet to use anything here. I mean, the artillery, not a great ultimate anyway, but might as well just drop that one in, son. You need to do something.
Blade drawn, anti-delivered, but it's Lip who finds the final blows. Yes, Heesang taken down because guess what? Fernando was going elsewhere. It was all misdirection. Bread and circus for all of the blue players here. Ready to go. Sonjun's down as well, and now who's got to contest? It's going to be Heesung putting their life on the line with a self-destruct as well. Incoming mortar strike. It's a little bit of a rarity here for competitive Overwatch as Heesung's going to be able to get into safety, get that make back in short order as well. Right into the back. Junbin going to pop out the primal rage all the way back. Sonjun is forced over onto the tracer. Heesung is once again dismantled. Additional scrap has been added to the pile for later upgrades. And Crazy Raccoon are going to grab themselves second.
Yeah, he's saying we'll go for the swap pick. He only went to Sombra for the early reinforcement for his own team here, and Chorong holding on to that final rally allows them to just get a little bit more extra fuel to finish off that map, go into the 5th gear, the 5th ultimate, the one they backed up to be able to push over the line ever so briefly. They had the reset due to the self-destruct from Heesung, who's now over towards the Winston instead. Have a Crazy Raccoon. They got that one and done pretty cleanly. They only lost a single fight on that opening on B, saved all their ultimates, and then cleanly walked through payload uninterrupted, as you mentioned, the entire way through the rest of B. Now, pretty decent time back for the rest of this map, and likely we'll see a decent time back to finish, especially with that opening frag.
9 to 5 on his blue collar Overwatch, and Vindime's found the collaring off the back of that one. Sonjun just going to have to flee away, and FTG disengage.
Nano available as well. FTG still waiting for a response here. Vigilante have been a little bit slow these days. Not able to do enough damage here. He's an orbital ray. Quick snap, although he'll have time for it. I was going to say, because Crazy Crew might not want to ult, but they have gone for it. I said maybe not want to ult because they could just kind of bide their time a little bit, push the payload slowly.
I mean, the payload just is moving at quite a pace at the moment. It's going to enter its final zone. Lip gives over a little bit of space to give themselves a bit more breathing room should the assault come on through. And it has to at some point. Heesang is pressuring everybody for now. Yeah, Vigilante just still hanging on to this ray. Think of it, maybe they can do it off attrition alone. Down comes the orbital ray. Finally, the damage is going to be levied. Heesang is going to be the main victim of that. Now, Brigitte in the sights of all and sundry. Vindime's able to take out their counterpart. And surely Shu is going to be the next to suffer the fate. FTG now have to set up a Helm's Deep-esque hold.
And this is why I wanted Shu to greed the Nano a little bit more for that exact situation, because you want to put FTG against the wall. You want to put the pressure on, force them to engage and ult you first, and then you will respond. Play a classic situation, bait and switch. Vigilante is forced to pressure out to use the orbital array. You back out, re-engage with the Nano, exactly like what we saw on point A. Unfortunately, Crazy Raccoon, I think, pulled trigger slightly early there. They had the free payload push anyway. It was up to FTG to prevent that from happening, and FTG getting the reset. Looking pretty good. Lip ult first, Profit response.
Overcharge on the rails, by the way, doesn't matter at all. Junbin and Heesang, we are going to beat you to death. Profit, I hate to break it to you. Lip now also finding heads off the back of this. Just untouched, unnoted, and unblemished in the record. Crazy Raccoon with a minute and 26 on the time bank and a full completion here on Blizzard World.
You see the difference in pressure on the two Soj players there as well, where Profit was entirely pressured out, low HP straight away. Lip did ult first, and Lip ends up being the sole surviving Sojin at the end there, even being able to go towards spawn and finish a play. I think that was Vigilante in spawn. But the fact that Lip was largely untouched during his entire OC and Profit didn't even really get to play his ult at all speaks volumes in terms of how efficient Crazy Raccoon are at being able to put the pressure on the correct players at the right time, and that's after a reset had occurred as well. I think with perfect gameplay there, Crazy Raccoon may have been able to improve their time back to maybe over 2 minutes, but I think 126 is more than reliable for their ability to win this map. It is first to 4, so there are opportunities for FTG to make a comeback here. Not a big fan of what they were trying to do with the Bastion earlier on. I actually think, Harry, that cost them a decent amount of B as well, because they didn't get a chance to play a fight properly on A to the degree where their players got to reset. So, you know, Profit ended up holding onto Artillery Barrage, which is still pretty useless ultimate, if I'm completely honest. The EMP was great from Sonja, but he didn't get a chance to swap off the Sombra until he got over towards the Tracer at the end when he died on the Sombra. Profit was stuck on the Bastion the entire way through. And I hazard to think, and I'm not talking about it here, but I hazard to think that there was any real value from Profit at all in that particular matchup. And I don't think he'll really be looking to roll through on this Bastion again, although I could be wrong. And, well, maybe Dongsu / Profit, Dongsu being the coach here, can sort of justify this pick a little bit to me. There is going to be a ball now, and I wonder if Sonja's going to make that switch over towards the Sombra in response.
You could do. Of course, Sonjin on the Sombra would be able to deny a huge amount of his health packs as well, which would become even more important to the Wrecking Ball with the pack rat perk, being able to give 100 extra, including on minis. So being able to deny those can be important, as well as just counter diving when they make their engagement. And Junbin just went all the way back to spawn. Bro thinks he has time for the reset. No pressure on him.
Yeah, he actually did that really quickly. I mean, the good news about balls is that you can go back to spawn really fast. FTG didn't even realize that, so FTG, with that knowledge, could have attacked the point a little bit quicker there. They're under pressure from the Bionade itself. Profit actually just dies. Wow.
Wow, raw dive, and the raw end of it is given over to Profit. Sonja's got 2, though. Lip and Shu. Oh my, hello. The machine pistol doing work right here. And Sonjin just going to be able to heal themselves up in the back. Some self-sustain off the back of a hacked health pack. And Vindime and Heesung also have just been torn apart.
Okay, well, at least Chorong dies, so that's something that's not completely null for what FTG was able to get done on their first attempt. Note that it really, realistically, only took Crazy Raccoon 1 attempt, so time-wise, it's already not looking great. The May pick, by the way, is just there to really bully out Heesung's Diva, and already now getting that opening onto Sonjin will make things a little bit difficult, because FTG was actually looking for an engage here.
Nice little right click, and with Blizzard on deck as well. I'm not sure if this one will have been tracked with the speed that it's been given. Heesung going to be looking to eat it, of course, but it's going to be difficult for Profit to try and escape for this one, especially if you see a right click come out.
Yeah.
The mobility tool gone. Profit could be doomed.
Yeah, the ultimate will be interesting. It ideally won't be that hard for FTG to dodge out against the ultimate, and you already did mention the defense matrix capability there being as well. They know the ult is there. They've hacked him out a couple of times. They put the pressure onto Heesang. Question will be, when does the orbital raid come through? Because I think Heesang also wants to save the Blizzard to counter the orbital raid.
I mean, he's sort of forced to play so slow here, just waiting for Sonjin and Profit to try and find some value. That's going to be the Blizzard directly on top of... Oh, that's a nice speed ring coming out from Vigilante. Good peel, and of course, use the orbital ray as well. But they can't really catch up with it due to the Blizzard. So Vigilante not going to get too much off the back of that one. EMP ready for Sonjin, but where are they going to be positioned? There it is, onto Shu and Chorong. This backline under so much pressure. Huge. Chorong going to be able to survive, but Shu's gone. Now without the nano, big healing onto Junbin's going to be difficult to try and come by. Instead, use the Primal Rage just to reset their health bar. Heesung demeched. Lip Managing to survive this is crazy. Chorong's just come in for the full bodyguard treatment. Get down, Mr. President. And FTG have just been scattered to the 4 wins.
Sonjin had the capability to perhaps kill Chorong there, or maybe even Junbin. He missed his cue, missed the virus. Lip, by the way, lives on 1 HP. Sent the Bob out. I was looking at a situation where, okay, Lip dies here. The Bob is available, goes on to the point that will stall for some time, but it's actually looking pretty favorable for FTG. It came off the back of Sonjin getting a clutch kill on the shoot at the exact right time. EMPs him, drops it in there. I think I actually caught both supports, but you take out the Nano from play, and then suddenly you have a fighting chance. 5 versus 4. Artillery now to go in early. That will buy them space, but can they take the space? Hisung has high ground.
Yeah, Hisung's going to be able to try and leverage that one. Instead, actually has to put their feet on the point. And Vindheim's going to play the corner here. Up to the top goes Junbin to duel out with the Diva. Maybe not the ideal duel here for the Winston, but of course is in the line of sight of Shoot. Continually get that healing coming through. Big nade. And now Shu moving up towards the top with the Nano. And with Lip on this angle, it could be absolutely brutal. The Nano saved for a moment until Junbin's going to be receiving it here. And that's the Orbital Ray. With so many members of FTG already being down, few are going to be able to party in the light as it comes on through. Prof had plenty of damage coming out. Up to the sky goes Junbin. Vigilante finished off by Lip. All damage is now permanent to FTG, and their time bank has been irreparably damaged as well. 3 seconds remain. Hisung cannot remake. A touch is going to be difficult to find, but Prophet at least has the moves to do it. The Techers, a long-range nade, unable to be delivered. Vindheim going to try and get themselves on the point as well, but before Lip and Junbin, all you are is a meaty sacrifice, and Crazy Raccoon find themselves a win in the garbage.
Prophet just doesn't have the confidence to take up that hit scan duel, or perhaps he's received some unfortunate coaching from Dongsu. Might have been a foul team plan there where they're just trusting in this Bastion to deliver some reasonable sort of value. Is it a counter towards the ball? Is it a counter towards the Winston? What is it actually trying to do on this map? It's losing in every long-range engagement. It can't out-damage Lip. You can't out-damage Lip on either his Ashe or his Soja, particularly the Soja, but on that particular attacking phase, there realistically was the one opportunity. Sonjin delivered it on the Sombra. EMP backline, double supports caught. Shu taken down, Nano taken off the table. 5 versus 4, but they just couldn't get it done. It's a full hold, Harry. We're going to have to go to a break here. We'll see what happens on map number 3.
We're back. Champions Series Korea. It all comes down to this match. It's going to be a long one, though, Avril. First to 4, there's a lot of breathing room here in our single elimination bracket. FTG have the chance to make it all the way to the Asia main event. But Crazy Raccoon, they are hungry to once again claim the title of best team in the world.
FTG knew this was going to be a mountain to climb. I think the audience knew it as well. You saw in the early audience confidence voting there, overwhelmingly Crazy Raccoon, you know, aside from the most diehard, loyal FTG fans with that sliver of belief. But I think that sliver of belief is fading map by map because that last one was really not close, Harry. I think Lijiang was competitive. 3 rounds, second round was very impressive given how many tragic scenarios were happening, particularly to Heesung on that second round of Garden, and they still pulled through to then have that real letdown of a third round of Night Market to now you look at Blizzard World and my goodness, what was it, a 126 time bank full cap from CR where honestly I felt like they could have even done over 2 minutes had they played slightly tighter of a game, but they don't even need to do that. I think when you have a situation where you full cap out with a reasonable time versus a team that you full hold that realistically only had one good shot at capping and every other fight just looked tragically unfortunate. Individual picks going awry, losing the neutrals time and time again. We've still yet to see a neutral being won here by FTG. Counting it now, it's been 5, you know, it's been 3 rounds of Lijiang, 2 opening 8-point attack and defenses. Actually, no, I lied. There was that, I think the opening defense from FTG, they did manage to reset slightly. I think they got something there, but I don't know if I count that as an actual fight or not. They actually managed to at least get a kill, but as far as the actual fights go down,
Dunkirk-esque, you know, they fled effectively.
They didn't really get a full fight. So I think if I want to just try and, you know, land the plane on the point here a little bit, we are still not seeing any comfortable opening fight wins coming through from FTG.
Oh, Crazy Raccoon having a bit of fun with it, are we?
They didn't even need to ban the Bastion. I don't think he even needed to ban it, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, like, they've got such, like, widely skilled players with such wide hero pools that maybe just getting rid of the Bastion means that they have as much freedom as they would like to pick whatever is necessary. I mean, on Havana, are we really going to see that much Bastions? Zenyatta being taken off the board from FTG, though, does make a little bit of sense. They're long sightlines here, which really can be exploited by Zenyatta with 0 damage drop-off, and of course those right clicks. We're far past the heady days of Overwatch League Season 1 where Zenyatta was the protagonist and everyone else was supporting cast.
Would have been curious to see. There's 2 ways of thinking here. One is that Crazy Raccoon is just having fun now and they're even trolling a little bit because they know they're that far ahead. They don't care. But the other is that I think the Zenyatta ban actually potentially sees an increase in win percentage for the Bastion. I think Zenyatta puts a lot of pressure on Bastion. All range, long range damage to Bastion is pretty decent. But here we go. Map 3.
Despite their current situation, the crowd's FTG cheerers seem undeterred in the path to victory. It's going to be a long slog to try and make it there, though. We're not quite in reverse sweep territory yet, but Havana is definitely going to be an area where players like Prophet and Lip are going to cut their teeth. And for now, Crazy Raccoon are actually looking a little bit more quick and divey. Maybe looking to try and get past this blockade that FTG have set up.
Well, it's going to be Amalgamer here. This is the interesting thing, because a lot of teams will actually go towards a Sigma, but given that it's Jumbin versus Heesung, neither of these 2 players known for playing off tanks to be more of a force choice. But you're not going to see any Sigma here. Heesung is actually under immediate pressure. Cops and Vione straight away from Shu, and that's something you have to consider, that Shu playing the Ana here is going to be the difference maker.
Prophet falling incredibly low quite early. That may well have been a long-range headshot from Lit with that rail. And he's just going to be able to pump out quite a bit of damage here with no damage drop-off. And this forces some more reserve positioning from FTG.
And this is where the fire is quite nice as well, because they've noted that there's no real snipers here. Yes, Prophet can potentially land a rail, but you're not going to find the one shot into Heesung if he just places angles correctly. And you also then, again, have the Ana, which sets up the kill. There it is traded, though. So as I said, maybe Heesung doesn't die to Prophet. Prophet finds it anyway. He will find that shot.
Yeah, it might well favor Heesung, though, being so close to their own spawn here. off angle from Junbin. It's actually Sonjin who's keeping the cart in place for now, playing that off tank here on the Genji, doing the tracer role of objective contesting.
Prophet is first ultimate. That's very surprising. You don't normally see a DPS first ult. It normally is one of the supports, particularly Shu. That'll surprise Chris Rukun a little bit. If you know they have a timing here and they're going to exploit it.
Well, you know what? Prophet also one of those players who does pick up that additional 50 max energy on the overclock as well. And that does allow for a one-tap onto Shu, but not that much more than that.
Overplayed his hand a little bit. Kind of got caught out by Lijiang. Was too busy looking at other players. That is actually going to cost FTG dearly. They had first ult, but 1-to-1 is not what you want to see at all. But 1 is great. It's a decent force in terms of forcing Crazy Raccoon to go back to spawn. But once you lose that one player as well, you're back to spawn yourself. Have to reset, at least slightly.
Okay, Ray mirrored by the Ray. Lijiang can't move during the barrage yet, but not a problem. Locks in place and locks out FTG. And that's going to be some good progress here.
And you've yet to see really a good orbital raid that allows FTG to get any sort of value here. And Vigilante even swaps off the Juno onto the Lucio, speed boost the rest of his team, potentially then going back to Juno. Well, that's kind of weird because you could just do that on Juno anyway. But anyway, he reset his perks, which is what I wanted to say.
Cage comes down. Sonjin is going to be the primary victim of that one. Everyone else manages to stay in. Nice counter Cage coming through right here. Jumper does have lifesteal off the back of that cardiac overdrive. Still is doing enough damage to get rid of their counterpart here. Nice block coming through. Means Shu doesn't get too much value off the nade. But the remainder of Crazy Raccoon are managing to find their men and find their marks as well. Hold up. Vigilante trying to combine with Sonjin. It could have been a clutch, but the cart in the midst of all of this was left unattended and slid into home.
And that's really disappointing because Sonjin actually saves the point for them in terms of how the fight goes. But like you said, they couldn't hold on to the point. I mean, I think that might be a certified C9 as a member of the C9 Council. I'm going to stamp that one. Yeah, I will certify that one. I think Achilles would agree with me if he was as another member of the C9 Council. Very unfortunate because FTG actually won that fight. Still have to give up the point. You also notice that situation. Vindime had the extra rally and it still wasn't enough. They had rally, double cage, both Malgus dropping it, and the rally wasn't the difference maker. They couldn't win off that.
Oh, another moving barrage, roaming around, trying to find some victims. Lijiang forced to flee away as the blade is drawn out. Chorong finds the business end of that one. Shu exactly the same. Sonjin faces a legendary backline and draws out a legendary blade of their own. Junbin's going to be the last to fall. And now 3 minutes to try and hold second.
That's the kind of fight you need to see out of FTG. They can't do it in so many other situations, but Sonjin, he'll sail, take it into his hands twice. He couldn't do it the first time, couldn't save the point. He'll be able to at least open up the second point in terms of the defense once more. And we saw a very similar thing on that B point at Blizzard World, Harry, where Sonjin, that time on the Sombra, EMP, allows him to some value to at least retake that B point after an early A cap, if you'll remember. And this time it'll be on the Genji. Can they actually retain that close hold?
Stability can be an expensive commodity, but currently it is in the portfolio of FTG. Prophet now once again taking down Lijiang on that Pharaoh, proving a reliable counter off the accuracy of these rails.
Should be a Genji here, yeah, exactly. Because the problem is the B point very lackluster for a Pharah. I think, in fact, Lijiang maybe being a little bit greedy with that Pharah going all the way into B. Maybe just thinking, oh, I'll just retain my perks here, just do a little bit more, see what I can get away with.
All right, falling low is Vindime, unable to survive. Oh, so close to the rally as well. A little bit tragic as the Ray is deployed here by Vigilante. An attempt at a last-second clutch. Prophet stepped upon. He's but a pancake now. What once was a Prophet. And now with the cage ready to go, it doesn't seem like it's going to be necessary as the remainder of FTG are wiped from the map. And Crazy Raccoon, it's going to be very difficult to get a contest here for FTG.
You're yet to see, and again, you're yet to see a good orbital Ray from Vigilante. Not necessarily his fault, I don't think. FTG can't get value off of this. You need a combo with something. Vindime dying that early as well. They just couldn't save him. He died on 99. You mentioned it as well. That's extremely tragic. Cage is available now. Where's their cage? He's dropping as well. He got cancelled
out of it. Oh, we ain't doing any cages today. We're free-range raccoons all the way down to the bottom, baby. And that is an absolutely perfect wipe. My goodness, Crazy Raccoon. They dominated that fight so thoroughly.
Free range sounds about right because Crazy Raccoon, legs extended, they're stretched out and ready to run. They're running the payload to the end of the map here. This Raccoon ain't in no zoo, an FTG. Everything they throw, aside from that one excellent Sonjin Genji blade that we saw at the beginning of B and at the end of A as well in the neutral, not with the blade that time. It's been the only sort of success that we've seen from FTG outside of Prophet getting a solo pick here or there. Those have even slowed down now in the phase of ultimates being played through. These solo picks, they need to come through once more. And there it is!
Prophet gets it done with the sticky disruptor field. A sticky situation now for the rest of Crazy Raccoon. Surely they don't invest any further in this. They just allow Jumpin to die and retreat back to their spawn. And once again, I am asking, Kev. I am asking for Sonjin to get a cheap fight with a single ult.
I'd be asking for Vigilante to find that orbital ray as well. Ideally uncounted. Shu will have that nano timing. There's a possibility here that Shu will expend nano early to just enable Heesang to blade through. I actually think that may end up being a bit of a mistake. They would like to, once again, counter the orbital ray with it. They would like to be able to force a better situation to find value on the nano blade. He's going to go for it.
Like the days of old, the legends of yore, Vindime, the first victim, and Prophet. You can't run fast enough. Those legs can't carry you from Heesang. Sonjin refuses to invest their own here, knowing that this is already curtains, and it's going to all come down to the fortress.
But this is defendable now. Because they managed to get 2 ults out of Crazy Raccoon, and they've held on to ults, maybe not even really willingly, because 2 of the important players didn't have ultimates in their supports. Here, this is where it counts. Finally, the orbital ray is uncounted. Here, Nano Blade is going to end up being uncounted as well. If they wait too long, Tron's going to find this orbital ray himself.
Oh, Jumpin already low. Has to use the shield simply to defend themselves. Then get stomped upon as the ray is lying down. It is Vigilantes. It doesn't save Heesang, but it has at least been a save defense for now. That was a fair amount.
Greedy from Jumpin. Unnecessary, I would even say. It did end up forcing ultimates. I would have probably mentioned that Jumpin going as deep as he did probably needed to do that to stay alive and force additional ultimates. However, probably just shouldn't have gone that deep in the first place. Lips now moved over towards the Widowmaker. Has some long-range capability here. Looking for the pick. We'll find it. That's what they needed. Now the Nano Blade will probably have to come out very soon. I think FTG can back out a little bit here. Can they really wait for the respawn, though? Or are they going to have to just go for this?
He's crazy. Out comes the Nano Blade going in towards John Soj himself. Shu and Lip falling down. The 1,000-folded steel is more than enough to take down a little mammal looking for a treat in the garbage. And out comes the cage. No touch from Crazy Raccoon. They get held just prior to entering the fortress.
Yeah, and where I think Crazy Raccoon lost the ultimate trade at the end of the day is, as I said a couple fights ago, exiting from C. Oh, sorry, exiting from B, going to C, they nano-bladed as an entry. And because you nano-blade as an entry, even if you do win that fight, I would have expected FTG to first and foremost find a way to back out of that. Just, you know, entirely disengage from the nano-blade and just live. Unfortunately, they died. That's fine, because what ended up happening was they retained a bunch of ultimates, and they had enough in the bank, given the amount of time to parry. 1 minute remaining, 3 ultimates. Jumbin maybe going a little bit too deep there, expending his cage, which would have been really important, by the way, for the final fight. That's another mistake. So I think they lose tempo by nano-blading first, instead of looking for something else in the neutral. But at the same time, you could argue they were running out of time. They were getting a desperate situation. It was an unlucky time for them to get reset. So FTG definitely played their hand, while I still think Jumbin definitely misplayed at the end there. That extra cage usage cost their ability to actually engage properly for the final fight. You imagine how different that is for Crazy Raccoon had they had a remaining cage available to go for that last second push at the end.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
particularly against the Nanoblade. If you can cage the Nanoblade, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, cage versus Nanoblade, like, sure, you might be able to get 1 or 2 kills inside the cage, but you can't slice through the HP that the cage has with the Nanoblade. And I'd like to quickly give some credit here to FTG. They are managing to perform incredibly well with their Bastion being taken off the table. I expected this would be a crippling ban from Crazy Raccoon.
I think it's improved their win rate considerably, actually, by leaving the Bastion away. It's the same as banning Ball on that first map, but actually, in my opinion, improved Crazy Raccoon's win rate, yeah. As we do expect from most teams, you do see the very early hold from both teams in spawn. Question will be, can Crazy Raccoon actually manage to hold this or not?
Oh, Shu punished for a little roll up there, looking for an aid. Prophet's actually been on it with these rails today. Full credit to him. And now Jumbin just going to do his best to exchange health for time. Going to try and disengage him there. Whoa! What a body block! Oh my goodness, Heesang. What a absolute peeling monster.
Wow, Jumbin should not have been able to get out alive. They're actually just going to considerably bolster the defense. Had Jumbin die there, FTG get around these couple of corners for free and actually get into the final push phase immediately on A. But with Jumbin being alive, that's going to cost FTG some potential extra value. Vigilante is going to be first to ult here, so again, should be uncounterable. Should be able to get a really decent orbital raid that Crazy Raccoon either have to back out from, or they will lose the fight.
That should be an unmirrored Ray win here for FTG. The question is, can they really leverage it? Heesang super low. It's going to be very fastidious with how they peek these angles.
He wants to milk it a little bit because if you drop the orbital ray too early here, you're going to see the entire enemy team of Crazy Raccoon back out. You want to put the orbital ray in a situation where you're on that actual final straight and then just walk the orbital ray into the cap. But while that happens, Chorong's now found an ultimate and Lip's pressed ultimate already.
Okay, there goes Jumpin's mobility tool, wanting to make sure there isn't that orbital ray capitalization. Lip instead creates an amusing sideshow, and anti-Genji goes a touch too far. Sang taken down. Another cage has come down as well. It's still that smorgasbord of ultimates. This is the ultimate team fight of ultimate destiny. As Shu goes down as well, the healing has been removed in short order, and it's going to be a mad scramble to touch for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Jumpin, 99 there, by the way. He dies on 99, didn't have the ultimate. That was a key difference maker. Heesung did have cage, Jumpin didn't. Extra cage allowing FTG to just get that extra value, and Shu is now going to reset his perks, went to Lucio to speed his team out. Back over towards Anna, they're going to go for a retake, but Heesung dies for it.
Beautiful play. Nice shurikens from Vindime. Shades of Shadow Bird with that neutral play, as Heesung's just going to try and capitalize on the space gained and keep Crazy Raccoon in the box.
That might cost their ability to re-engage on this early B point, the same way the FTG were able to. Crazy Raccoon have to retake a little bit of space first. That will be free push from FTG. I think there was a very ill-advised retake coming through from Crazy Raccoon. Oh, he's slow again. He might go down.
Or just constantly fleeing away to the triage center provided by Chorong and Shu.
Ooh, that could have been a kill.
By the skin
Missed
of
the
their teeth.
headshot.
Crazy Raccoon, they grip to his mortal coil and they grip real hard. Heesang draws out the blade. No nano for this.
Wow.
Oh, that's going to be a sleep and a knockback. And finally the Proton Torpedo to bring it home as well. Vigilante shuts that one down. And Crazy Raccoon, they've kind of been punched in the face here. They've been knocked for 6.
That was a Shaq moment where I did not know he could do that. I was not aware of his game on the Anna, because Vindime does not play Anna, to my knowledge, and here it is, showing it off for one of the first times, at least from my experience. Maybe he's played it once before, but here we go. Jumpin's cage, he's been waiting a long time to use that.
Oh, both these supports in danger, exchanging heals. Oh, the reset's not good enough there for Sonjin. Chorong too quick on the trigger. Seems like somehow Heesung managed to survive that incident with the cage, but Lip is going to make sure that it's a lot harder for everyone else to try and survive these. Profit offers a target, and Lip more than gladly takes that.
Yeah, he had no targets, and Prophet offers himself up on the menu. He says, I'm available. Take it. Lip happily obliges, and that allows Crazy Raccoon to retain position on this point. Time is a factor. Remember, FTG, they might not have to finish the map, but they have to get to the end of the C. Decent nade from Shu.
Cage advantage. Heesung across the way, puts down. Oh, he stepped out of it! Unreal from Shu.
Second time.
Shuts it down once again. Yeah, Heesung is just telegraphed as they come right now. Even with the overhealth built up, can't pop the cardiac overdrive. And Shu right now has put Heesung in a box.
And I think the timing of the sleep dart to cancel it as well is extremely tight. I don't believe he's intentionally trying to cancel it, but he is reading the fact that if Heesung is diving in that deep on the charge, he must be going for a play. Whether he goes for cage or not, it's still worth going for the sleep, but it just so happens that he catches sleep twice, and now the spawn hold is going to start from Crazy Raccoon. They won't be the spawn hold forever. Jumpin has to be considerate of his own life.
Oh, Prophet just gets miniaturized, and look at this big advantage coming through here on the cage as well now due to that sleep.
Honestly, might see
this guerrilla warfare position.
Might see a Shu player of the match. Crazy Raccoon winning this one just off the back of that alone. In terms of performance so far in this series, Jimbin's going to go for a spawn cage. A little risky, but his team is ahead with the blade.
Diving on in, and that's going to be Heesang getting some value out of the blade. It is 2 ultimates here, but hey, this is FTG are starting to feel the heat a little bit here.
And the payload is moving backwards here. This, to me, is already speaking that this is not going to be a map finish for FTG anymore. Given time available now, even if FTG can break out the spawn hold, it'll probably cost them ultimates. Likely going to see FTG ult now.
All eyes on the Shu sleep dart right now.
But they're going to have to.
Heesung stunned, survives that one. Vindime sends out the nano. Prophet gets just slept and executed. Oh, it's brutality. They have families, Crazy Raccoon. This was supposed to be where FTG turned it around.
I don't know if Shu's going to get player of the match for the series, but he certainly will be my MVP for this map so far. Unbelievable sleep dart value. He's still alive right now, barely. maybe taking a few risks there in the duel, but as they back out, look what time is available now. 30 seconds remaining. That would have been only better for Crazy Raccoon had Prophet also locked in the OC and overclocked with the nano boost on board, but Sleep came through so quickly, Prophet didn't even have time to use the ultimate. That's the only silver lining for FTG.
Yeah, question is, who will shoe bully this time? Vindime, oh no, taken out by the Disruptor field. Prophet still thinks it's winnable. The cages come on down. I believe the Juno is caught in that as well as the Mauga. The cart's moving for now, though, so they can't capitalize off the back of it. They've got to stay on the objective.
This is looking like last fight. I think it's basically over. Sonjin needs to save the day. Can he do it? He's got one.
Blade drawn out. Next up on the table is going to be Shu. You ain't sleeping this one, buddy. They got to try and stick to the cart. It's going to be Heesang who stands in the way, yes, but isn't keeping this fully contested. The off angle from Chorong here is so much healing. They can't afford to chase it, though. They send Sonjin over like a heat-seeking missile, and the heat has been levied over towards Chorong. A 2 versus 1 finally hits pay dirt. There's only a couple of meters left, and yeah, FTG just about do it.
Sonjin so far really showing his value here. Prophet's been shoved down a number of times. He's also delivered a couple of decent first picks, although as mentioned earlier, Harry, those have slowed down considerably. Sonjin still the difference maker on the Genji, saving FTG in often unwinnable positions, but again, he's just in an unwinnable position. They don't have ultimates. They are running out of time. They have to push the payload to the end of the map. Despite not having to cap, you will have to breach the castle.
And that fortress, who would have thunk it? Fairly solid defensible position for now, Junbin. Just playing this angle on the island, but both Chorong and Shu can see it. Just a quick disengage, and it's all about burning time.
Look at Crazy Raccoon ultimates, 4 online, just about. FTG still waiting. They're gonna run out of time. This is gonna have to be an OT push where you're hoping for at least a couple of FTG ultimates available. In fact, the Crazy Raccoon know their timing. They'll go now. They are going now.
Nano Blade drawn out, joined by the overrun as well. Vindime is gone, and so too is everybody else. 30 seconds remain, and that's going to be ultimates leveraged. Oh, not this again.
Now, the touching has to be crucial here. You might even need to see a Sombra swap or something, because they don't have good touches here. Likely Sonjin. Heesang might just jump in for it. No, he's way too far behind. Somebody has to die for this payload right now.
And well, if you're trying to identify someone, go, oh, Prophet, where did you go, my guy? A drop down onto the point here from Sonjin, should be able to grab overtime. Down comes the cage, but to what avail? Crazy Raccoon, they are just chewing through FTG from the gamer down to 0. Even with the Ray on deck, the healing's not enough. Prophet can't stand up to the assault of Heesang, and that's gonna be Crazy Raccoon on match point.
Another unfortunate finish there for FTG. You'll say it was more competitive. They didn't allow Crazy Raccoon to finish the entire map, but when push comes to shove, it just wasn't close enough. You never felt like the game was out of Crazy Raccoon's hands. They held control the entire way through in terms of the pace of the game, the tempo of the game. The only time they looked like they really faltered was on that C push for not being able to finish the map. But as I said, Harry, is it even going to matter whether they finish the map or not? Because likely they were just going to full hold either on A or potentially get that hold on B. They couldn't get either of those done. So credit to FTG for pushing through where they could, but they could not finish the map. They just didn't have the resources. And now we're 3-0. We'll see you right after this.
And up against the wall, FTG facing down Crazy Raccoon, sitting at 3-0. And well, while many may have expected this to be the outcome, for FTG, that doesn't make it hurt any less.
I think I would have liked to have seen a map come through from FTG, given that they were able to take a map at least from Crazy Raccoon in the regular season, in that opening week, but now in playoffs, where this is the money end of the tournament, the business side, and all the business is being done by Crazy Raccoon. FTG, they're just here for a little bit of tourism, it seems, and next destination on the tour bus is going to be Servas. But is this the end of the trip? Are they going to end up going home after this map? Because so far, there hasn't been enough. We need to see them be able to come through, win some neutrals, get better value out of team ultimates, like the orbital raise. We've seen close scenarios. I go back to Lijiang, seemed like the only winnable map so far, despite both of our next couple of maps. Particularly, we looked at the Havana was competitive in the sense that, okay, we did see some good wins there. Sonjin in particular on the Blade, on the Genji, just generally speaking, did a lot of work. He was able to get a lot of work done there and win crucial fights. But I dare say, where FTG are winning are largely in these clutches, these individual mechanical outplay clutches, and not really in any sort of team manner. They're not able to, you know, out macro their opponents in terms of ult bank. There was only a couple times where it felt like, okay, they're definitely in a better ult situation here, and it was maybe just a little bit of poor pacing from Crazy Raccoon, but not enough of those mistakes. Crazy Raccoon are not making anywhere near enough mistakes for FTG to be able to, currently for me, win the series or bring this one back around. Yeah, like I said, currently it's all clutch formula for the side of FTG, and honestly, they gotta face their boogeymen. They gotta go up against Shoot, and there it is, the ban against the Ana. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but your sleeps always hurt me, says FTG, and they're gonna get that off the field on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They want to remove the Malga duel from contention as we head to Esperanza. They needed to get rid of the Ana eventually, because this is a situation where the Ana has been a huge problem for FTG, and that's even considering the fact that Vindime had a couple of cool plays himself on the Ana, but he is nowhere near in terms of the proficiency, the veterancy, and just how damn good Shu is. Shu, to me, still the #1 Ana in the world, has been for several years now, and will be for a long time, considering how good he is at this stage in his career. This is now a map where I actually think the Malga ban makes a lot of sense here, because you had a pretty reasonable Malga matchup here. Yes, did we see Heesung getting shut down? Was that through Shu's Ana multiple times? Very, very true. It definitely was that. Getting rid of the Ana speaks to the fact that you are looking at a potential Malga matchup again on a flat map like Esperanza. Get rid of the Malga. You know Malga is not, you know, you wanted the Malga, but it's not a guarantee win. Force onto something else.
While the Malga's away, Junbin may play. Post this if Junbin be balling. For now, of course, hanging out in spawn, it's anybody's guess. But if anyone was going to pick up the ball on this map, it would be Junbin or Milgaru, and Junbin's the only one who's currently in this lobby of those two. So we'll see if it's going to be reality.
Because the Ana ban is gone, that actually enables the ball. So this is the one good time where I'm like, you know what? This is not only a reasonable ball map, but a situation where FTG have removed one of their own good counters against the ball. So you are now going to see if Sonjin, or was Sonjin last time who went towards the Sombra, if Sonjin is once again going to play over towards the Sombra.
Okay, and it's double builder as well. Disgusting to look at, but beautiful to behold.
You know why? It's because they were considering the Hazard. They thought Heesung would come out on Hazard. This is a great anti-Hazard comp.
Might have a little bit of an issue for the Winston. We'll see how they... Oh, what a bash down onto Sonjin. Temporarily flattens him before he gets all of his 3D features back, and a long-range headshot onto Prophet as well. Makes sure it's time to hide behind the bushes. Hiding in the bushes of love, yes, and Heesang loses the turret. That's going to be a nice collapse there onto Shu. Great timing. And once again, Sonjin is just the hero for FTG.
You need to see this, because FTG have been losing just about every single neutral on every single map so far. If they can win this one, they will be able to get some early distance. If there is one map, one game mode where that opening neutral counts, I think the most, even more so than a game mode like Control, is actually pushed. So what do we want to see here? Maybe 30 meters before another engage by Crazy Raccoon. Jumper's actually managed to farm up a lot here.
Yeah, quite a bit farmed. Oh, Prophet found by Lip. Remember, they can extend that beam range later as well. If only these players want to stick around for the perks. Up to the sky, Heesung outpaced when it comes to damage, and this bot is turning around.
Not quite heading towards the 30 meters as well. And Prophet once more, maybe extending or just getting lost in the melee of everything happening around him. And it's end up Lip finding that opening pick. Still yet to see opening ultimate coming through. Vigilante, uncontested Shu not on his beloved Ana. And no Juno to contest either. Allows Vigilante that nice opening. Can he actually get a decent orbital ray through? There's a number of ways that orbital ray can be disrupted between the first 3 ultimates that Crazy Raccoon are going to have here.
Heisung makes it up onto high ground, but at what cost? Oh, stacked up in a line. What are you going to do when faced with the goo? Heisung just right-clicks his way through. Heisung, give me back my name! Give me back my name!
Heisung even walks through the lava, if I'm not mistaken there. He kind of cops a little bit of burn damage on that Molten Core. In a very cheap way for Crazy Raccoon to hold off. And as I mentioned, multiple different ways for Crazy Raccoon to defend against Orbital Ray this time around, but particularly through either the Minefield or the first 2 DPS ultimates, and make it much more difficult for FTG to be able to get anything done. You needed to probably see Sonjin also engage, but just so hard to engage directly into the Molten Core.
Both the turret and the Symmetricals make it so difficult
he's
to do
caught
it.
inside the mines.
Bro is absolutely bullied. There catch-22, there were no good options. The only good option was to die, and unfortunately that one's bad by itself. That's going to be the Kitsune rush brought on out Sonjin. I don't know if it's touchable, bro. Chorong brings out the sound barrier. There's just too much meat in the way. Junbin just balling overhead right now. Finds Heisung. He's got no hope. And Vindan may well have had an extended shield, but right now he's going to take an extended break, as it could be staggers and curtains here for FTG. Maybe they won't end with a bang here in Korea, but with a whimper.
We're already looking at the potential for 100 meters to come on through here, so things are looking very dire now for FTG, as Heisung has made that swap over to the Hazard eventually. And as mentioned, Crazy Raccoon were expecting that, and maybe this is actually going to be worse for FTG, given that Crazy Raccoon have the composition built to stop that Hazard. Prophet looking for targets, excellent disengage coming through from Crazy Raccoon. Long range TP means that Crazy Raccoon just get out of that situation, no issue.
And the thing about these builders is that they scale nastily with the perks as well. We're looking at even more turrets, additional healing around the... Oh my... Heisung is nasty with the Cheetos. The Rivet Bolts are doing bits right now. Gets booped into a turret nest for Sonjin. This seems like an absolute tilter to play against.
And now this is a situation where FTG have to consider, you know, how do we stop this push from happening? Can we even stop it? Because I would say that Crazy Raccoon have a high likelihood of just capping through this entire map, and that would not be how you want to see FTG exit from this tournament. You don't want to just see them being camped out. You would like to see them fight back a little bit, make this a little bit more competitive. But at the moment, given the ults left to go through, look at that. 4 coming online for Crazy Raccoon. Vigilante can only do so much. 1 orbital raise not enough.
The Molten Core turns up the heat. Oh, nice tech there from Heisung to stand on top of the nice wall in order to avoid taking damage from the goo. Needs to step up and keep this contested, though. Deep into the backline, I believe, is Junbin, but shouldn't have too much trouble escaping. And this stealthy turret means that pressing forward to try and chase down the members of Crazy Raccoon is a little bit dangerous.
And you know that one Widow shot from Prophet actually alleviates pressure and forces Crazy Raccoon to reset. A singular kill. That's all you really need here, and it works out. Is Junbin going to get punished? He's on 1. He's still on 1, and they do not get the kill.
Lucio. Oh, it's not enough to chase him down. Very ready to go. Answering the wall. Going to give a lot of survivability here, but look at this. Blocked off is the healing. Not amazing communications when it comes to how they're going to play this against the wall of the Symmetra. Heisung's fallen down, trading for profit. It's going to be... Oh, it's always for turrets. Why is it always for turrets, Kev? Oh, Lid going to try their best to get away. Manages to squeeze between the wall, feeling thin and tasty as Crazy Raccoon try to bring this forward towards the goal.
How many times this series have we seen FTG, they, you know, go off, try and use this first ultimate in a fight, lose a player immediately. This time was Prophet, just couldn't quite get anything done there. Now Crazy Raccoon looking for the finish here. 1 beat to finish it. Minefield out in front of the payload. And a singular fight to decide it.
In towards the back, TP'd away. My goodness, Lip with the tech. Knows all of your tricks, old man. Sonjin finally gets Chorong, finds the 1, and that's the sound barrier expended as well. Junbin's going to be able to heal themselves off of the back of this pack, and Crazy Raccoon may have stalled a little bit here when it comes to the momentum.
It doesn't look like Crazy Raccoon are going to end up finishing the map, but still, over 100 meters is the gap so far. Finally, that actually might be Junbin's first death.
It might be.
I haven't seen his name in the kill feed at all. I don't think FTG have been able to really find him. They don't really have an anti-ball comp at all. And we talked about nearly 7 minutes ago here, Harry, that maybe Sonjin was going to consider going over to the Sombra, maybe even Prophet, to stop this ball, but really, I think you also do need the Genji. You need the firepower of both the Sojin and particularly the Genji from Sonjin to have any chance of actually winning fights. That is a team war that nearly trolled Sonjin.
Betrayal. Sung manages to at least put it down in time to rescue the remainder of the team, but it's too little too late. Sonjin and Vindime have fallen down. Prophet may be able to grab Lit, but how much more than this? They're going to be kept at bay from the cart, by the way, by Junbin. It should be moving this entire time. They're going to roll through. Oh, the Ray. Oh, we do a little bit of trolling here. Vigilante taking justice into his own hands, but we've had enough of Vigilantes here for now. We need Batman's stat.
Yeah, that was not it. You know, I said earlier on, I don't know how much I want to blame Vigilante for the raise. That one, unfortunately, is all him. You can't really dice it up any other way. They needed that either earlier or not at all. And again, we're not really expecting FTG to come back in this particular game, but try their best to have cleaner fights than this.
Nice Minds is a splendid spread, but no one's there to pick them up. Hisung just desperately peeking over, hoping for some heals. And the cart was abandoned over here after re-grabbing that. Oh no, Vigilante picked in the back. Now it's only Vindime for healing. And guess who's really low? Vindime down to about 50 HP. Prophet trying to take matters into their own hands. One miss on the Kiri. The second gets the connection. Oh, the level 3 turret. It's too much damage. And guess what? Timmy's moving again.
Yeah, we don't normally see the level 3 turret, by the way, and it possibly is either because, well, you know, they're so far ahead, Lijiang wants to have a little bit of fun, but maybe also because this is not the type of map where you do have high walls, but you don't have any ceilings to place the turret on. I think Lijiang is probably just having a little bit of fun here. In either case, level 3 turret, very nice anti-dive. It's hard to dive into that and take the turret down with any level of expediency, which didn't happen at all. But they did win a fight off the back of a well-played Prophet. Overclock, I think that's the first super successful Overclock we've seen all series from him.
Might well be. Junbin, for now, marauding in the back. He's being a little bit of a rat back here. Oh, Vindime actually got half of his sound barrier cut off by the wall of Lit. Gets some real value out of that one. Showrong, no such issues. 5 come on through. And now Hisung is going to get a little bit of revenge onto Lit for that lack of utility. But Shu's finding headshot after headshot with the kunai.
Yep. This is going to end again in territory of FPG spawn. Final minute to go through. Final attempt for Crazy Raccoon to complete the entire map. It wouldn't be necessary for them to do so, but it'd be fun for the cool points.
We'll allow ourselves some style points. Nice boop coming through. Chorong able to really grab a style points off the back of that one. Jumbo looking for maybe a mid-air boot. Down come the mines. An explosive finale potentially with 50 seconds on the clock. And a potential mugging of Vigilante in the midst of all of this as well. Looking to get control of that health pack. Nice movement there from Prophet. Gets on top of this. And once again, control of the cart could well be everything. Lit puts Sonjin in significant danger, holds him at range, and the beam comes on out again from Vigilante. It's all about survival, but Prophet can't survive multiple mines impacting their face.
Well, they managed to steal the payload away, which is a nice start, but they can't get these kills. Look at the TP plays coming through the lip. He's just so hard to catch. And the TP HP is just a little bit too high for Sonjin to burst it down. Now, potentially the laser trap. He'll get a kill. Nearly gets traded by the lasers, by the turrets.
Attempted a martyrdom. Out comes the level 3 turret. It will actually be focused down this time because there's not much other pressure coming on through. Sonjin and Hisung hungry for blood right now. They want to try and get some real distance of this as we head into overtime. One player's got to be on Timmy at all moments.
Don't worry, guys. FTG only need to win about 12 fights from here to be able to win this map. So here we go. Start counting, friends.
As easy as they come. Out comes the Kitsune rush to try and counter the blade. Sonjin held at arm's length for a moment. And Hisung a little bit further back. It's going to be down to someone else to try and touch this for now. Down, oh, big slam onto Sonjin. Flattened underfoot, and it's just Shu who picks up the last little bit of damage to make that happen. Vindum gets a 4-person sound barrier. This is going to be a big downpour. Lots of rooting happening, but he's got to leave to just keep themselves on cart. Hisung can't stick around. There has been good trades here in favor of FTG, but they need more than trade to turn this one around. Lip up against the world, and the world is a touch too heavy.
That last kill.
Oh, no.
C9. Okay, well, Shu actually, I think, stole the payload, and they ended up C9ing that one. Still an official C9, and a very sad way for FTG to go out of the tournament. They had a final opportunity to make that dream push through to the end of the map, but it would have had to be the end of the map. And I want to point out that, you know, in a different scenario, had they already gained the meterage to just speed the bot along all the way to the end and then just get a final fight to get the flip, that's a winnable map. But given that they have to cover 100 meters of raw push, where they actually have to slowly push the bot along for a full 100 meters, it really is an insurmountable number of fights in a row. And I was going to say, even before the Shu payload steal at the end to confirm the C9, just Prophet dying at the end there probably would have cost him the entire OT fighting phase, because it just takes too long for Prophet to respawn and then rejoin the team, given the reinforcement distance. POTM, I think it's Shu. It is.
Yep. Oh, of course it is. Yeah, Shu has had an absolute banger of a series between the Ana, the Kiri, and anything else. And it seems like the bans are simple. Just have Shu dominate so hard with Ana in one matchup that the enemy team bans Ana going in. And then suddenly, you can play the Junbin Ball.
I felt like Shu from about Havana on was definitely from... Yeah, I think the first two maps were decent, but Havana, to me, is where the real difference is, man. I think once we saw Havana, once we saw how good those players were, assuming nothing poorly happens to Crazy Raccoon on that final map, Shu had basically locked in that player of the match. Known for farming player of the matches, known to be the support player that farms probably the most player of the matches, and did not disappoint today.
Yeah, probably one of the most individually clutch support players, and like you said, it was all about Havana, just how much impact the Ana utility gets in that particular matchup. Like, the Ana utility is always super effective with the anti-heal and the sleep, but in that particular matchup, Malga versus Malga, it can all come down to how proficient your Ana is, and Shu was going above and beyond, cancelling 2 cages with sleeps as well, continuously keeping Heesung under threat.
Unfortunately, that means for FTG, they are going to be the first team exiting. And maybe I was refraining from making this comment, but FTG, first to go from playoffs at least. That's what that stands for. They unfortunately just couldn't put up quite enough of a fight as we head into post-match interview now. Translated, courtesy of WDG, Shu on podium.
오늘의 POTM은 슈 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. FTG의 전략을 완벽하게 파괴해버린 크레이지 라쿤의 오늘 경기였습니다. 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
So the first trend is, shall we hear your thoughts on victory?
생각보다 쉽게 이겨서 좋네요.
네, 전투력이 지금 최고치로 올라온 것 같아요. 크레이지 라쿤이 이전보다 조금 더 유연해진 느낌이 들었는데요. 공격성은 조절하고 좀 더 침착한 느낌이 들었습니다. 이전보다 어떤 점들을 신경 쓰기 시작했는지도 궁금하더라고요.
솔직히 그거는 딱히 바뀐 게 없는 것 같은데.
I thought I would have had a hard time, but I feel good because I won easier than I thought. Second question is, what are you paying more attention to than before?
자, 그리고 FTG가 솜브라랑 바스티온을 섞은 조합을 선보였는데요. 이게 좀 상대방.
And he says, actually, there wasn't anything that changed, but I think it seemed that way because we did everything well.
잘 모르겠고요. 그닥 그렇게 좋아 보이진 않는데 솜브라가 좀 거슬리긴 하더라고요. 바이러스를 진짜 10번은 맞은 것 같은데. 근데 뭐 그렇게 크게 딱히 영향력이 없는 그런 느낌이랄까.
우리를 뚫기에는 살짝 부족한 점이 있었다라고도 얘기 들어봤습니다. 자, 그리고
Question is, what do you think of Sombra?
안티 탱커 조합을 많이 들고 온 FTG였는데요. 그만큼 준빈 선수 케어에 좀 더 신경을 쓰지 않았나 싶어요. 오늘 좀 어땠나요?
그것도 딱히 신경을 안 쓴 것 같은데요.
Shu says, in fact, I think I got hit by the virus more than 10 times today, but it doesn't seem to have a big impact on the situation. The question is, actually, yeah, it was the question was, what do you think of FTG Sombra? And Shu said, got hit by virus a lot, but it didn't seem to impact the situation.
지금 최강자 아나로 꼽히는 슈 선수에게 아나 특전에 대해서 좀 물어보고 싶거든요. 그 소규모 특전 중에 수면총하고 생체 수류탄 있잖아요. 이 둘 중에 어떤 걸 선택해야 될까요?
저는 디바나 마우가 조합만 아니면 수면총을 찍는 게 맞다고 생각하고 아니면은 힐벤을 찍는 게 낫다 생각하고 아니면 좀 뭐 수면총을 잘 맞는 날이다 그러면 수면총을 찍는 것도 괜찮아요. 수면총이 생각보다 좋아가지고 2초 느려지는 게 엄청 치명적이어서 탱커들 입장에서 좀 많이 찍는 편인 것 같아요, 제가.
이렇게 유기적으로 또 선택할 수 있는 거였군요. 자, 그리고 특전 이후에 슈 선수의 아나 플레이가 어떻게 바뀌어가고 있는지도 궁금해요.
Just bear with us as we wait for translation to catch up a little bit.
바뀐 건 없는 것 같거든요. 2레벨은.
Imagine Mrs. Anna. Oh, there we go.
Are there any changes to Ana play after the perk? Is the question.
요즘 좀 게임 재밌을까요, 그러면?
그냥 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요.
나쁘지 않은 것 같다라고도 얘기 들어봤습니다. 자, 그리고 자극제가 돼버린
And the answer is there isn't much of a change, but I think it's good to be able to be more aggressive. Once you get the level 3 perk, and he'll be referring to the double nano there, allowing him to stay alive and be aggressive.
Yeah, extra survivability as well with that 50% damage reduction can be super important for some self-peel as well for a nano in dicey situations.
이제 팔콘이나 제타나 너무 많이 만나가지고
Next question is, the next match is likely to be against Falcons.
이제 뭐
I'll listen to your resolution is the question.
좀 그날의 컨디션
So how he thinks they'll deal with Falcons again.
뭐 왔다리 갔다리 하기 때문에 뭐 각오라기에는 이겨야죠. 네, 그래도 코리아 우승 한번 먹어보고 싶어서 네, 이겨보도록 노력하겠습니다.
아, 담백하게 이겨야죠 라고 이렇게 말씀해주신 시 선수입니다. 자, 그리고 내일 티켓이 힐러 선수들의 얼굴이 장식될 예정인데 내일 티켓
To be honest, I have met many Falcons, and in the fact, the team that prepares a lot or is in good condition on the day wins. It is not about determination, it's about winning no matter what. Was Shu's answer to fighting Falcons again, potentially in the next match.
제가 이 사진을
Yeah, when it comes to esports all over, sometimes it could just be on the day.
안 찍어가지고 좀못 낳게 나왔더라고요.
And another question, what do you think of tomorrow's ticket design, which will be centered around support players?
들어볼 수 있을까요?
추구미가 뭐죠?
아, 이건
Actually, I don't like it. When I took pictures, I actually, to be honest, I don't like it. When I took pictures, I actually came without any makeup on, so he's concerned about how he'll look in the pictures on his ticket.
네네.
상남자로 가겠습니다.
Right, forgot the foundation. You hate to see
왜
it.
크레이지 라쿤 때문에 상남자 느낌을 좋아하는지 알겠습니다. 다음 티켓 디자인에는 반영해 보도록
Brutal when you
할게요.
don't like your
자,
picture.
그렇다면 마지막까지 많은 응원 보내주신 팬분들께도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
And finally, a word to the fans.
저희가 2연패를 한 적이 아마도 처음일 거예요. 1년 지금까지 통틀어서. 그래서 저희도 조금 경각심을 가지고 더 열심히 하고 있고, 그다음에 이제 오늘 이겨서 이제 아시아도 진출하고 항저우도 갈 기회가 생겼기 때문에 뭐 너무 큰 걱정하지 마시고 많이 응원 부탁드릴게요. 항저우 가겠습니다.
이렇게 얘기까지 들어봤습니다. 자, 그리고 마지막으로 이제 팬분들 걱정 마시고 오늘 푹 자시라는 수면총 한 방 쏴드리고 마무리하도록 할게요.
제가 그런 것까지 해야 되나요?
아, 팬분 오늘 숙면 취하셔야 되니까.
And he wants to say to the fans is, I think this is probably the first time I've lost 2 games in a row. Let's be more alert. By winning today, I feel like I'm one step closer to being able to go to Hangzhou. And well, he would be right in saying that, Harry, because well, they officially make it into top 4 for Asia.
Indeed,
And
yep, they've got
finally-
access to the Asia bracket.
Finally, it was do a sleeping gun pose at the end, which he did. And Harry, that's our first game done.
Yeah, we're going to head over to our next one real soon for the last spot in Asia.
We are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
One spot remains in the OWCS Asia main event, and only one team can make it there between Wei and T1. One of our partner teams here in Korea is under threat and under siege, and in their way stands Wei.
Oh, and their way is Wei indeed, and a team that actually has 3 rings on it. Who are you? 2 championships. Marker, 1 championship, all from the bench, but we don't care about that. That's not the important part. The point is there is aura on this team. And this is a team that I think for many was a surprise that they managed to enter the top 4. Yes, they were one of the teams that actually was in the seeding decider matches because, well, they ended up finishing their regular season in Korea in that top 4. That includes beating Falcons 3-1, which was their best win. And up against them, as you mentioned here, is T1, one of the partner teams, the final partner team that is trying to make that top 4. There are 4 partner teams in OWCS Korea. Zeta and Falcons have already locked in their positions for the semifinals for the Korea playoffs. Crazy Raccoon just locked in a semifinal position to be decided who they're going to be playing against. That will be chosen by Zeta Division, probably at the end of today, actually. Now T1 is the final partner team here that isn't so far in a semifinal. Do they make it into top 4 of OWCS Korea, or are we going to mess that all up and stop T1 from being that top 4 of the 4 partner teams?
All right, let's talk some rosters. We are opening with Miogaru, brother of Aid, and one of our kind of designated wrecking ball players, coming in often for control and often being banned off of the ball. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case as we go into our first control map here. On the other side, we have Donghak, another ball enjoyer.
And the really important thing here is that Viper's actually going to be starting. This is not somebody that has started realistically for T1 for quite some time. He's mostly been replaced by Zest in that starting spot. So yeah, it is very interesting that right now we are starting to see the fact that they don't want to start Zest anymore. I wonder if this has something to do with any particular hero that Viper has been found to be performing better than Zest on. Could it be a Pharah? Maybe it's the Genji again. We'll have to sort of find out as we head into the pre-match interview. It's going to be Rush from T1, and it's Peppy, the tank player from Wei.
먼저 웨이팀 만나볼게요.
안녕하세요. 웨이팀 탱커 막문 페피라고 합니다.
네, 페피 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 T1도 만나볼까요?
안녕하십니까. T1 감독 러시입니다.
네, 러시 감독님도 반갑습니다. 자, 자, 양팀 순위 결정전 3연패 늪에 빠져있는 웨이 그리고 LCQ 지옥에서 돌아온 T1입니다. 이제 오늘 리벤지 매치가 펼쳐지게 되는데요. T1을 2주 만에 다시 만나게 됐어요. 소감 한번 들어볼까요?
너무 강팀 때만 만나다가 T1 만나서 너무 좋고요. 오랜만인 것 같네요.
여유가 느껴집니다. 봐서
So the first question is, I got to meet T1 after 2 weeks. Let's hear the thoughts. So the question directed at Pepe about meeting T1 again.
우리끼리 이러지 말자라고 또 말이 나왔습니다. 자, 오늘 특전 시스템으로 인해서
Do note that
역전의 기회를 노리고 있는
Wei were able to beat T1 3-0.
아직 이런 순위 판독
And the response from Pepe is they said it was difficult to meet only a strong team, but I think today was good.
지난주에서 좀 어떤 부분을 더 보완하려고
Now Rush's thoughts on that same
너무 특정 맵들만
question of meeting again after 2 weeks. Rush says, I don't think either team is a strong team. I don't know why. So he's actually kind of cooking his own team there a little bit. Rush to be a real one a little bit. So not afraid to kind of you know, talk a little smack about his own team.
Real British football energy right there.
The question to Pepe was, how did you prepare?
저희도 이제 저희가 잘하는 걸 위주로 좀 더 갈고 닦고 이제 그 외에 이제 좀 다른 것도 이제 준비하고 있습니다.
네, 오늘 더 날카롭게 갈고 닦아온 T1의 경기력 너무 기대가 됩니다. 자, 정규 시즌에서 웨이가 T1을 상대로 3-0 완승을 거두긴 했지만 지금 OWCS
Previously, I only practiced on mainstream maps, so this time I think I prepared a lot of different heroes and maps. So Pepe is saying that typically, you know, trading a lot of playtime with himself, Emil Garu, being played on, he said mainstream maps. I don't really know what that means in terms of... Yeah, I suppose the normal maps, and the same question to Rush would be, what preparations did T1 make?
Bad ones. We feel bad right now, I guess.
Rush says, actually nothing has changed and I worked hard, so yeah. Business as usual there.
자, 오늘 승리하게 될 경우에는 Stage1 아시아 진출권을 획득하게 되는데요.
Score prediction?
곳을 향해 같이 나아갈 팬분들께도 한번
Should be pretty obvious that both teams will predict for their team to win, I think. Pepe says, I think it'll be a 4-3. Rush saying it'll be a 4-2. So I think what to note there is that both teams are saying that it should be a close game, and I expect it to be a close one as well. Finally, a word to the fans.
앞으로도 더 경기를 보여드릴 수 있도록 오늘도 이겨서 돌아가도록 하겠습니다.
우리 앞으로도 더 많이 봅시다라고 팬분들께도 말씀해 주셨습니다. 자, 이렇게 두 번째 경기 이제 곧 시작될 예정인데요. 맵 세트도 확인해 보시죠.
And Wei says, I will always work hard without forgetting Wei's color. Rush says, I will go back to winning so that I can continue to show off my matches in the future. And map number 1, Harry, is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. Actually, a pretty uncommon opening map again. We normally see like a Lijiang. Occasionally, we see a bit of a Samoa. Usually one of those two maps. Antarctic Peninsula is a bit of a rarity, and because, you know, we don't get into a situation where we have an opportunity to reset the entire map pool, given that you would have to go to a map 6 to do that, you don't get to see the opportunity to pick Antarctic Peninsula again after that first opening control. So this should be an interesting one. Probably a little bit more brawl favored. Note that Milgaru is in for our opening map. I wonder how much ball we're going to see here. He is, as you mentioned, one of our resident ball specialists, and he is known for that. Doesn't have to play ball, can also just jump on anything else like a Hazard or a Winston, but likely going to play ball. But I actually think for a map like this, we're likely to see some Ram, maybe an Orisa.
Yeah, interesting factors here is that Milgaru is starting as one of our resident ball specialists, but also this is Wei's pick of map for Antarctic Peninsula. So likely we've got some alternative preparations coming through here from Milgaru. Maybe they were trying to bait out a ball ban for later in the series on a more preferable map, but we'll see if that's going to be something that's fallen for here on the side of T1. And all of the players are getting ready to be locked in. Definitely not too pressed here.
Yeah.
just
the thing about this match is that Dongak is also a ball player, one of the best in fact. So if it is a Milgaru versus Dongak matchup, both players could go ball, but I just don't think this is the right map for it. If this was a Lijiang Tower map, I actually would have predicted, yes, we are going to see a ball mirror here. I think both teams are likely to lock that one in, and it'll be a really weird map where, okay, ball mirror, play a bunch of Torb, play a bunch of Sim, possibly some counters in there, maybe a Sombra, maybe an Ana. You're likely to see the bans go in that direction as well, but given that it's going to be Antarctic Peninsula, I just think this is a more brawl favored type of map. Outside of one of the rounds, which does have a little bit of high ground to play through. This is a bit of an oddity and a rarity, and to me, it does aim more towards a Ram type of game, particularly for Mielgar. I think that's been one of his go-tos outside of either of a dive here. If he's not playing a dive tank, he's typically leaned into the Ram.
Yeah, the Ram is can be fairly ubiquitous, a bit of a jack of all trades, having access to that shield in his Omnic form, and then being able to brawl out so heavily during the Nemesis form. And match prediction going the way of T1 amongst our studio audience at 62%.
I would have thought it would have been more like 50-50 here, because I think the game really is 50-50. You know, clearly both Pepe and Rush think it's about a 50-50-ish type of game. You know, Pepe said 4-3. He's maybe feeling a little bit less confident. Maybe he just wants to not be too boastful here. Rush is kind of in a similar boat where he's expecting it to be a bit of a slobber knocker in terms of the 4-2. He also mentioned that he thinks both the teams are maybe a little bit underperforming at the moment. He's definitely critical of his own team, which needs to be putting up better performances given that they are one of the partner teams, has the capability to pick up better players. But of the remaining players outside of T1, outside of rather Zeta, Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon, they essentially picked up kind of the best of what was available, maybe aside from a couple pieces. The main player that you always have to look out for, from, you know, of my opinion, has got to be Proud. I think he's top tier in the entire world, genuinely one of the best hit scans in the entire world, and he has the capability to really take it up against any possible player you put up against him. Can that be the guy to carry the team today? And the other question mark here, as I mentioned at the start here, is that Viper is starting on the roster for map number 1. Does he stay after that? Big question mark. Zest is probably the main starter still. What does Viper bring to the table over Zest today will be another question that needs to be answered, because they play the same heroes, but clearly Rush believes Viper does have something over Zest, at least for map 1.
I mean, maybe part of that is why Zest seemed slightly admonishing of his own team in our pre-match interview. Didn't seem overly enthused about the performance of T1 so far. Maybe it's a lateral swap just to try and mix up the team dynamic or have a separate approach to the same heroes. And Proud, yeah, one of those breakouts in the post-Owl era, one of the greatest hit scans that we have access to. And they certainly are going to be... They're going to need to be on their top form today. You don't want to be the only partner team that does not make it to Asia. And T1 has got, like, so much support and infrastructure behind them as this legacy org. For Wei, they have, like, one coach, and that's it. The infrastructure behind Wei is smiles and good vibes.
Yeah, we didn't see the Wei coach. Gultek is the name, and he wasn't... Maybe he's not in venue, or he just wasn't, for whatever reason, the one doing the interview. Typically, it's a coach-to-coach interview, so it was Pepe and Rush instead of Gultek and Rush, but yeah, Rush didn't really give away too much there. Typically not someone that does give away a lot, even back in the Element Mystic days. Never really did understand some of the substitutions between Takayaki and Alpha, not Alpha E, just Alpha.
Just Alpha.
The tank line. Just Alpha. This is pre-Alpha E, just Alpha was his name. Actually, Alpha E's been around for the same amount of time. But anyway, Alpha and Takayaki was not really clear. And even me personally asking in person during interview stages of what the deal there was very reluctant to say anything and revealing cards. Maybe now that we, like, what, 7 years later or 6 years later after the fact, I can finally say, hey, 6 years ago, what was the reason you swapped between those two guys? And we'll wait another 6 years or so to ask him what the difference between Zest and Viper is, but maybe also find out. It could be legitimately something to do with a Torb or a Symmetra in there. It could be a silly hero, because typically now that we've seen on the standard Flex DPS picks, the Traces, the Genjis, it's been Zest the entire way through, even on the Echo as well. Possibly a Pharah thing, but I don't think we've really seen much Viper Pharah, unless there's something in scrims that has proven that Viper's the go-to guy.
Yeah, for now, plenty of mysteries. This is going to be the first map in a 1st to 4, so there's a lot of information to download between these teams. We saw on our splash graphic earlier, T1 came back from hell to get here. They were down in the LCQ, desperately clawing their way in as one of our bigger organizations to even be in this perilous situation. They've had to try so hard to make this a reality. And now when the chips are down, T1 are going to have to find their clutch genes.
T1, another one of those teams that has just kind of yet to beat one of the really big teams. It's almost a similar story to FTG, where they just couldn't quite get one over any of the big dogs in Korea, so to speak. They couldn't quite beat Falcons, couldn't beat Crazy Raccoon, couldn't beat Zeta, took Falcons and Zeta to map 5, went 0-3 versus Crazy Raccoon in very, very poor fashion. The one team they were able to best was FTG. That's one of their more consistent games. 3-1 regular season, 3-0 in the LCQ. FTG just couldn't quite beat T1. That was kind of their kryptonite. But then there's a bit of another tier break there where T1, despite being a team that is partnered, that you would expect to be potentially a top 4 team on paper, better than Wei, they did lose to Wei in regular season. 0-3 as well. Wei definitely got the better of them there. That was a disappointing result, I'm sure, for Rush and the rest of the team. But had they have beaten Falcons or Zeta, that would have been great confidence for the team. That would have shown that T1 have the capability and the possibility and the strength to be a top tier team in Korea that you could potentially see as a contender for the championship and not just another team in the way of either Zeta, Crazy Raccoon, or Falcons.
Eye drops are in, and amongst our signs in the audience, a lot of enthusiasm for Doomfist, who has got some interesting perks on their side to try and make things a little bit. Yeah, it does.
You won't
not
see
get
it.
played. Yeah, I mean, I dream. I love casting a Doomfist. Doomfist is incredibly fun to cast, but just a little bit too vulnerable a tank hero to really see much playtime.
Actually has great perks, I'm not going to lie, but
yeah,
not going to really see playtime here. Dongak, one of the better Dooms in the region alongside Jungbin, but you are likely just going to end up seeing the Hazard, the Ball, the Winston. Unless Pepe gets subbed in, you're not really going to see much change on the Wei side either. Pepe will get subbed in. I actually think that's one of the core positions that will be able to outmaneuver T1, because once we get deeper in the series, we start considering the escorts. You know, you start looking at maps like Havana, in particular, huge Sigma map. You look at maps like, you know, Rialto as well, a really big Sigma map. I actually think it's imperative for T1 to snipe that Watchpoint Gibraltar pick at some stage. They cannot allow Escort to move towards a Sigma map. They need to make sure it's a dive map as we head into first phase of bans, Lucio and Farah. Now, the Farah is an interesting one, Harry, because I actually don't think this is an amazing map for the Farah. I'm trying to think what particular point. Maybe Labs is kind of open for the Farah to play through. Sub-level, no. Icebreaker is actually reasonable for Farah.
Yeah,
so
I'd say Icebreaker is probably the map du jour for Farah. The hair clips are in for Who Are You. Concentration has been found on the other side. Lucio taken away in order to slow things down a little bit and make sure that Lee Soo-min can...
kind of removes a lot of brawl capability, at least a little bit. By the way, fun fact, Who Are You? There's 3 levels of lock-in. Number 1, he's got to have the eye drops. Number 2, he's got to have the hair clips. And this is when you know he goes Super Saiyan 3. And this is the next level, as Goku would say, when he rolls up both sleeves. Okay, let's watch out for that one later on. Watch the cam. The sleeves are rolled up. That means Who Are You's here to hit a game. He's here to play. He's here to destroy.
We've got OWCS's top investigators on the case to see what level Who Are You is going to be locking into. And with the cheers coming through, everyone's locked in. It all comes down to this series, and it's going to be a long one.
Is going to start out on the Malgert, seems. There's a Bastion here as well. Perhaps we were a little harsh on FTG's Bastion. Korea knows something here in terms of where the Bastion is. What is it going to be here to counter? I actually think Dongak playing a Hazard here is quite nice, given that sub-level has the kind of high ground, low ground capability that you do need to be able to consider. Neilgar's locked himself in a corner a little early, though.
Yeah, been locked in there with Donghak, but just moves away from that. Not wanting to take too much damage off the back of that spike guard. Aid's been found a touch early. And even with the Bastion being taken away, oh my goodness, Who Are You? He's going to roll up those sleeves any moment now. We're all looking for it. Has already found themselves a first pick, looking in towards this Tracer, just warding them away from the backline, keeping those supports safe inside. Oh, a nice dash through. That's a quick reset. Neilgar traded out, though. Picking up that Mega is going to be a good denial from Donghak, who now has to just flee from this Bastion due to the massive amount of damage can be levied.
This has been a very long contested opening neutral. We don't really have a winner just yet. Perhaps looking like T1 now with Who Are You backing out. Aid going down. 2 deaths for Aid, by the way. Still get to really see the value of the Bastion. I know we've seen now 2 teams attempting to make this one work, and 0 out of 2 for success rate at least. Maybe 0 out of 1.5, given we haven't really seen the end of this first map, but point has gone over to T1.
Yeah, debut for Hanzo today as well, in the hands of Proud. We've seen a little bit of it across the season thus far. And with the Sora being expended, Yeah, Stalker's got such a large hero pool. Who are you? Having to flip around this deflect now and then, moving in onto Viper, and just flits away, taking advantage of Black. Vertical mobility is a wide pulse bomb, but luckily Proud and Viper can just combine him neutral to make this one happen. Maka drops down to try and brawl out with the Tracer after giving over the nano booster. Who are you? Forced to flee away, and we'll just cut the feed. We know what happens to Who are you there. We can't put that on TV.
A little bit too desperate for Wave. Already started to lose that fight. 2 players dead in the neutral, and still the nano comes on through. And that is, by the way, okay, Marka didn't actually go down. It was Aid that went down early. Marka survives, drops the nano to Who Are You dry. No blade to follow through. They're already down 2 members, and T1 is just happy to receive a free ultimate there. Skew still drops in the orbital raid.
Lateral Dragon Strike.
Oh, the Dragon Strike is so good.
Oh, Aid's already down, but trading down for Proud as the blade comes on out. No assistance needed this time. So low is skewed, but still manages to survive. What a clutch right there from Donghang to get that in just the right moment.
Ulting.
Oh, Viper's caught in the cage, but doesn't even really matter. Lee Soo-min and Marka had themselves a shooting gallery, but Marka was taken down before we could actually take out Viper. Being able to survive that cage as a Tracer is uncanny. What's going on?
Well, he shouldn't really have caged at all. This is another situation where I think Wei are dropping an ult a little bit too late in these fights, and not in a situation where they can actually make significant or meaningful comebacks. And there's a pause, so maybe some issue here, but for Wei, really disappointing opening couple of fights. And, you know, first neutral went for so long that actually no one capped for a while. I was going to say it gave a lot of cap over, but that's not even true. First neutral just went for a really long time. Finally, the cap comes on through, but then after the cap comes through, it feels like we barely got that many fights in there. I believe realistically only 2 fights. And after 2 fights, Harry, we go to 90%. I mean, really Wei have been slow to reset and slow to be able to get anything done. Part of that is just the fact that they're trying to hold on to these fights, these losing situations, nanoing 3v5, really late cage in there. Yes, you catch a brig, but that's not going to save the day. You need a lot more of a catch there, probably with Who Are You in position to get resets and dice through a bunch of players caught in that cage. And again, I question the Bastion. It is yet to really produce value any of the times that we've seen across the 2 matches.
Yeah, to go too brutal too early, this is slow and inefficient from Wei, and the Bastion's doing air. Like, right now, Aid is just giving ult charge over to the healers when everyone survives the turret fall, and ult charge to Aid when he just gets farmed by that Hanzo, or rather, ult charge to Proud, who is just farming him on the Hanzo. The Hanzo's so good against the Bastion. That was a real quick swap.
There is a good Bastion combo there. Artillery barrage inside of, where the artillery inside of the Malga cage can be pretty decent, but they haven't lined that one up because I don't believe Aid has actually got an ultimate yet, given that Aid's spent a lot of time so far on that Bastion dead to no one's surprise, just getting farmed out. Hanzo, anything long range that can just poke out, with the fact that Bastion's hitbox is so gigantic, very easy for a Hanzo to get that kill. In fact, slow hero as well. You saw the Dragon Strike kill come on through. I thought it was a good Dragon Strike just to clip that much damage onto the tank of Milgaru's Malga. Didn't even realize that actually the play that gets caught and killed was Aid's Bastion. Just too slow, too large to get out of that situation, and not high enough level as far as perks are concerned to have that self-heal, which has already been, if you caught up in the AMA for the audience here, that was recently done on Reddit. That self-heal is going to get nerfed coming soon. Apparently it doesn't have a resource. It will in the future. We're not high enough level yet. You know why? It's because Aid hasn't done enough damage. He hasn't leveled up enough. I'd be surprised if he even has level 1 of Bastion at this point, because that's how much little damage he's done. He doesn't even have an ultimate. He's about to have ultimate, and your first perk lines up with your first ultimate, so he doesn't have his first perk yet.
Bro is running the gauntlet of being like a level 2 Ratata on Route 1. Like, how is bro gonna make it out of this gulag? It is not ideal. And, like, how much sunk cost fallacy are you really willing to give up here? Like, can Aid swap to something that's a little bit more effective? Do you really want to stay all the way here to level 3 when it's been so much of a struggle so far? Even with how powerful that perk is, you might be down 2 maps or the entirety of the map before you grab it.
A perk is actually, it doesn't matter. It's a level 3 perk first and foremost, is major. And, well, even when you get it, for a coordinated team, it's not enough healing to save you. So I actually don't think it's a giant difference maker from my perspective. Can he and should he swap? Yeah, probably. This is one of the better times to, considering you're not giving up a perk yet because you don't have one. You are giving up an ultimate in the artillery, but that's not a very good ultimate anyway, and you've lost the combo potential with the cage. So It's reasonable for retaking, but on a map like this, which has a huge point and not too condensed positions for, you know, like alleyways or straight and narrow streets portions of the map. We're not playing King's Row, where it's much harder to dodge out of the artillery. Here on an open map, on a control, on sub-level Antarctic Peninsula, it's just, it's not it. This wouldn't be the time.
Just room to roam. And also credit to T1 so far as well, being able to avoid, like, the major engage indicators. Because, like, a lot of it's going to be about kiting, right? Avoiding that cardiac overdrive in conjunction with the Bastion tank form is how you win those fights, being able to come in afterwards or even just outpoke them with Proud. And I feel like T1 have done a great job so far of just not really being held in any danger due to those engagement factors. We've been able to very, very expertly kite out the Milgaru Mauga.
And unfortunately, we didn't really see much out of the Who Are You Blade as well. He managed to blade kill one onto Proud. But as soon as he got taken down, which ended up being quite quick, as he was trying to look for the reset on towards skewed, left skewed on 1 HP. Gets taken down. And then in a 3v4 with, I think, not really any map control at all, Milgaru solo on point is when he decides, I'm going to cage. And I said he only got the break. You actually mentioned this. He got Vipers. He got 2, but he just couldn't kill anybody inside the cage. It was so low. You also have a situation where T1 don't even have the most effective anti-Mauga or anti-Bastion comp. They could be playing their own Ana. If they played Ana themselves, you have double value countering Mauga, countering the Bastion. And the fact that they're doing this on Brig Juno speaks volumes.
Not a particularly encouraging bellwether, but we do have a long series ahead of us. It's single elimination. But it is a first to 4. There's plenty of time for adaptation, but T1, once they step on the gas, they may be loath to give it up. We're going back in. The Lee Soo-min ping issue has been resolved.
Ironic that he has ping on land, but it is what it is. We are playing on live service. Aid gets his kill. Finally, something happens.
Oh, Donghack a little bit too far in here as well. Even with the block, he's able to be burst through here. T1 still in control. It's going to be a mad dash to the point. I believe it's probably Who Are You who's sitting on that right at the moment to turn that into something. What are they doing right now?
Or triple.
Wrapping around the bag. Just, you know, trading their lives for ult charge. Get a little bit of time. Now it's for a full hold or lose.
Mom, get the camera. Oh, baby, a triple for Aid there. Here we go. Bastion online. Artillery was dropped into that fight as well, just casually. Not a lot of other good positions to do so, so you might as well. Skew notably did not have orbital ray for that engagement, and actually would have probably have been good to save it anyway. I think that was a nice fight for T1 just to reset themselves, re-engage on their orbital ray now.
Hey, looking a little haggard. It's going to be Marku who brings them up once more. The nano boost is ready to go. That's going to be straight onto Milgaru. Instantly steps on Proud, miniaturizes the Hanzo. But Maka outside has been traded with the Pulse one, likely with that larger perk. Increase of a radius as well. There's pressure on the point, having to go down there. Milgaru opts out of it for now instead. Opts into destroying the Juno. Donghack gets 2 with the Spike Guard. He's still going to be lurking around in the back, but doesn't threaten the point for a moment.
He doesn't notice Aid, but it doesn't matter. He's gone over towards Milgaru instead, now in a position to get Aid down. Due to the fact that there was the downpour as well. They're going to get the flip here. This is dire. Milgaru's dead. This is going to be first round.
Oh, sometimes a win just falls into your lap. Marker penned into the corner by the Dragon Striker, and Donghack's here for the finishing blow. Yes, the Kitsune Rush has arrived, but what can Who Are You do with it? Against this much damage, the answer's going to be nothing. Another wide pulse bomb, yes, for the remainder of T1. A stalwart in their defense and way, while grabbing 60%, have a somewhat lacking performance in our first sub-map.
60% is... that makes it a little bit competitive. You'll note that that really came through only after the pause, so... fix the ping issues a little bit there, get back into the game. Aid starts showing up a little bit more in the bash, and suddenly we're cooking. Proud now swapping over towards the Soj, his favored Sojourn. Viper on the Genji, one of his, I think the hero that he really made his name on. Be surprised if the Mercy actually makes a real appearance here. No, that's just going to be a swap to essentially reset his perks.
We weren't using those.
Actually, we'll see if we go to his POV, what happens there. Anyway, we'll see what happens as we go into rounds. We have a decent amount of swaps here. Particularly on the DPS end slightly. At least, well, it's just going to end up being the one at the end of the day.
All right, Aid just hanging out with a disruptor shot, using a huge amount of that pressure from the Bastion to try and keep everyone at bay. Now Proud's going to be able to move forward a little bit less deterred and really start doing that damage. Donghack slept out. The Spike Guard going to be deployed, of course, but wrapping around the back, who is able to levy some real damage. Aid's the one who's the first victim, though. Viper managed to find an angle and find themselves an assassination. Proud turns it around. Nice flick of the wrist right there. And while Milgari will grab opener, there's Laos that's on the menu here as well, once again wiped.
With a decent opening. We'll see where Wei don't really have much to work through after that opening engage. You see how quickly T1 can just wrap around them. Skewed also very fast on that ult charge. And now, as we start heading over towards our level 3s, I did want to note, by the way, Aid picked some very interesting perks. He didn't pick the healing perks. Proud kind of messes up his jump there. Bonks his head against the top window, top lip.
Okay, is this the power scale?
He had the tank mode. He had the actual tank mode back. That was the perk that he chose.
Yes, is this the real scale that he's going for? The grenades coming out of a tank mode, just doing huge amounts of explosive damage. Maybe much harder to heal through or even to kite? Who knows?
Now Scooter's ultimate. Marcus still waiting. Viper Step could be a pick.
Oh, that's a huge sleep. Big boy Marker. Who are you? Just going to dodge away. Moving forward with the cardiac overdrive.
I lied about perks resetting the spawn. Don't mind that. It's fine.
Kev, how could you?
It happens.
Nice Susie there. Avoids the rope for both Lee Soo-min and for Aid. In comes the artillery strike. We'll see if it gets any value. Okay, did about 60 damage. Most successful Bastion ult I've ever seen. And with the help of both support ults, Wei wiped T1.
Now Wei finally look like they're actually in control. And maybe this is where Bastion starts to see a little bit of value. You have to kind of push into a lot of difficult sight lines sometimes as well. Haven't really seen much of this Bastion tank mode perk with the actual tank shots. Not a lot to block that out. Decent damage, single target if you can actually land those. Here comes Cage.
An attempt to isolate the Malga. The Malga says, you're stuck in here with me. The Cage just drags everyone in. And now there's no means of escaping the blade, apart from, of course, the sweet embraces of death to drag Who Are You away. And Proud is more than happy to extend an invitation that way. Viper gets some presence upon the point, yes. But with Proud joining him, the damage might be too much for Milgari to deal with. An overrun in towards the back. Proud under desperate siege. The cardiac overdrive might well sustain him long enough. And yes, the finishing melee is going to be what brings it home. Skewed will finally stand alone on point, and T1 will flip it.
Yeah, it's such a tough fight to get through, but they managed to get there. No ultimates now left for anybody. Arca looking so far the furthest ahead at 72%. A little bit of catch-up required for T1, but this is now like an actual competitive round. First round was mostly one-sided. What's going to be the opening here from Wei? They don't really have a lot of time to just wait for this nano boost to come online. They have to engage, and Milgari's already kind of going in.
Oh, long-range tank shots from downtown. Some resets here would be lovely. And Who Are You? Happy to be feasting as that Swift Strike continues to be available. Wants to try and find Skewed here. Unable to really connect with Shurikens, but back in control. Wei are in a commanding position.
Oh, wow. Hand pick onto open as well. That could actually cost T1 the round. Skewed now is going to have to find this ultimate now and engage. They don't really have enough time at all. Somebody has to touch. Likely has to be Viper. It's going to be Viper.
Yeah, manages to find it for now. Proud in the sights of Milgari, knowing that this is real clutch. Fact outcomes for Nano onto Who Are You? Needs to connect with Shurikens. Can't find Skewed. Bro's just flying around up in the sky. He can fly twice as high. Take a look. It's like a book. It's a rainbow, but it's all red as blood rains from Donghack. Marker manages to find Proud. Skewed once again dodging away. Opener held at gunpoint, but it's healing that's delivered, and Wei are back in control. Overtime once again. Opener finds themselves a headshot at the business end of Lee Soo-min, and we're going to a sub-map 3, baby.
Yeah, that was a tough situation. Viper had to go for the touch there. Eventually dies basically first. Late death on the support side as well. What a rough opener going. I mean, opener being the opening pick is really unfortunate. Skewed not even quite in position to find the orbital race straight away. As T1 now find themselves on round number 3 icebreaker, where this will be a really nice place for a fire to come on through, as we discussed. Sorry, this is not, this is labs, but in either case, one of the more open maps.
Yeah, this is what the pre-planning was all about.
You do get to, as now, you know, as we learn here, we do get to play these TPs essentially for free here. As you see, Proud retained his level 3 perks on the Soj. So at the start, you do get to retain the perks. It's nice. Kothis is apparently the only Kamo where that is the case.
Yeah.
Juno still online for T1 here. Not looking for any real counters. No Ana in sight.
Oh, you already forced off the angle. Lee Soo-min, business end of Proud has been delivered. Donghack's going low, but the anti's worn off. This is going to get very aggressive now from Ilgaru. Might well be punished for tank mode. Reflected. Viper forced to flee away after that is done. And Aid is while shoveling out damage. Can't clear the driveway. T1 just have too much mass here.
Well, good start. Yeah, see Donghack just on his own Malga, known for that as well. Not afraid to fight in these type of brawl situations. You'd think he'd be more of a dive tank, but we have certainly seen a lot of Donghack in these Malga metas. Getting the better on Ilgaru.
Oh, Viper, sneaky beaky in the back. Marker in sight, and guess what? Aid's already used for tank form as well. The peeling capacity here is going to be limited. Donghack's already super low. Oh, this is an absolutely legendary choke. Manages to find it in the end. Marker gets sliced down by the small blade, and Ilgaru had no help or HP with Marker being disguised elsewhere. Proud ratchets up a bunch of final hits.
And this is very, unlike the first round that we saw, extremely fast in terms of how fast our fights are resetting. We've already got multiple fights in, 43% on the cap, but not a single player looking at ultimate just yet. Now we're about to get some real ultimates in play. And way behind by a decent amount on this cap, and looks like we'll have the entry. The real entry now is it Nano going to be Ilgaru or Dryon? Who are you? Typically it would be in this situation on your Malga. He's going to do it Dryon to who are you? Maybe trying to find this blade.
Trust the Shuriken value, and who are you? Makes it work. Proud's already down. Ilgaru is so far in the back right now. Some guerrilla warfare tactics. Big stomp gets skewed low, and who are you is there to try and clean it up, and even more so. Bro grabbed his broom and sweeps through T1. Donghack's going to flee away, likely the same with Viper here, as 80% the point flips.
Late death on Viper. That's going to be a slightly longer respawn timing, and the beautiful thing here for Wei is they didn't end up using any other ultimates. So a single Nano put onto who are you, put the trust in the best Genji potentially still in the world, certainly one of, if not the best, for those neutrals. He's the guy you trust to be able to get it done even without a blade. Now for T1, down a couple more ults than they would like. Still a long road for Wei to flip it back though in terms of the score.
Hell in the cell, dropping down the artillery, but not too much damage done as the shields are good to block it out at the moment. It's equal trades for the moment. Viper drags out the blade, no more equality. And there we go. Who are you? Naked Blade. That's going to be Lee Soo-min there to heal. However, the points flipped over once again. And now with Amalga chasing down, we're going to try and make it work with the Kitsune Rush. It's a desperate attempt at a clutch. Can you get the headshots that are needed? Who are you has dashed away just to give some freedom here for Lee Soo-min. But now they've got to just wiggle onto a point.
And he just won't die as well. Lee Soo-min did such a great job of pocketing there, allows Guoyu to survive, and now Guoyu the opportunity to maybe carry this one a little bit more consistently on low HP, but never actually dead as Market builds up another Nano.
Oh, yet another Aid is down. Mark has to go. No one's on the point, and that's going to be T1 walking away with our first map.
And unfortunately, even if someone was on the point, I don't think they were in a position to win that map anymore. You just lost too many players. Marker was the win condition. He had a Nano just about to come online. Gets shut down at the most inopportune time. T1 struggled on that second round. Came back in a much bigger way. Coming through on Lab, and it comes through from that very nice early lead. It wasn't even the biggest lead that we've ever seen, but it was enough of a lead that was just too difficult for Wei. And, we started to see a little bit more out of Aid on that Bastion, on that second round, start to pay some dividends, but we go over towards Lab, and it just still doesn't feel impactful enough. Maybe it is there to burn through the Malka. Didn't do enough of that work. We'll see if it can do a better job of map 2 after this break.
The battle that was promised between Wei and T1 is heating up. We saw some interesting takes on the meta from Wei trying to deploy AIDS Bastion. As we head into map number 2, the download has been complete and both these teams are ready to lock in and make that final dash for a spot at OWCS Asia.
So there's good and bad news here for T1. The good news is they won the map. The bad news is because they won the map, second map choice immediately goes over to Wei. And as I said at the start of this broadcast, for Wei, priority is to go to either a Rialto or a Havana, lock in a map where Pepe can play Sigma, something Donk doesn't play, and look for a compositional gap there. For T1, if they lose map 1, immediately lock in Gibraltar, possibly a route, but definitely a Gibraltar because you want to look at the dive. And then prevent Wei from going over towards an escort and just remove Rialto and Havana from the map pool at all. So given that being the case, now Wei should be going over to an escort. You can see they have some pretty good win rates over on the escort, particularly Rialto. Don't mind that T1 also have some good win. I don't look into these win rates too hard if I'm completely honest, because you can certainly versus, depending on who you're playing against, you can stat pad pretty significantly. But yes, this is where Wei need to get Pepe. And Pepe, I think, has been the more important tank player, the bigger carry on the tank position. Now that ball is falling out of favor, particularly in this matchup where you wouldn't get a ball advantage anyway because Dongak also plays ball. I don't think that's how Wei are going to beat T1 if they can. They need to lock in Pepe's strengths and put this man in a position where Dongak cannot respond. And Havana, Sigma is exactly where that is.
Yeah, this is just as the ancient dwarven text that Avril wrote down thousands of years ago was supposed to pan out. Going to where Pepe is going to be able to be that hyper carry on the Sigma. Question is, going into Havana, if Pepe comes in, do you ban Sigma for T1? Is it too early to expend your Sigma ban when it's Pepe's best hero?
Well, but this would be the perfect place to do it because you think about all the good Sigma maps. They typically are on the escorts. Now, look, Wei do have first ban. They can use their first ban on a tank, which would protect their Sigma from being banned at all. They can ban away something else, likely a response Sigma. Actually, a really smart ban would be like a Amalga would be a really nice ban. Something that you wouldn't feel the most comfortable in. You have a reasonable matchup, but the Amalga has such good engage on you. That's a little uncomfortable. Even a Hazard could potentially cause some problems for the Sigma as well, but I think the map really dictates that Sigma will be preferred here, and that tanks without shields do definitely struggle a decent amount. We saw in the previous matchup, what did we see? Double Malga, right? When there's two main tank players up against each other, they just both end up playing Malga here. Now you have a legitimate off-tank player, one that specializes in Sigma as well. That's his best hero by far. Realistically, Wei, they ban the Doom. What does that mean? It protects the Sigma straight away. So it's a Doom ban, which removes one of the potential, I wouldn't say counters Sigma. I think they both counter each other. There's a very nice interplay there where Sigma can rock a Doom out of the block, but also the Doom can punch a Sigma out of kinetic grasp. It can just punch through shield in general. So there's a good amount of counterplay both ways there. But most importantly, Wei locking in a tank ban straight away means they protect the Sigma. It means T1 can't ban it with the Sigma. So what is T1's response going to be? They're going to take away the Zen as well. If you can't take away the Sigma, at least take away the double flex support. Zen has been creeping into the meta in these double flex support compositions, whether it be for Havana, Rialto, or actually Gibraltar, we're seeing it as well. It's becoming more and more popular. So I don't think opener would be that comfortable on the Zen, or maybe it would be skewed on the Zen and the opener or something else, but you would have to try and match the double flex support if you really want to go down that road, and they don't want that. So they want to make sure that, okay, you'll get the Sigma, but you won't get the double flex.
Yeah, we know that Lee Sumin and Marker as a backline is very comfortable playing some double flex support. Lee Sumin, of course, in a lot of his professional career in Overwatch League, was in that kind of Kiriko role of the flex support, and Marker has always been there on the Ana. Going to be heading in now to Havana. The cheerers are ready to go. Let's get into it.
So, defense first to lock in. Hazard, I did mention, was on board as one of the potential heroes being played. Notably, there's not a Sigma for Pepe just yet. I wonder if he will actually play the Hazard on it. I suspect he should be on the Sigma, but maybe the Zenyatta ban was enough to dissuade that choice from coming on through. Given that who I use on the Genji, yeah, this is actually not looking super likely to be a Sigma matchup anymore. It's actually going to be a Malga. Malga into Dongak's Hazard here. Now, remember, attackers have the advantage. They can scout the comp and then pick the counter accordingly.
This Bastion again. I hate to see it go. I hate to see it leave spawn, but there it is. Of course, very close to the spawn. Can just pop back in at a moment's notice. Mark has already lost the immortality field to the wall, and who are you is cleaning up house here, getting those resets. Donkak was found early.
Spawn hold is done. Does Donkak swap over to the Malga here as well to match? I did mention earlier, there is a situation where maybe playing into the Bastion is not quite comfortable as the Hazard, given that you could wall off the Bastion, but your wall also does get broken quite fast there as well. This could just be an anti-Bastion situation, although typically, sorry, an anti-Hazard, but typically for anti-Hazard we saw a lot more Torb for that, a lot more Sim for that.
Well, Viper and Who Are You could not be more happy to engage in some Genji versus Genji, playing against the Elder Gods of the Genji. Viper is trying to add their own name to the Pantheon. Big stomp coming through. Mark has already had their immortality field burned. The cleave from the rail, too much to bear as Peppy falls on down. And now the remnants of Wei are going to be swept up by T1.
And it didn't take long for T1 to get back in that fight, to swap in, to change things up a little bit. You'll notice that Proud is not interested at all in playing any Bastion. Happy to just play the Sojin, which I think has a fantastic matchup into the Bastion. Free rails, good for ult charge. You're getting a lot of, not just ult charge, but rail charge on the Malga as it is. You can double that on the Bastion, given the large hitbox, and then free targets galore. No shields, nothing to really block you out. Who Are You being the only real danger with the deflect, but 8 is so easy just to eat those rails.
Yeah, when you're farming these rails off the larger creatures, oh my goodness, big engage coming through from Peppy. Scoot actually going to try and counter here, but Aid, oh, they were just stuck up in front of them. Oh my goodness, where did Lee Sumin go? Oh, Papa Kitsune rushed as well, and then before they knew it, their life was extinguished. That is a brutal fight for Wei to lose.
They needed that Kitsune rush a little bit quicker, unfortunately, and that was great played by Dongak. If you actually notice on that defense there, window comes down, Dongak immediately gets aggressive, jumps past the window. That's what you need to do. You're either going to disengage entirely and just break LOS to the window, or you need to hard engage the window and get to the back line, which is exactly how T1 played that one. They were able to do so, and knock Wade all the way back to spawn. Proud overclocking that fight as well to great success.
All right, Dongak getting some energy here. Viper going up against the cage, is caught inside as it is going to be a matchup here. Hell in the cell, attempting to chase down Viper, managing to evade all of this as T1 find themselves frag after frag. This defense seems ironclad so far.
And that combo does not work out at all. Aid and Peppy did not manage to align their ultimates together. Possibly Aid wasn't in a good position to use the ultimate. You have to see what Aid's actual perk chosen there is. Peppy now finally goes over towards Sigma, understands that, okay, this is what you need to be playing on this map. This is what you specialize. Play the hero that you were good at. Viper getting a little bit too cheeky there. Pay for it with his life.
High value knockback. Skewed went so deep trying to make this happen. And Peppy's already super low. Lee Sumin as well. This is so messy right now for Wei. They're being held at spawn by T1. Even with Skewed down and only Lucio healing, this is just disgusting to behold. And Who Are You? He's got some disgusting action of his own.
But that's the problem, right? They actually do need to exit. When you lose a play like that, you can no longer spawn hold. You actually are greeting exceptionally hard if you're trying to 4v5 spawn hold, given that the respawns are all in favor of T1. And Who Are You punished very, very quickly. Got another frag, and then on the exit for T1, Who Are You gets all the resets required. Now Paylo's actually having a really good opportunity to get towards the end.
All right, Peppy unleashed on the Sigma now, ready to go. Marker and Lee Sumin coming up towards these ultimates. Proud's already popped the overclock here on the off angle, gets the extra 50 energy. This is going to be particularly damaging rail shots if only you can connect them. One of them gets eaten up by Peppy here, instantly given over the nano boost as well. Marker tries to evade for as long as possible and then manages to survive long enough for the remainder of T1 to be picked apart by Wei's vultures.
And this is Wei having point control, forcing the T1 retake, and unfortunately couldn't quite get it done there, even with Proud. And this is all off the back of, I think, just a little bit too much greed from T1 to overstay their welcome in the spawn camp. You lose a player, you have to pay respect there. Try and start backing out. You need to start considering the disengage, and staying so long, they just got themselves wiped.
Who Are You? Caught him ceiling for a moment. Is going to be able to find the firming grace of gravity to get them out of there.
This time they still have combo. Notice that, okay, you don't have Malga, you don't have Cage, but what do you have? You still have the age-old Bastion combo with artillery into the Flux. That is a very nice combo. It's going to come through now, but waiting for Flux. There has to be an X.
trying to get in on
preemptive
top
bait
of that
coming through.
Bastion. Yeah, just trying to get aggressive in the face of this. Mark has already been taken down, trying to reflect these incoming damaging orbs. And yeah, managing to get rid of 8. I love the aggressive play here. Wait, was that who we used Blade? It is who we used Blade. Wants Proud super bad. This is a choice.
He didn't have a dash there. If he had a dash, he could have just gone through and reset one of the low HP members there. Who are you? Look, he's the one guy that I'm not going to question if he decides to go for a Hero Blade, but you were right there. That was not a pretty look at all. And worse still, with Lijiang getting taken down that early. And further now with Peppy as well.
Just the flow of the tide here from T1. They are just absolutely rinsing anyone who steps even an inch out of line.
Time is a factor here as well. Less than a minute to play through. A lot of ults for T1. Nothing really to play through for Wei. Open that up with a nice Kitsune rush, but then what? Your payload positioning is so poor that if you Kitsune to open this fight, T1 have almost infinite space to disengage with on this particular point. They can re-engage then with anything they like, and that's if they choose to re-engage. They can actually comfortably play into Kitsune with their orbital ray. They don't even have to lose ground.
Proud looking for an angle, wrapping through. Here comes the orbital race. Skew's going to also do a bunch of damage, and the cages here too should be taken down in short order, at least by the Bastion damage levied here by Aid. Out comes the blade itself. Viper looks for targets, starts to find them. The fangs have sunk in, and the Venom's doing its work. 10 seconds remain, and no one's really surviving. Peppy's here just to do an amusing sideshow on the ball. But you're going to need more than bouncing it amusingly to get this done. 0 seconds remain, and even with a nano in the tank, it's not enough. Wei are held on such little distance.
Now, the next best thing you can do if you don't full hold, and honestly, it looked like T1 was about to full hold. I do question Wei not deciding to play Sigma a little earlier. This is the reason you go to this map. This is the reason you sub Peppy, and this is the reason why you protect ban the Sigma. You ban away the Doom, which has a reasonable matchup into the Sigma, simultaneously protecting the Sigma, but then you don't play the Sigma. It's very curious. Perhaps it's because of the spawn hole. Perhaps they are more reliant on the fact that, okay, it's going to be a Malga spawn hole. We're going to get out with our own Malga composition to get our spawn. And then they just stayed on that. And you know that Peppy eventually wants to go over to the Sigma. He does. Felt like it was a little late though. And then even on B, they just didn't have any momentum left. We got into the final fight. What do we see? 4 ults for T1, just about nothing for Wei. And we're even looking at a situation like, okay, well, what are Wei's options here? How do they actually engage into this one? Kitsune Rush opening would actually be pretty poor. It's one of their only choices. They don't even get to make a choice, Harry. T1 decide this time, with the amount of time remaining, if we just go aggro right now and force Wei's hand, Wei are going to have to do an even worse Kitsune Rush. They're going to have to Kitsune Rush in their own spawn, which gives a lot of options for T1. Now T1 can even further push their ult advantage and just win that fight outright through ultimate pressure. Or they can back out and be like, lol, you use your Kitsune Rush and spawn, and that's not going to do anything.
Get pranked, idiot. Kev, when do we get our ban? Because I've had enough of this Bastion, and it seems Aid has as well. Has went over onto a Widow now.
I mean, this is how you lock in double flex support plus the poke damage just a little bit further. Again, they basically need a full hold here. I don't think Wei can realistically win this map anymore if they don't full hold. Now, we do see a Zenyatta ban, but what else can Wei do? Kiriko plus Ana. It's a shot. It misses. Aid needed to hit that.
Yeah, now the surprise is gone. Aid's position's noted. Can't stay here for long, and you can see this constant peeking from Donghak, just gathering that information, keeping everyone else safe. Who are you? Already in danger here, as looking for a peek from the Ana. Nice rock from Peppy. He's back for Sigma Male has arrived.
Now getting some pressure forward though. T1 now up the first corner. Surprising that they can get this much distance on a Winston, which you're not going to have your shield last too long versus level of poke coming through from Wei. Skewed, by the way, looking for first ultimate. He's been able to do a lot of healing onto Donghak specifically. Nano engaged here is going to be deadly. Marker's going to have that sleep dart ready to go.
Yeah, that is going to have to be shut down in short order. Excuse me, yeah, just hide away in such safe zones. There it is for Nano coming through onto Donghak. Already half, by the way, but Peppy gets antied and instantly eviscerated. Nerves racked by Tesla coils. The sleep comes in as the... Oh,
hey, wow.
What is this? 2 of them, both the damage players, are instantly taken off. There's no head remaining, as Who Are You just rejoins the rest of the team. Gets a touch of healing, and the Bardic Grenade is not going to be used offensively, but rather just to plug the holes that were opened previously.
I mean, that was looking extremely bad for Wei. Peppy taken down so early. You notice that the bubble even blocked the rock. Then on top of the nade coming on through, there was just no chance, zero chance for Way to be able to save him. Nano wasn't available, even if it was. The Bio Nade just blocks all of that healing, but ends up being Way with aid on the Widowmaker, hitting another headshot. Misses now onto the opener, but he saved the day. If it wasn't for that, would have been lights out. Can he save the day again? They need something.
Who are you, Nano? Lots of damage coming through, but Peppy is in danger. Doesn't matter, though. Who are you? Don't need no tank right now. 50% more damage, 50% damage reduction. Look at me. I am the tank now. Aid goes to the top. Primal Rage. It's very scary. And Aid, indeed, is just going to be screaming horror movie, given over. Dragging themselves away. The Blade dragged out, but who are you? Oh! What is going on right here? Bro's trying to escape, but there's just no way to get away with a superior mobility that Donghak has, and well out of yellow as of the supports.
I mean, you know, he took a little bit of healing off the back of the lifesteal on the Blade, but it's just not enough. Not enough healing to keep him up. Aid takes down Skewed again. It's all Aid. This is the Widowmaker that's starting to work out. They haven't been able to really shut down the Widowmaker much this entire offense for T1. He pops off again.
All right, Aid. That's all I'm thinking about right now. Why were you on Bastion, my guy? This is dominance here on the Widowmaker. Donghak just about gets out, but it's not going to even feed over any ult charge because Skewed and Opener are still fully stacked.
This is the hard fight. This is where you actually could see Nano Clock coming on through. There's nothing to really block it out. Now that Pepe's moved away from Sigma, excellent opportunity to Nano Clock proud. Nothing to block the damage at all. They even got to open with the beat first. Just to block out Pepe's.
Tries to stop him in there. Stand right there as the sound barrier came on through. Retake is not really going to be on the cards. Marker instantly decimated. Yes, an easy one onto a sleeping target there for Raid, but that one might just be stat padding. Now you've got to hold for 3 minutes, about 30 meters, and you're going to be doing it without aid.
This is what I was talking about as well. T1, if they get past A, very likely they will finish the map and win. Now, Way, for me to see a true win condition, they had to full hold that one, and Aid did his best to try, but overwhelming ultimate advantage there for T1 in that final fight to get it across the line. What can they do now? Infrasight for Aid is not really that high value, but he will pop it, obviously.
Louis and Viper exchanging fire for now. Peppy just keeping Donghak at arm's length. We take some risks here. It's Aid on the angle, but Peppy's the one finding the final blows right now. The disengagement comes on through. 1 minute of 3 burned, Afro, as Who Are You is in danger but gets away.
Any more? Nano coming up next for Way. The Viper's Blade is going to be the dangerous thing now. Unfortunately, no Nano to be comboed with that from Skewed. So I have to be considerate of Aid's angles. They need to keep that Widowmaker marked. Donghak's going to go in deep. He wants the Widow.
Oh, Duana's dream of Sleeping Blade. There's no need to do it. Aid's already put him into a dirt nap permanently. Who Are You combines with Peppy to try and keep this one at arm's reach. And Proud's taking down Marker. So the healing now is going to be lacking. Gravity's not strong enough. Donghak is stronger. And T1, now they're in command. They are in a prime position. Primal Rage going to be popped out. Lijiang is not going to be the easiest target. TP's away. But guess what? Donghak's got that internal chronometer, but knows exactly where Kiriko is. Peppy's just going to plant their feet on the point to stop it from going forward. There's going to be a return coming through from Who Are You. For Nano, the Blade, it's ready to go. Aid's already taken down. The Blade's drawn out. Winston is taken down. Proud now inside. Good reflect. It could be a clutch. There's 12 centimeters between Way and Oblivion. And you know what? T1 are held at length.
T1, they pulled out all the stops for that fight, but the one thing they could not handle was stopping Who Are You. That's the guy you need. Aid no longer on the Widowmaker. Who Are You? It's up to him to make the Nano Blade work, and well, there's just minimal left for T1 to prevent it at all. Donghak on that Winston. No more Primal Rage. Dropping the bubble. Who Are You? Doesn't quite care. Now the Malcolm Mirror enabled, but Peppy is the one that sits on cage. Kitsune Rush available. Way could actually still win this one, but a single mistake will cost them the map.
All of the ults come out. It's Nano Blade with the sound barrier as well. It's overwhelming force. It's a big stomp. Peppy puts them under foot, and Peppy crushes the opposition. 18 seconds remain, and T1 are looking in mortal peril.
Cardiac arrest doing so much work there for Peppy. He should have gone down. He should have been bladed. The Nano Blade, not enough damage for Viper. Critical mishap there from T1 to not get that kill, and now they touch, but they realistically have nothing. Marcus about to get himself on towards an ult, but Crowder is dead. I think Way have won this.
Aids back on the Symmetra. Marcus in an untouchable position up here. It's been a desperate change to the Diva of all things. Viper's gone as well. The Nano's also just here. It's a coup de grace. It's just going to be putting a hat on a hat right now. A reflect on the bionic grenade. It's an absolute showcase game for Wade. Peppy, give him the Nano. Unreal defense.
Clutch after clutch after clutch. If it was just aid, it might not have been enough. But then Who Are You steps up on the Nano play for that B-point defense to save the day on a critical fight. A fight winner, potentially, where T1 was going to finish and take us 2-0. Then a final opportunity with T1. They have their own Nano blade. How does it get shut down? Peppy with the most beautiful stop catches so many plays, but notably the stun onto Viper within the cage. Perfect player. The Nano boost, damage reduction, not enough to save the life of Viper. The cage wall, the shielding, doing enough to just block out additional healing, additional opportunities. He actually might have been bionated in that play as well, but point being, Viper thought he had it done. He thought he had the Malga dead to rights, and maybe he should have had the Malga dead to rights. Couldn't do it at the end of the day. Couldn't secure it.
Blade, cage, and sound barrier. A triumvirate of pain levied against Peppy, but Peppy just digs in their heels. The healing is there. The stomp is good. Unfathomable defense. T1 are going to have a lot to talk about during this break. A 4-ult fumble or a crazy clutch? That defense is going to go down in the annals of history for one of this year's best games already. Unbelievable defense there from Wei. Almost full first holding and then being faced with the impossible task of a 30-meter hold and pulling through.
Best of all, in a very tough situation where they just didn't have the distance here. I mean, I honestly thought it would need to be a full hold because the amount of distance remaining for Wei essentially means they have to have a flawless hold with 0 mistakes. And well, they made mistakes, but the big difference maker here was, number one, they managed to bleed down the timer significantly on A just due to the fact that A's Widowmaker slowed down the attack. I mean, so many times we saw probably should have been T1 capping a lot earlier if it wasn't for Aid popping off as much as he did on the Widowmaker. But then again, we go over towards B, finally get to B. The distance is minimal. I mean, remember, it's around the first corner, which is barely any meterage at all. And still, you have the massive Who Are You clutch into the Pepe clutch, and it's just clutch after clutch after clutch, as I said, at the end of the map. And Wei needed that. Wei needed some big moments because it was very favored for T1 to finish. Respawns heavily favoring T1. Very long respawn distance for Wei. Takes a long time for a player like Who Are You to get back from spawn, and he does so in time, touches in time, pops off on the nano blade in time, and does everything in time.
I mean, credit to Lisu in that Final Fight as well, doing some excellent kiting away of that Winston. Honestly, every single member of Wei had to play that one in such a clutch fashion to have any chance of holding for 3 minutes that one push worth of distance on second. But now T1, the series is back in their hands. They get to choose where we're going next, and they'll get first ban.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, you know, what do we have left here? We haven't had a ball matchup yet. I was thinking, is there a potential for T1 to maybe force a ball matchup, bait Milgaru in there, get a Dongak versus Milgaru ball game, but at the same time, does seem like a bit of a risk. That's not a guaranteed win. That's not like a really, if you're going to look at statistics here, it's not like a really strong matchup where you definitely can dominate. The other option, and I did consider, is a hybrid where maybe it's best to remove a hybrid for a similar reason I was saying for T1. If they lose a map, take away an escort straight away, force like a Watchpoint Gibraltar, and just remove all the Sigma maps. And it's really good that Wei won the Havana map because that's what they needed, right? You banned specifically to protect your Sigma and enable your Sigma. You picked Havana to make sure that you got the favorable escort map, and you dodged Gibraltar, which would have been great for the other team in T1. You got to exploit their weakness and their lack of ability to match you on that Sigma matchup. So T1 need to do the same thing now. So yeah, dodge the pushes, dodge the flashpoints, because those are pretty even maps for everybody. Go to a hybrid where you can force something. And in my mind, I was thinking, is Paraíso that map? And the reason why I thought Paraíso is because it's a little bit more of a diving map for something like a Hazard, for something like a Winston. They end up going Numbani. My only real critique for Numbani is that it's very Diva favored, particularly on A. Black's not known for the Diva. He might just bring it out for the A anyway and just make it work. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I think if Pepe is in, I don't think we saw a substitute. I think if Pepe is still in, it's going to be a very, he is. So it's going to be a very, very strong start. Numbani A is a very good point for this Diva, something that T1 doesn't play. T1 are going to have to bank on the rest of Numbani, B and C, being the preferable points for them to get the most distance.
All right, for all the Genji heads out there who are keeping track of the lock-in from Who Are You, still doesn't have the sleeves rolled up, but does have the blankie on his lap. So bro is cozy. And, well, you need to get cozy camping out on Havana second. The second we see those sleeves go up, it might be curtains for T1.
Might have gone up secretly in that B point defense. We just didn't get to see. We just didn't pay enough attention to the face cam. Now, going into this, Dongak's options are limited. For A, most likely looking at something like a Winston, possibly a Hazard. I mean, there's a chance for you to do some sneaky sim TP plays to enable some of those low ground or tanks that can't quite take the high grounds. I mean, it would be a different story if, like, say this were Falcons with Harbin, and you would suddenly start thinking about the Zarya as well. Zarya's been creeping into the meta, particularly up against the Diva. I know it's a real flat take. It's like, oh yeah, you played the Zarya with the Diva, but in these types of situations, it's kind of like, you know, actually, it's like, you know what? Not wrong though. It's the half, it's the mid-wit mean, where it's just like the guy on the left side of the bell curve and the guy on the far right of the bell curve, they have the same tank, and the dude in the middle is the one that's molding. It's like, but Yeah, literally just play the Zarya against the D.Va forehead, and but that's not on the table for Dong. It's not within his hero pool. Anything that you see that's on the off-tank position is going to be a little bit awkward. I'm sure he'll bring out the D.Va. I'm sure he'll bring out what he needs to bring out. But it's not going to be good versus a guy like Pepe who's trained on that, who's way more prepared to play that kind of thing. Now, the question will also be, what does Pepe play afterwards? You stay on the D.Va? Do we go back to the Sigma? I think the Sigma is actually quite a real potential here, particularly with the perk now, the level 3 perk that allows him to levitate. You can now overcome a lot of Sigma's old weaknesses of not being able to take the high ground. So even as we start progressing through the map, go towards the Bs, maybe less so on C, it's more of a B point kind of thing. Yeah, now you can levitate on high ground. Very important.
Yeah, Sigma and Zen both becoming quite floaty boys with access to their perks. I have to think about the bans here. Maybe there's a world where, like, T1 would ban out D.Va themselves so that they don't have a unpreferable matchup in D.Va versus D.Va up against Pepe.
Yeah,
but
they do have first ban. T1 do have first ban. The problem is D.Va the best ban? Because you can take away the D.Va now, but that's, again, that's favorable in A point. Does it really still have the same value for the rest of the map? Becomes the rest of the question.
Yeah, it's become null after point A.
Yeah, it's a situation as well where, is there something else they would like to target? I am still thinking about what they want to play themselves. Like I said, they probably are thinking about Hazard. They are probably thinking about Winston here. These are the type of heroes that really Dongak needs. This is the play that you build your composition around first and foremost.
Well, I'm personally going to ban Bastion. I've had enough. I'm putting my foot down, Kev. I don't want to see more of it.
I actually did see a Bastion ban for Crazy Raccoon in the last series. So
yeah, we did. I mean, that's so based. Crazy Raccoon, get back in here and ban Bastion. I need it, brother. I need it.
I mean, we're starting to see a little bit more come through from Bastion. Be questionable if this is where we continue to see it. Maybe on the defense, not so much on the offense. I think it's a little too hard to take high grounds unless you have a TP. You would have to also take the grenade perk on your level 1, which actually might be good. That actually does allow you to traverse some high ground, so maybe you can do some sneaky stuff with that.
Could be a big traversal.
For what it's worth, I do believe Aid actually did take that on Havana. For what it's worth, he didn't take the 300 over health on the artillery.
Yeah, I think that the nade perk is actually really good. Having that extra mobility and lacking in the self-damage as well, while not the most important thing, can be important. We should be heading in soon once we have some ping issues sorted out between our teams. Here we... Oh, bye. 1-1 here at OWCS Korea playoffs. One spot remains in OWCS Asia main event. T1, the only partner team from Korea not to make it yet. Wei stands in their path.
I appreciate that you didn't go for the low-hanging fruit of Wei stands in their way, so 10 points to Gryffindor for you for that one.
Thank you very much.
This is honestly based on sort of pre-match predictions, pre-match expectations, the interview we had between Pepe and Rush as well in terms of where their expectations were, both quite conservative in their score lines. Pepe saying 4-3, Rush saying 4-2 in terms of who was going to win. Obviously, they're praying for their own team to win, and now we stand at a standstill of 1-1 after 2 maps. I do want to say, though, T1 had a higher likelihood of actually winning Havana given how that map transpired. Wei clutched their way through, and for T1, that's a little unacceptable for them because they were just so close and faltered ever so slightly, couldn't quite get past some of the individual prowess, some of the individual, pop-up potential mechanics of their key members. This is what we trust players like YU to do, and oftentimes like Aid as well. And it's particularly interesting because what Aid was able to do on the Widowmaker, that's normally what you would expect out of a player like Proud, who maybe a little annoying that he didn't get to quite play the Widowmaker there. They're playing a far more standardized game, taking very few risks today, not seeing the Donglak ball come through. Maybe a potential we'll see the Donglak ball come through on this map right now. Another thing to mention is we have not had a Viper sub out for 2 maps in a row. So they are about to play all 3 maps with Viper. Now, I don't think Viper is an issue, but I think it's interesting to point out they spent the majority of the season not playing Viper, playing Zest as their starting flex DPS, and now, curiously for the playoffs, Viper is starting and Zest is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I'm going to run back my thoughts about Rush during the coach interview, not feeling seemingly overly ecstatic about the team's performance so far. Maybe bringing in Viper in place of Zest here was part of an attempted shake-up from T1 to try and find some better juju moving in. Going to head in to Numbani real shortly. Here's a quick recap of our bans. It's going to be Hazard and Anna.
So, first ban coming through from T1 onto the Ana. I did say there's a potential for the Diva ban to come on in. We had a long discussion about how worthwhile that would be for the long run. Notably, Marco had a pretty good performance on the Ana, on Havana, so this could be a targeted ban. Anas are typically never a throwaway ban. You do sometimes see a throwaway ban coming on in for that first ban. Actually, mostly for the second ban. Never on an Ana, though. One of the most favorable bans, or the most important bans, significant bans you can get, is not a throwaway ban. This is a targeted ban for sure. This is a ban that will enable the ball. This is why I lean a little bit into the ball theory. If Donglak wants to play the ball, you want to get rid of some of the ball counters. One of those counters, Ana is probably the strongest ball counter right now. But the Hazard being banned away is also quite curious because that is a strong choice for a player like Donglak, especially on Numbani. What does he play now?
Ball theory go crazy for now. Donglak covering over Drone Queen, but of course an attacker spawn. It doesn't. No, the Bastion's back. I mean, maybe it's
really
fine.
it is. It's a combo with the Malga. I think we've mostly seen it being played as a combination with the Malga. Set up those dual ultimates. Does have a decent amount of pressure over towards the opponent's tanks, and now has a lot of healing as well. If you can get to that level 3, and we've really not seen much of that healing come on through. At least it's not been super obvious. Now here it is. It is going to end up being the Donglak ball. I think the other option is going to end up being the Malga. Curiously, Pepe is going to start on the Malga now. If Pepe loses high ground control, if Wei loses high ground control, that should be the first priority for T1, is to force Pepe down. Donglak's going to go towards Diva. So like I said, Diva is a strong choice here, but I thought it would be Pepe playing the Diva, not Donglak.
Yeah, this is surprising here. Pepe, of course, going to be fairly easy to mitigate with the Diva during that defense matrix, going up against those double barrel.
Now back over towards the Malga. So
a little bit footsie back and forth.
Yeah, they're not looking for that one. They're going to try and brute force high ground. Malga into Malga. There's Lucio Juno into a Juno plus break.
They just smack at each other for a bit. Pepe's fallen down onto the low ground. Donglak finding a little bit of ease of survivability. He has to watch out for that whip shot at long range, not to get pushed too far off the edge. Marker falling low as well, forces them into cover.
And in these exact situations is where aid can pop off, because you have both Malgas running at each other. Suddenly the additional firepower in that close proximity of the Bastion adds a lot of value. Is that going to be the only kill? It is. Lee Sumin stomped down.
Tactical nuclear strike onto Lee Su-min, and bro did not wear his rad suit. Viper tearing through the opposition in these close quarters environments, but guess what? Who are you still alive? And that's a pocket hit from Marker. It's 3v2 at the moment, and who are you? Viper manages to find them huge clutches there as Marker's going to reset, and T1 take this in fairly short order.
Marker does not get the wave respawn of the team, which is going to impact Wave's ability to get the retake. It means they likely will not go for the retake. Very, very nice final late death onto Marker to secure T1 the first point. And they managed to do so in pretty expeditious time, given the fact that, like I said, Pepe, no ability to get back on the high ground once he drops down. T1 pushed way into the side room where it comes down to a battle of Genjis. And Viper actually gets the best of that battle where he got the most resets. Look at his ult charge here, already on towards the blade. He's going to get first ultimate here.
He's already got Drain on the Dragon Blade as well for additional survivability, getting that first perk just in time. Looking over. Oh, this silver disengagement tool's already used. Question is, do T1 want to try and keep their foot on the gas here while Wei have gone for disengage? Out comes the... He's already gone. My goodness, where did he go? This Viper's been stepped on. Someone called Pest Control, or maybe they already did. Who Are You has been reinforced here with the beam, yes, but it is already gone. And while it won't be too many killing blows with the Dragon Blade here for Who Are You, the remainder of the team has just been eviscerated.
And Proud gets all that done with no OC. Doesn't require the ultimate to be used. Open and drops in the sound barrier. Does not crucially catch Viper. Gets the 4. Defends against Who Are You. Does not allow Who Are You to get any value. And that was a blade supported by an orbital ray. So Wei now, I think what they were really missing there is, firstly, the cage would have been a huge difference maker for either of the teams.
Oh boy, am I going to feel silly about my Bastion Haterade after this massive artillery ultimate.
There's no combo though.
And it's nothing. Ah, there's the cage. Everybody caught within an attempt to stun. Now remember, with no mobility cooldowns for the Brigitte while caught in that cage, the shield bash is harder to deliver upon. Still Wei, they cash in the bank. 3 ultimates are used. Pepe's going to swap on over, and they have themselves a hold.
Yep. And this is a good time to swap as well, because as we get deeper in the map, I think the better the matchup really becomes for Sigma. And Donga doesn't even want to play the Malga into the Sigma either. Much prefer to go over towards the Ram. Did mention Ram at the start of the broadcast, start of the day. It's taken a little while for anyone to bring through the Ram. It's in response to Pepe going over towards the Sigma here as well. And curiously as well, I mentioned there's no aid Bastion artillery combo into the Malga of Pepe.
All right, Proud putting out a bunch of damage with this overclock. For now, Wei just stay in cover and try their best to conserve their health pools. But we're coming out of the last moment to try and get a contest out. Viper traded for Lee Su-min. Now only Marker's able to heal, and they're going to have to heal themselves somehow. Donghak's used for Nemesis form and just clobbers all who come off towards the point. Wei are white, and T1 have 4 minutes for last.
Yeah, that's a lot of time. I mean, we're looking at a pretty decent time back right now if they can just keep on pushing this one through with their advantage and just snowballing it in. One and Marker skewed themselves. Double orbitals available. Proud needs to be very careful here. This is the opportunity for T1 to get some movement, which would be stopped if even one player goes down.
Also that movement back there. It's Who Are You? Off angling right now. The Lee Su-min. Viper's already gone. Opener tries for a 4-person sound barrier, and it seems like the investment's working out. Aid's gone. Maka dragged down to the floor by the ravenous vortex as their organs sucked from their body. It's a brutal display from T1 as they continue to go forward.
And Pepe still just doesn't really know what he wants to play. Malga 1 minute, Sigma the next, and back over towards Malga, and another repeated situation where Viper down early doesn't catch the green HP from Opener's sound barrier, but the rest of the team, 4 members up, able to win that fight, disengage away from the artillery and then re-engage. Should be pretty easy for T1. Nothing to combo the artillery with, not expecting anything happening here.
Okay, another aesthetic ultimate from our favorite Omnic. Who Are You? For now, just going to play around the outside. Here comes the blade. Desperately wants for Juno for Ravenous. Vortex gets in the way as well, but a nice turnaround. And a finish off from Marker. Gives over a reset here after the kill of Proud. Not going to be getting too much off the back of it, but Marker finds many final blows here on the Juno.
Really important for Wei. In a tough situation and a final kill. I think, yeah, this should definitely be the one. Donga is likely going to just stagger himself here by not dying very quickly.
What is this?
He's even got a ult. Is he going to live here? No, he's dead. Goodbye.
You better be swapping, brother. You better be swapping.
think there was opportunity to get the punish there where maybe Pepe overstepped right for T1. I don't think it's because they want to swap. I think they actually looked to potentially punish. He swapped anyway. To be fair, I think Ram into Malgo is not amazing anyway, so there is the swap opportunity in there anyway, but I think Pepe also did overstep, so T1 coming out of spawn possibly could have gotten that kill.
Hey, yo, check the tank upgrade. Now it's all nades all the time here for Raiders. Finally hit their power spike. A late game A carry, let's call it. As Donghak heads over, that's quite the leap and the delivery. Oh, Viper gets his head taken off. Just gets squashed underfoot by Pepe. He's a lot flatter than he used to be. And T1 are going to be shoveling him off the pavement.
No sound barrier available this time from Opener to save the day, and what a Suzu coming through from Lee Sumin as well. Perfectly timed to prevent Viper from getting enough slashes to get the reset in position for then Pepe to stomp on his head. So had Viper gotten that kill, dashes away, Pepe's in the wrong spot, and then T1, a very different fight with double support ultimates online. Pepe running all the way through the team, gets out of dodge.
Unstoppable. Here comes the Ray. Lots of damage to try and deal with. Skew gets even more HP off the back of that sound barrier. And Pepe and Lee Sumin already gone. Aid desperately tries to put themselves on card just to stall it out for a second. A lot of the time bank's been drained here over 4 minutes, but T1 are moving.
That is a late death as well. Open actually gets traded. That's ridiculous from Who Are You. That really impacts T1's ability to finish the map. Because now Who Are You's going to respawn before Opener can rejoin. Proud needs to pop off.
Donghak has themselves a cage as well. Proud's already popping off. You can leave that cage to the back. We don't need that. We've got me. Proud finally showing off what he can do on the Sojourn. It feels like it's been a bit of a slow start to the series, one of our premier hit scans, but finally shows their teeth.
That could have been tricky. That could have been really, really rough because Opener going down that early. One support skewed, low HP as well, but Noah critically saving the cage for that final fight. Offering the shielding up, offering the fact that anybody engaging would get caught in that cage. But Proud just snipes them all down. OC up and available. No one really there to... Well, there certainly wasn't a full 5-man recontest from Wei. But what a play, because if that doesn't work out, I think Wei actually holds C. There's no cap.
I reckon you're right. However now, Wei's fate is in their own hands. It's a considerable time bank for T1. Just completing Nambani at all at moments seems to be a considerable task, especially against these stalwart Malga compositions. Donghak might be returning to that Ramatra for some greater survivability by crossing your arms and saying, no, my gamer pose defends me from your silly bullets.
Oh, I considered the Diva for a moment, by the way, and I wouldn't have blamed him. Another situation where it is just a strong opening choice. He's going to go for the Ram. The problem with this choice is that Wei being the attacking team have respawn advantage for choosing the right composition to counter, and Donghak's going to reveal his hand super early. It actually doesn't matter. Even if he held his hand and tried to hide and prevent himself from being seen, it wouldn't have made too much of a difference. He is under pressure.
Wow, Donghak immediately catching some hands here. But does manage to disengage fairly safely here. T1 will keep all of their players alive for a moment longer. Aid almost got that rail. A well-placed shot here, and the follow-up from Who Are You just needs to hit the shurikens. Proud tries to defend himself with Disruptor Shot, gets it done. And Who Are You just going to back away for a second to grab themselves a health bag. But while they're engaging in the sideshow, Wei have lost their front line.
And they punish Who Are You. Oh, they like to, but they're not sending in enough people. Skewed going by himself. Okay, he is marking it for Viper to eventually get that tight down. Lee Sumin on the opposite side of the map as well. So, yeah, another reset. That's first minute gone, but more importantly, we'll give T1 some ultimate advantage to play through. Minimal, but it's there.
Minimal, but real. Just chilling out for now.
Swapping, by the way. Lee Sumin also swapping over towards the Kiriko from V-Brig.
Might be hoping to try and join Who Are You on some of these dives. There's the off-angle pressure. Oh, Viper overrun from far away. Here's some healing delivered though, so Viper is not going to be in too much danger. Who Are You has eyes right now on the Lucio. Doesn't want to commit to this one though. It's already been spotted out. Instead, a new angle, a new plan, and a new approach onto the Juno. What a pick! The biggest one that could have been asked for. Wayne needed a hero, and Who Are You is here to deliver. Oh,
the opposite is true. The opposite is true. Viper is traded for his own life-killing market. Where do we go from here? Donghak trying to get out of dodge. Don cannot go down. Who Are You is always on the extremities, ready to take down fleeing players. And that's probably enough to cap, because without Donghak, you cannot re-engage. He was the one player that could not have afforded to die at that point. But you have T1 failing to mark who are you, who gets into the backline, goes onto a very long flank, has a mechanic to drop onto any player on the backline and get that execution with very little warning.
Mr. Reliable on the Genji, continuing to find fights for Wei. And now we'll be able to have even more support on these off angles due to Lee Soo-min being able to wall climb after him and try and play that same angle.
Now we're starting to get into some big ultimates here. T1, first and foremost, they need to pull trigger first. They have everything to play through.
Oh, well.
Man, they can't afford that.
He's just standing there buffly. Didn't pop the annihilation in this case. Skewed was not able to deliver enough healing. T1 just sent scurrying back into the sewers.
That is unfortunate, because T1 about to lose their ultimate advantage. There's a very specific timing here. Yes, Donghak did get stunned briefly, but there was still a window where he could have popped Annihilation. If he trusted his team, probably should have just trusted himself to pop Annihilation in that moment to stay alive.
Trust wasn't there. That could be an issue. It's a long series. Plenty of time to build it. Aids already got themselves an overclock ready to go here. Who's going to be the first to move? It's going to be Ray's exchange. Donghak tries to keep everyone from following up on that Ray using the Annihilation. It's good use of the Ramatra ultimate. However, Wei also losing Lee Soo-min. Don't think they're going to be able to do the push and pull here. It's back to the drawing board.
It does allow T1 just a little bit more space to play through, and most importantly, to back on out, because you know Pepe's going to go for the cage play next, and you wouldn't want anybody to get caught in. Donghak is likely going to end up being the target, the easiest play that has no movement to run away from cage.
Marker super low already. Proud hitting that headshot at long range, but not finding the final below. Oh, Aid. Where did he go? The second that he popped, the overclock was just donked by Viper with some shurikens.
Yeah, finally they get some positive ult trade, because otherwise T1 are just throwing ults into the wind. Yes, they're getting time. Yes, Wei having to reset every single time T1 pop an ult, and Wei don't want to engage. But this time they actually get something out of it.
Kitsune rush all in, trying to take out Donghak already. His shield's been burned. Viper in towards the back, grabs Aid. Anything more than this? Who are you on the other side? Also blading. It's massive performances from both the Genjis. But for now, they're just going to tap at each other. Good healing coming in from Lee Soo-min. Who are you? Wins an unfair fight, but in the end, it's the scorecard that'll matter. It's going to be a desperate attempt to try and touch here as Donghak swaps over onto Amalga. Should be able to run on forward to contest this one, but the will isn't there.
Doesn't have enough backup. Viper still respawning, I believe. Maybe just need a little bit more time to catch up with the rest of the team. Yeah, you thought Viper had that fight locked down with how well he played on his blade. Well, you did the exact same thing on the opposite side of the map. And now time is still looking strong. Wei can finish here for sure. Now, I don't think they're going to finish with enough time to force T1 into a draw-only scenario. Likely, we're going to see both teams into time bank phase with just minimal time. Wei should finish though.
Likely going to a second round. Donghak going down first again. This can't be a trend here for T1. Donghak needs the support where he's playing. Who are you? Grab Skewed. Openers down as well. Yeah, it's a big stomp. Proud's going to be fun at business end of that.
Marco will take a little bit of time to come back. That gives T1 a window. They getting just one kill. You can't overstate how important that is, especially the one play that actually had an ultimate. Imagine if Wei could pop the orbital ray right now. That could be lights up for T1 with nothing to use. Donghak's low again. They need to save his life.
This time they do. Donghak can't afford to be the first pick again. Here's the speed and the ray. All in alpha strike here from Wei. They just really want to try and find themselves some picks. Aid's getting aggressive on this angle. The healing should be good though as Scoot brings out their own. A big stomp maybe. Pepe's found Proud. A good deflect keeps Huayu's blade at bay. And Scoot managed to find a straight shot to take out the errant Genji. They need to keep themselves on point as Aid has the railgun. The damage overwhelming. And the time bank, it's meaty, Kev.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing here for Wei is they haven't locked out T1 from being able to also have a time bank. So T1 finishing with 29 seconds basically means they will be able to push themselves up to that 1 minute. Wei can't clear enough of a gap to really stop T1. 1 minute to 2:42 though is basically triple the amount of time. T1 are lucky they managed to get a little bit of time on their own. If they only capped an OT with 0 seconds, this is basically map over. This was the opening play. When we saw in the replay just there, who are you with a big flank, finds the Juno of Skew straight away. That entirely locks out that A point. And then you look over towards the B. Donghak dying when he did. Not being able to really regroup in time. Who are you going absolutely large on the Genji blade to match, and then some on top what Viper was able to deliver. with a late kill onto Viper, preventing T1 from re-engaging on towards B. These things are critical to allow Wei that extra time to use.
8 popping off on Sojourn as well. The Bastion Hater League truly are thriving with this new data set. And looks like that's going to be the case once again here on the defense. A does not want to stick with this one for too long. No. Of course, we're going into extra rounds now, so everyone's going to start with their level 3 perks, I do believe. It's going to be fully kitted on the approach.
Now, I hate to say this, but it is still quite durable. 242 is a lot of time compared to 1 minute, but sometimes it's not enough time still for Nambani. Given that the case, though, we do actually see the fact that I think both teams were able to get past A without too much issue. This is what Donglak and T1 were thinking about doing at the start of this map, but they held off from it. They played everything else except for the ball. They thought about the ball, decided to opt for the Malga eventually. A little bit of diva flotation in there as well, in terms of the hero choice.
Oh, the shepherding of Wei.
Too much setup time here. This is the problem with the ball. Ball requires setup time, and you only have 1 minute, and the ball's still making its way through the map.
Oh, the sticky disruptor. That's going to stick with Donghak for a while. Yes, he'll be able to pick up the Mega, and that'll give 350 HP with the Pack Rat perk. Proud now going to make the move alongside Skewed. They need to be seen. Proud has eyes on Aid. Going to go through a follow-through. Gets the sticky disruptor. And they are going to trade each other out off the back of that one. Now it's down to Viper, the one to try and clutch it out. It's overtime right now. Who are you? Super Low, the wins it out. Open is the one to finish this one. One froggy boy to try and take it home. Proud swaps over on to the Tracer to try and make something happen here. Donghak's gone down. They don't have the meat to make this happen. Opener just can't stand in front of double miniguns. Proud's going to be able to dance around on point for a moment. What is it but an amusing sideshow? Bread and circuses for the people to try and stop the riots in the streets. But the riot right now is going to be in the T1 coaching camp as their map pick is now play for a draw.
It was 1v1s across the board with their counterparts as well. We saw the Genji into the Genji. Viper unfortunately fell in that battle. Proud and Aid trade each other's lives. You'll call that one even. Donghak goes down to Pepe. They weren't playing the same hero, but they were in the same role. Even the two Kirikos going for the 1v1. Undecided on that one as well because the TPOAs. But at the end of the day, not enough time. Too much time required to set. That's the downside of playing ball. You just spend half of your 1 minute time bank waiting for Donghak to get in the right position, and then catches a sticky disruptor shot, has to go for a health pack, has to reset, and then suddenly you're into OT. You only had 1 push. You could have had 2 on a different comp or on a faster setup. And in this situation, just the 1, and the 1 wasn't good enough. You need way better opportunity, way better picks, superior picks, not just 1-to-1 trades for T1 to get anything done there. And now they have to wait for a draw. They have to rely on the potential of getting a draw.
Yeah, they bet it all on ball, and unfortunately it came up square hole. Now Wei, they have so much luxury here. Like, knowing they only need to pick up a single third, they can play for a bunch of ultimates if they like. They can go for a quick punch in the face. There's so many options in terms of tempo available.
Yeah, they can pressure out the point, force low ground straight away. I don't think Donghak is going to have high ground control for very long. We talked about the same thing Pepe experienced. Starts on high ground as Amalga, dropped down very quickly, can't get back on that high ground. It was even chased down by Donghak when the tables were turned. This time Donghak's on the defense. I haven't seen an Ashe on this map just yet. Pepe, oh, stopped on Donghak, just gets the kill!
Oh, the worrying trend has returned. Goodbye, Donghak. Viper's down as well. Aid slams that one. This should be a clean sweep. My goodness, who are you is just tearing through them. And all Proud can do is watch as the rest of his team is consigned to an early grave. On the map pick of T1, our last remaining partner team here in Korea who haven't made it to Asia, find themselves on the back foot. Wei, 2-1.
And you'll look at Havana and you'll say, probably T1 should have won that considering the circumstances, but Wei just clutched one out. Here on Nambani, it was all Wei. T1 were just behind on this map. They really didn't have too many winning situations. They were consistently behind. Their time bank was consistently worse. They were being outplayed individually. When you thought one of their players was popping off, somebody else on the opposite side was popping off even harder in equal trades. You get to the time bank, 1 minute, ball gamble. And unfortunately, they bet on the wrong hero. The house won once again, 2-1. We'll see where the score goes after this break.
I'm in danger. That was T1 after Nambani, their own map pick being taken away from them in quite explosive style by Wei. Yeah, we went to extra rounds, but T1 kind of fumbling the minute they had for an attack on setup and shepherding and unable to break the Wei core, whereas Wei, they just punched T1 in the face and, well, it was an absolute haymaker.
A tough call there. T1, at least they made it to the time bank, but it got ugly there. Not enough time to really get anything done. Put it all on the ball, and it does not pay off for them. At least they get past the hybrids and the escorts. If they really won Havana, that would be a very different situation where they got to take away one of Wei's maps, and then Wei gets to take away one of T1's maps. Now T1 get another opportunity. However, as we move further forward into the series, for better or worse, there's not really that many other maps where there are clear advantages for either team as far as the map is concerned. And we didn't even really see that come through in a big way on Numbani either, you know. Diva could have been a bigger factor than it was, but at the end of the day, we just saw a lot of the Malga coming on through, and honestly, that might not change for New Queen Street. This is actually a pretty reasonable ball map. So I wonder if now both teams are like, you know what, we both have ball players, maybe we'll just lock it in, maybe we'll just both play ball here.
Yeah, why not? If both teams can be balling. Admittedly, bringing in the ball player for the side of Wei does require a substitution, as Milgaru is their designated ball player, whereas at the moment it's been Peppy since Antarctic Peninsula. And well, since Peppy came in, it's been Wei all the way down. We also have Zest, who's sitting on the bench at the moment for T1 in place of Viper. Maybe they want to bring Zest back in, as they played him for a majority of the regular season.
Which is why it's very strange now that they decided to put Viper in. And to be honest with you, early on, Viper was doing fine. Zest has in fact been subbed in now. Yes, he is here. We saw him in the walkout as well. What does he play better than Viper? Well, that question is really up in the open, because they play realistically the same heroes. I mean, they have... I would really struggle to identify what exactly is the difference between these two players. It's probably something a little bit more intangible on the team side, the communication side, maybe a leadership thing there as well. But Zest is seeing the majority of playtime here. I wouldn't really expect Zest to really change what T1 are doing in terms of composition. Perhaps he'll bring something a little bit more to the Genji battle versus who are you, as I do expect that to continue.
I'm going to roll my D20 on a very unlikely prediction here. I think that Zest might be here for more objective play on the Tracer, since we're on push. Obviously, we might just see more Genji. Who are you is rarely going to be pushed off of that hero, and Viper is matching them most of the time. Zest does have an excellent Genji as well as a pretty good Tracer. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more objective focus here from T1, trying to peel that away when we're in the middle of these more sporadic fights.
Might be a better map for Tracer. Viper is a pretty decent Tracer himself. As we take a look at the bans. Okay, so the ball is gone, and that was the question mark, right? Like, we have ball players in here. Do we want to make the ball happen? I think for Wei, they don't want to sub out Peppy. They're winning with Peppy. Subbing out Peppy would be really strange. Although this would have been a pretty decent map for the ball, so they just held it. They're like, you know what, we'll just ban the ball. That could have maybe been prevented if T1 opted for a tank ban first, which protects the ball.
Yeah.
But that does not come on through. They opted for the Kiriko ban, which I don't know if that's a really super valuable ban. Yes, Lee Sumin does play that. Could be a targeted ban towards Lee Sumin. I think it will really come down to what is being shown here. Hazard is now back on table for both teams. It's probably more likely a Dongak pick than a Peppy choice. Ram and Orisa are both fine here as well. Winston is actually pretty decent here.
Yeah, I like Winston here on New Queen Street. For T1, it's do or die now. Admittedly, they're not up at match point yet, but they don't want to be giving away more of their map picks. Of course, after 5 maps, we are going to be able to reset our pool, so you'll be able to go back to maps like that. Watchpoint Gibraltar. Question is, are we going to get there? Because Wei could close it out in a 4-1 fashion.
In Queen Street, Dongak hovering Hazard. Something that I think he's been wanting to play just a little bit in this series so far. Has been kind of prevented from doing so. Definitely on that last map. Peppy, the Malga's been working. No reason to swap. this could realistically end in another Malga mirror. We actually might secretly be in a Malga meta.
Stealth Malga meta.
I mean, Zeta and Falcons have been playing Malga too. We might be in a stealthy Malga meta. We'll see how this progresses. Zest is coming in for the Fire. And now we ask the question, what is the differential here? It may end up being the Fire because we haven't really seen the Fire yet from T1 in this matchup. I haven't had a chance to play it.
Yeah, only temporarily came out from Viper on that Nambani defense, and, well, it was instantly eviscerated. There's no other way to put it. Bro did not have any blood in their veins, and control of the bot already has gone the way of Wei, being able to hold this space much more effectively with the Malga, whereas the Hazard a lot more bursty when it comes to being able to take that.
Well, you low. First meterage on board for Wei, but they lose a player. That's the cost. Pepe now taken down as well.
Oh, wow. Already plenty done here. Raid just going to be desperately dashing to escape. And, wow, early positioning there from Wei, punished by T1.
T1 still don't have really enough to build up on just yet. Luciman now going over towards the Ana, which actually might end up being a bit of a target here. That could be a mistake. Look out for that a little bit later on. The one player that really has no mobility, that requires protection. There's no Brig here to really bodyguard the Ana. And until your Ana gets the double nano, and even then that requires an ultimate, just susceptible to everything.
8 taking a bunch of damage there off the back of a rail headshot. And at the moment, just going to be a little bit of taxation trolling onto the bot. It's Pepe who has to try and keep this contested. Oh, an unfortunate miss on the bot grenade. That could be a big opening for T1 to try and punish that wayward Ana. And indeed, it is Lee Sumin falling super low. Who are you? Does manage to ward away Zest. Keep their own Ana safe for a moment longer. And T1 are just going to scatter to the winds as they lose their aerial threat.
2 of their supports going down to critical health, basically 1 HP there. Both Lee Sumin and Marker at various times, and neither of them finished off, both protected eventually. Proud now going to try and make this one work. Overclock in hand. Has he got any targets? I don't know what he's shooting at right now. Here we go, 1 player down.
All right, it's going to be the beam used as well for that additional damage and healing. Staying power for Proud, but is there enough staying power on Wei to sit before this overclock? It seems like they managed to weather most of the storm. Marker, however, is going to be 2v1'd, and T1 managed to continually manufacture these unfair duels.
Wei is still looking for an ult opportunity here. This should be potentially now point capture as well. Wei not in a position to really stop this. You need to see Pepe in position right now. They're still waiting for Lee Sumin. Remember, late to swap onto the Ana, so no nano. This is a tricky place for the Fire to play as well, given that you just don't have the same ability to hide around geometry. Very close off, and he's caught in the small room.
Oh, the wiggle barrage attempt there from Zest to try and have a little bit of an advantage against Who Are You, but the accuracy too good against that slowed Farah. And now Who Are You able to grab themselves a little bit of extra drain on that Dragon Blade. Position gained.
And I don't think they capped as well. I think they were just barely off the cap, slightly. And Wei are in a situation where they didn't have to use any ultimates for that. That was so cheap for them. That's not ideal for T1. You want to be in a situation where even if you lose a fight, it's going to have to cost Wei resources. It didn't cost them anything.
Oh, a
that's an
headshot
Ajax,
at range.
I think. Yep.
Opener. Where did your ult go? Who Are You took it and he put it in his wallet. And I don't know if Bro even saw Vest. Got him by the toes with the slash. And this should be a cap.
That got closed instantly. First Ajax of the playoffs so far. Who Are You says, that's mine. As well as several other players. 3, no, it was actually 4 at the end there. Disaster for T1. Is this how they're going to go down in this series? I mean, yeah, this is a BO7 FT4, which means even with 3 points on board for Wei, it's not quite over for T1, but this is just going so poorly for them. It's getting ugly.
It's dangerous. Who Are You already under siege? Where is that guy?
Oh, the deflect.
No, you with the root. Oh, slept out of a guard as well. Donghak is just getting cyberbullied from every single direction. Somebody call Bully Hunters. This man needs to be rescued.
Every play T1 are trying to make, they're just getting counted. Donghak's probably going to swap now. I don't know if he's comfortable in this matchup anymore. Hasn't quite gone for that swap, so they're going to try and keep this one going, but now they're seriously losing distance. There it is. Malga into Malga. The Hazard is losing value. He's getting his ultimates deflected. He's getting slept as well. Opener gets shot one more time. This is just so bad for T1.
Donghak's already antied as well. Caught in a cage. You can't walk out.
They're at risk of being capped out.
Even with the with the rake here as well, skewed up against the world. This is disastrous.
T1. This is a grand fall for T1. They had already struggled in this season. dropping down to the last chance qualifier. At least they come through strongly on that. And look at this. Wei don't overstay their welcome. Respect being given. They see Proud pop the overclock and Wei just disengaged. 122. It could have been a full cap out. T1 prevent that from happening because Wei, they don't need to risk it. Just play a safe game. You don't need to cap out the map. 122 is probably enough meters now that T1 are going to end up losing this map.
No need to greet it. Zest heading in towards the back, trying to do what Viper could not. They're all over the Ana. And Who Are You so low as well, but Who Are You dashes out and claims the life as he does so. Yes, Opener finishes this one, and Proud manages to grab even more. And that might be what T1 need to get a little bit of stability.
And this is going to get really interesting now because Opener even stops the break just to deal with Who Are You. But in a way, I think that maybe cost him a little bit. Where Peppy doesn't mind the fact that Brig is out. Another available target for him to stomp into. Something Brig is very susceptible to. Unless you have the shield bash available. But with 4 minutes left and no real fight wins, no real ability to kind of get some distance on your payload. You're not winning these fights comfortably. Proud needs to get something, but he's punished. Is he dead? Barely
Nasty
alive.
anti. Aid pops the overclock. Whoever dares to peek him is going to be in real danger. For now, all we can see was a tank going into Proud once again. Needs to connect the shot. Both of them go wide. Peppy had already scared them off the angle. T1 have lost their control of the bot, yes, but forward spawn hasn't been gained once again. Backing off now from the rally. Proton torpedoes come on through. An exchange once again of disruption. I'm getting a weird sense of deja vu here between Proud and Aid. And the bot's once again moving. Skewed can't stop it in place. It's just moving in to try and take some cover. They are executed by Who Are You?
They just couldn't get a trade. Marco was 1 HP, but just couldn't get a trade. Who Are You's dicing around. He's going to play of the match. If this goes all the way, in terms of Wei winning the series, Who Are You's definitely going to play of the match. He's been able to destroy every opponent put in front of him. If this is a Genji matchup, Who Are You is not losing it. And now once more, they can cap the map. 3 meters left. Touches enable, but look at the ult.
How much does T1 have to put in to try and deal with this? The blade is available. Many people caught within the cage. Proud is down. No one else is there. They can't even go in and touch. A full capture brings Wei 3-1 in a brutal display. T1 have been absolutely ousted twice in a row on their own map picks.
Yeah, it wasn't even bad anymore. Now it's just ugly. When I say it's not bad, I mean it's worse than bad. It's far worse than just bad. It's simply ugly at this point. You start seeing what's happening for T1. The Ajaxes are coming on in. Every player is getting a diff. Donglak's trying to solo ult plays in side rooms and getting his downpours deflected. I mean, to be fair, that's a pretty simple thing. Most Genjis are doing that. The point is, T1 aren't getting anything done. They can't win any of these fights they want to. They had some really good initial control, got near the opening cap, tried to get that cap done through. Trying to remember actually how they lost that situation as well. I believe someone just got picked and they had to back out. 3-1 guys, match point. We'll see what happens after this break.
Match point away. T1 are up against it. Our last remaining partner team that has not made it to OWCS Asia. And they have to win 3 maps in a row if they've got any chance of doing it, Avril. They are in some serious peril.
If this was a standard BO5 game, it would be a reverse sweep requirement. And at this point, we're going to have to reset the map pool as well. If T1 can bring one more map back in there, it's going to have to be the Flashpoint. Doesn't really matter what they go to. I think both teams are fairly proficient at both here. But once we reset this map, the issue is they do not get to pick the maps. So losing here, it's a tough point to lose at because if you win here, even if you win, we get to then choose a map from anywhere in the map pool that we haven't gone to yet. Any map in the entire map pool that has not yet been played. And you know what I think they should immediately go to? Just go straight to Rialto, force that signal situation one more time. It's tough. So we're talking about a situation where it is a serious mountain to climb now for T1. Now, they have the capability. They have the player skill to do so. But what I saw on New Queen Street was not it. And that's even after substitution. They thought maybe we'll just reset the mental a little bit, bring in another player, see how he fares against Who Are You. And Who Are You is not interested. He destroys all challenges.
Don't care. Didn't ask. Bye-bye. Zest, I assume, is going to be staying in. Who knows? Probably got to be the case. Like, it might actually just destroy Zest as a person to come in for one, get their lunch money taken by Who Are You, and then instantly get subbed out for Viper again after a season that T1 have had. So it might just be a welfare check on Zest for them to stay in. We do, of course, have our bans to be decided as well. It is another T1 pick, so we should get first ban, and with that comes a bunch of tactics. Oh, yep. Get rid of Who Are You's Genji. We are done with that, bro.
Yep, well, this will be the only time they can ban it out. Look, you want to be able to take a map. You would rather be able to do this now and ensure the map than to try and gamble anything else. Just get a map win. That is so important for T1 right now, that they are not even in a privileged position to be thinking too much about future maps. So I think the better way to win this is to consider, like, how far can we delay the Genji ban until we have to do it? And actually, even under those circumstances, I'm not sure that there is a better place rather than now, because this is going to be another good Genji map. Another map where you really have to be considerate of the fact that this is the hero that's been kind of dominating you so far. It will probably continue to dominate you after the series, even if you do win this map, but at least you're going to have some level of confidence built back in, and that's all you need sometimes as a team. You want to get that pseudo reverse sweep in 3 maps in a row, one step at a time. Pull out your best bands, your best comps, your best players even. Zest is still in here. What are we going to see now? Is it time for Tracer? Is it time for even Torb or a Sim?
The distress signal has been sent. They're putting it all on the line. Only one map stands between T1 and Stage 1 Oblivion. It could all come down to a flashpoint. Let's hop in. I lied.
Wow, what a liar.
I simply spread misinformation, Kev. That's on me. A British guy lying? Who could have thought it?
What a Weasley little... Weasley! That's a reference. You have to have some real internet brain rot to get that reference. Okay, so we have some tech issues. Really sad time to have a tech issue right as we got baited into getting into the game.
Oh, this would be a great chance for us to plug some of the technical stuff going on with OWCS at the moment. We've got exclusive drops here on Esports and with our partnered co-streamers. So check out where you can get the exclusive drops. We've also got supporter streamer going on in Overwatch. Yeah, you've got supporter streamer going on in Overwatch as well. You can give 2 subs to get a rainy day Tracer skin. I recommend twitch.tv/Avril. Check it out.
It's crazy, but I've somehow managed to find out a way to both cast this match and co-stream at the same time. The technology was there. The technology was there. So we out here as right now. It should be go time. I think Wei are feeling confident. I was saying that this is going to be a pretty coin flip match. I didn't expect Wei to be this far ahead. T1 slipping. Chance for them to catch their breath and get back into the mix. Here we go.
They better be fighting. Otherwise, it's over. 3-1. Wei are in a commanding position. If Peppy plays the ball, that would be incredibly BM, but I don't think it's going to be the reality when Miyogaru is on the roster right now.
So it's going to be Malga again. This is what we're going to end with. I think we're in a situation where trying to play anything but Malga has just not landed correctly for these teams so far. So Malga it is. Farah back in the mix as well. So the question ends up being, okay, so what are we playing now that there's no Genji? Who are you defaults to the Torb? One of his other defaults has been Tracer so far. Does not opt for the Tracer. I think the Torb is just a little too strong in their matchup.
Yeah, Torb very good at containing these off angles. Of course, it's easy to spam down that turret with the Pharaoh, so a good pre-pick here. And just a little bit of ring around the Rosie. Some do-si-do between Wei and T1 here. Playing for that first cap. Wei touch point first.
Actually, Aid going Ash here is a little bit tricky as well because I think you lack a lot of the flexibility the Soj will give you. You're a huge target as well, and guess what? Donglak knows it. I can't get the kill though. Aid is a little slippery.
Yeah, can't secure it. Who are you? An Aid super low though. Peppy exactly the same. Marker just doesn't have the sightlines right now. And Wei actually managed to sneak away the point in the midst of all of this. So they've already got themselves 23%. This needs to be a priority recapture here from T1. And was that Peppy who just ran past? Yeah, there we go. Going to be moving in to get a quick contest. Giving Aid some room to work with here. Peppy's super low. Exiting
so
once
low.
again. Finally, the flip comes through.
T1 just can't secure these kills. Surely Aid goes down here. They need somebody. 1 HP lives. Peppy will be the first target. Finally, and Aid caught. That'll be the flip. That'll be a decent number of kills here as well. Humongous cleanup. That's what needs to happen for T1. So charge their ultimates here. I think it's going to be a wave respawn, 4-way, and they'll be able to, yeah, overtake that 42. 42 pretty easy to overtake on the scoreboard. Oh my god, marker down.
Oh, an early attempt at a mugging. Crowd pops the overclock and should be able to absolutely rinse their way through Wei. And there we are, 50% gathered.
I still have an opportunity. It's going to have to be a strong retake in here. Support ult's the name of the game. I don't know what Team 1 are going to be able to do against the Bob. I would like to see Zest or perhaps open and get a decent boot onto the Bob to knock him off the point, and so they have to deal with that. Aid nearly gets picked again. If Aid gets picked there, I think point's gone. Aid is lucky he lives.
Yeah, he survives. Down goes Donghag's shield. Oh, the barrage could be brutal. What a beautiful sandbarrier though from Lee Sumin. It's plenty of survivability, but against the levied power of T1, they just can't survive. Yeah, they could get through the barrage, but then you got to get through the cage, the beam, the rally, and all else. T1 finally get themselves some momentum.
It's a perfect cage. That's exactly what you want to see. And Peppy couldn't counter with his own cage either. There wasn't enough healing in there to prevent away from all dropping down. Barrage did enough. Sound barrier from Lee Sumin only catches, I think, 2. Due to the fact that the cage does split off their members. The members outside don't get anything, or I guess it depends on where the cage is placed. Speaking of cages.
Solo cage here. Onto the Brigitte. Peppy says, now opener, you ain't living this one. Tries to... Oh! Headbutt and in the go. That's an unpleasant bath right there for Donghak. He's going to be feeling dirty after that one.
Oh, wait. Off to another start here. Last time they had 42%. Couldn't quite flip it again. Well, this time T1 have nothing to really enter with. They will be relying on someone like Crowd to charge up a rail and find that shot, but in a hard neutral situation, a single shot won't be enough. You're going to need a little bit more help than that.
Just exchanging fire for a moment. Zest is nosed on that off angle. They may send someone in to try and destroy them, but at this point, they're in danger of being cut off by T1. Aid gets his head cut off by a rail at range. Who will use lost for turret as well. What? Leads him in with a flank. Unreal value out of a Kiriko here. Who will use to pop the overclock. He just backs away for about a moment. T1, though, yet to really capitalize on what's been gained.
Yeah, well, I think that's a huge saving play from Lee Sumin. If Proud doesn't go down there, he overclocks, and now you're talking about Wei losing out this point really quickly. And if T1 had been able to flip, Wei would not be in last fight territory, but they basically are now. So gigantic plays from Lee Sumin. Just needs to make sure he doesn't go down now. Half HP, still waiting for ultimates. All away, but just lacking in that regard.
Here's the Proud overclock, plenty of damage and healing as well, courtesy of the beam marker. Cast that up to the headshot. Who is going to be hunted down here, of course, as Proud delivers the final blow. Skewed gets out with just a little bit of HP, being able to survive that one. And Wei, well, not getting the full cap, are pretty close.
But T1 broke the piggy bank for that one. I mean, they were desperate. It was final fight, 98%. Nearly the OT. Wei are the ones that hold the ults now. You need to find some real value here. They're forcing the fight really far away from the point, which is really good for T1.
Yeah, good space and time gained here. Proud's fallen. The Aid has got 2 off the overclock. Unreal. Might be even to grab even more. The Brigitte forced to just move away. And with Brigitte as your only heals, it's going to be so difficult to come in here. We might actually have to call it. Touching is not on the cards for T1. Way just steal it out from under them.
Yeah, it's overwhelming ult percentage there. Overwhelming ult advantage for Wei. Proud going down. The one player that's been really able to keep up. Not just keep up, but outplay on the other side. I mean, taking Huayu off the Genji, as you notice, is taking so much power away from Wei. Oh, he's stunned for a little bit.
Oh, trying their best to avoid the goo on the floor. Who are you? Finds Donghak's cage off the back of this, which is uncanny. But it's an all-out brawl, and T1 seem to be walking away with the better side of it as Zest manages to deliver rockets, and Who Are You has gone Echo. Wait, was that some movement tech to suck themselves in with the concussive implosion? I dig it.
Yeah. Now, you have to sort of change your movement a little bit to deal with that, but Who Are You swapping is important because the Torb isn't getting any value. You're not countering any flankers here. It's just a hard brawl. You're just playing Torb brawl at the moment, trying to get some value off the turret, which is not happening given the fact that there's a Pharah in place. So what counters a Pharah? Going over towards the Echo. How good is the Echo for Who Are You, though? Big question.
Oh. Go time already. Esperanza gets absolute air. Nothing gained right there. Out comes the cage. Everyone dives on in. 4 players inside. The zoo animals are trying to break out, but unfortunately the park rangers have had enough of that one, and it's a quick flip in favor of Wei.
And Donghak at least got one there. 39 is not a lot to play through at all. Now it's opportunity for T1 to be the first ones ulting in, and they can get a nice quick flip as well. Particularly that Proud's been so sharp today, and he found himself another new target. I was going to say Who Are You, but it's actually going to be Aid. That's been so far the prime target for Proud.
The sharp edge might not have been Knife, might have been Proud all along. The overclock given over. Oh, Lee Soo-min biting off more than he can chew. Proud's got that overcharge on the rail energy as well, all the way up to 150, and Who Are You is feeling every single point of it.
You can see the confidence here given as well. Skew doesn't have to ult here. They know that Proud can get it done. Trust your teammate. Trust the star hit scan on your team. Best in class here. Taken down by Aid. Gets a little bit of retribution. That's going to be important because now Wei have the opportunity to get that flip back. They have Marcus ult coming in as well. Does T1 want to try and hold this one a little bit longer by dropping in the orbital right from Skewed?
Yeah, best in class, Bro might be going to summer school. Zest playing on the off angle, takes out Lee Soo-min, but is punished by Who Are You in turn. Out comes the beam here from Skewed. Can many people actually benefit off the back of it? It's a wave flip of the map here to try and steal away a little bit of objective progress. And Who Are You manages to find Opener. What was Bro doing out there? He was absolutely sailing out of the zone, erecting the shield. Donghak does his best to keep that last little shred of HP. Unreal, but Bro's done enough. He's done enough to flip it. Unreal from Donghak.
Yeah, it was just Marco. Marco's there. Lee Soo-min, the 2 supports, and no one else couldn't touch in time. Donghak on minimal HP, drops in the cage. A rare situation where typically you wouldn't see that. He just has no HP to play through. He should have been able to go down there, but the cage protected him for long enough that he gets rid of the copy from Who Are You. Trades his own life, prevents anyone from Wei from touching, and now it's 2-1 on the scoreboard for this map.
You want a 900 IQ play? I'll show you a 901 IQ play. Zest already taken down by Who Are You. Well placed with the focusing. Beam aids around the outside. Every angle belongs to Wei. They feel cheated of that last point, and they are keen to claim this one.
Yeah, tired of Proud getting these first picks. Aid will finally be the player twice in a row now, taking Proud down first. Now he's the one with the overclock in hand. You even see Lee Soo-min time and time again trying to get tricky on the sidelines, going a flank, taking down and targeting Proud. As you see there, just, you know, you take the double slide. You don't have the height to get on the high ground anymore, sadly.
Yeah, a little bit of a flat guy Friday, you know? Who Are You? Already down, flattened, in fact, by Proud. Peppy stunned out for a moment, and now T1 have control of the point, but they're yet to flip it. They just control the space in which it is existing. Zest lays out all the members of Wei via the barrage, and that's going to be a flip.
And Aid couldn't get a shot in there. He was really just left out to dry on the sidelines. His team was not able to make any space happen. Meanwhile, Proud was finding targets. Aid had the overclock, had the capability of just shooting through all of T1. There's no shields on T1 outside of Opener playing the Brig. Aid couldn't show up for it. Now it's Proud's turn.
Couldn't find the end of that one. Who Are You catching a touch of poke? Peppy has the cage ready to go.
Marcus there as well.
Early aggression, tries to catch the Brigitte, and indeed Opener is going to be a victim of that one. The reinforcement from the beam might have been enough. Donghack's already fallen down as well. Wei should be able to flip this one fairly easily now. It's just going to be the dregs of T1 getting a touch more percentage.
And a very sad overclock for Proud there is all blocked out by Pepe's shield. In fact, the only thing that Proud managed to get was the cage from Pepe. Dropped the cage, but once that was gone, the fight was already over. We've talked about this as well, but playing Brig does incur a bit of a risk here where it just offers another target for the Mauga, whether that's the Mauga to hard engage stomp on or the cage.
Aggressive play, double Mauga. Everybody's getting stomped on right now. Donghack does have a cage if they want to use it, but instead they're just going to try and hightail it to the point. I don't think there's even going to be time to get there as the remainder of T1 have been eviscerated. Donghack heads deep in, and now for T1 to survive in Asia, in Korea, they need to win this next fight.
It's do or die. One last point available to play. And for T1's chances of winning the series, all rests on this right now. Lee Sumin on a bit of a flank is going to get discovered. Is there enough in the bank here for T1? Can they get enough presence here? Can Who Are You shut down Zest, or is Zest going to get the better? No, it's going to be Proud.
Proud grabs it. Lee Sumin in no man's land now. Too far away to try and TP into someone else. Donkey actually falls down to the rail, but is going to be punished by Opener. Now that Juno needs to be taken out, they can't allow Juno to survive and keep this Mauga up. Opener's been found out by Pepe. It's that constant danger you talk about. Kev, Brig in front of the Mauga is just so dangerous. And it's not going to be a free cap here because Pepe can just waltz on up.
Yeah, well, this is where Proud needs to show up once more. Double DPS ultimates online for T1. Pepe looking over towards the cage. The cage has been problematic for both the DPS and T1 so far. Can it be again?
Oh, just managing to... No! Did Zest just barrage the outside of the cage and kill themselves?
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
he did.
No, not like this. Proud used their ultimate as well. T would have nothing to show for all of their resources, and Wei are sitting pretty. They're going to come in, go for a stomp. The rally pop now as well. Attempted a stun, but where did Opener go? Bro's made of paper. He was torn through. Wei, they are dominant.
They don't even need the Genji anymore. It's just Pepe right now. The Mauga's done so much. One cage to counter 2 DPS ultimates. And just saying it earlier, I felt in my bones it was probably going to happen here. Both the barrage and the railgun have a lot of problems getting through that cage. I mean, you can just barrage the cage to get rid of it, but if you just die to the self-destruct, to the self-damage, then what is going on here for T1? That can't be allowed to happen. Pepe hard engaging onto Opener, canceling the rally. 3 ultimates completely into the wind.
One last fight, one last chance, one last focusing beam. Who Are You? Can't quite find that one. Zest! Oh,
this could be it.
There goes the aerial battle. Now what can T1 do? They're doing it on demand. Proud has to be the one to make it happen. But Who Are You? Another headshot that flicks the aims. You can take him off the Genji, but you can't take him off the Who Are You? An unreal champion just bringing Wei all the way to the victory aid. Just doing their best to keep everyone at arm's reach. Who can touch? T1 are out of mulligans, out of dreams, out of privileges. The partner team is slain and the way is clear.
Genji or no, Wei still clear out T1. 4-1 here. Only missing out because of that opening map. Everything else after that was more and more clear that it was going to be Wei's victory. Options running out for T1. Faltering. And I mentioned this during New Queen Street. It went from bad to worse to straight up ugly. Things got so bad on New Queen Street to then try and attempt to bring it back with Servasa. An attempt they did. It was a good run of Servasa. Very tight towards the end there. But we started this journey with Wei having those clutch plays, starting on their first map victory, going on Havana, a map that, again, they probably should have lost. They ended up winning, and who was one of those guys that did all the clutching, starting on the map? None other than the best Genji of all time, and Who Are You?
Bro didn't even need to pull up his sleeves for this one, dispatching the partner team with only 2 of his lock-in maneuvers. And of course, being banned away from the Genji, that ain't gonna stop him. Bro pulls out the Torb. Okay, maybe it's a little bit of a mixed bag. The Echo, the aim is unreal. This guy, even so many years deep into his Overwatch career, is a mechanical monster.
Yeah, and always with both the neutral and also in the blades with the nanos. Without them, Lee Sumin also had some god tier pocketing onto Who Are You at various points here. Specifically, remember a couple moments where Lijiang just TPs onto Huayu, even at risk of losing his own life, just to keep him alive. But it wasn't just Huayu today. We had insane moments from Aid on the Widowmaker, couple moments on the Bastion, couple moments on the Sojin, even towards the end there. Pepe, gigantic plays all across the board. The Malga ended up being the winning recipe, and T1 couldn't stand up to it. They were not as good in the Malga mirror. That's what it ultimately comes down to. They were not as good in the Genji mirror. They dealt with that, but they still couldn't deal with the Malga. Pepe shutting down the entirety of T1's final few plays. 3 ultimates blocked. 3 important players down. Basically Pepe alone with that cage into the stop. Opener, taking a risk on the brig. Huge target for Pepe, and Pepe did not show any mercy there.
Oh man, it's tragic as well because we saw Donghak avoiding getting caught in the cage with the unstoppable run of the overrun, but the rest of the team just commits, and I mean, taking yourself out with the barrage on the cage is tragic. Here's look at the Who Are You highlight reel, and boys, it's going to be a long one.
There's so many plays. I mean, we didn't even catch some of the huge clutches on Havana, honestly. I think that there was more there on the B point, but so many plays. What do you actually choose at the end of the day? The only thing that started to look a little bit awkward is the fact that we saw him on the Torben. It didn't really do much, but as soon as he swapped in the Echo, it was just a different story. He started shutting down Zestafara, started putting in serious damage to the rest of the lineup as well, putting pressure on the Donghak through the beams. Copies on the Malga. I mean, if 1 Malga was a problem for Donghak and the rest of T1, how about 2 Malgas?
2 Malgas. You don't want someone with the mechanics of Who Are You trying to track with those double miniguns. Bro goes crazy. I was so impressed with what they managed to pull out with that Maga cage tech to try and cap the point. Here's a quick look at our Who Are You interview, gracefully translated by WDG.
네, 오늘의 마지막 경기 웨이가 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
오늘의 POTM은 겐지 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 후아유 선수죠.
네.
자, 웨이만의 색을 보여주겠다라고 사전 인터뷰 때 말씀을 하셨는데 바로 보여주셨어요. 창단 첫 시즌에 OWCS 아시아 티켓까지 확보해냅니다. 오늘 승리 소감 들어볼게요.
우선 오늘
All right, so let's hear your thoughts on victory is the question for Who Are You.
걱정을 했는데 다시
I'd
팀원들과
be
함께
shaking in my boots,
다잡고
personally.
이렇게 이기게 돼서 정말 기쁩니다.
네, 자 그렇습니다. 2, 3, 4세트 때 정말 정신이 혼미할 정도로 상대를 쥐고 흔들었거든요. 바스랑 마우가 그리고 소전 시그마로
Who Are You's thoughts of victory? I was worried from the beginning of today because the game wasn't going well, but I think I pulled together with my teammates and won. Yeah, very much. That first map was a little bit perilous. But Who Are You certainly found their vibe on map 2. That much is for sure.
이게 바스티온 얘기를 좀 해봐야 돼요. 이게 모래주머니냐 아니면 미끼냐.
Okay, question number 2 is, it looks like you did well in the mirror match. What was your strategy?
바스를 접고 이제 위도우메이커랑 소전이 나왔을 때 바로 이렇게 또 보여주셨거든요. 에이드 선수의 뭐 에임 연습이다, 손풀기다라는 이야기도 있었는데 어떻게 생각하신가요? 네.
우선 사실 저희가 연습 때는 바스티온 전략이 정말 잘 먹혔었는데
Actually, I didn't know that Bastion would do well. I don't know if that's a very diplomatic way of saying, well, when we weren't on the Bastion, we did quite well. This has been a big one for the Bastion haters.
절정이라서 그런 것 같습니다.
맞습니다. 하지만 오늘
Didn't think it would do well. I did not think it would do well, you know, to be honest.
Who could have known?
웃고 계시더라고요.
The strategy works well during practice. It's a scrims Bastion, Kev. It's a scrims Bastion.
Yeah. Cheeky scrims Bastion. Must have had Zephyr in for that one.
Yeah, they were scrimming some gold teams, I guess.
누가 봐도 POTM은 후아유다. 이미 예약해놨다라는 이야기가 있었는데요. 루시우 궁 자르는 것부터 막겐지 기강 잡았고요. 그리고 또 겐지 벤까지 또 이끌어내셨어요. 자, 본인의 전성기가 이번 시즌까지 이렇게 또 다시 핫할지 생각하셨나요?
이게 뭐 스크림 연습 때부터 늘 하던 거라 그럴 거라고 생각은 했습니다.
Did you expect your prime to continue this season? Great question there.
후아유 선수의 그 하이라이트 영상이
Because it does expire after 30 days.
True. Actually, I expected it because it's been like that since Scream. Was that the name of Who Are You's first team where he was scouted from?
since
근본이 있다 보니까
I thought he said scrim. It sounded like he said scrim to me, but
야, 역시 인간의
Maybe.
의지의 근본은 우리 호아유 선수가 아닐까 싶습니다. 자, 이제 곧 세미파이널에서 제타 디비전을 만날 가능성이 좀 높은데요. 거기에도 이제 10년차
so
전문가가
the next question, I've got a bit of a preview there, is about Zeta. Zeta has picked
오랜 기간 동안
Way as their opponent to no one's surprise, which means Falcons will play Crazy Raccoon.
활동을 해 나가는 베르나르 선수에게도 한마디 해볼까요?
Yeah, we're getting looking at that one.
사실 베르나르 선수와
There's a question, who are you has the highest number of highlight views? What do you think? It's because my Genji is fundamental, which I think is quite true.
Yeah,
Very
bro's
fundamental Genji.
Genji Shuriken play is also crazy.
선수거든요. 정말 존경스럽고 좋은 승부 할 수 있으면 좋겠습니다.
아, 너무 이렇게 또 샤라웃을 해주셨어요. 자, 이렇게 이제 시즌 시작 전에 인터뷰에서 웨이 팀에 언더독의 팀으로 출사표를 던졌는데 그 말을 바로 지켜냈습니다. 자, 그런데 이렇게 아시아 진출까지 이뤄내면서 팀원들끼리도 굉장히 힘든 시간도 있었을 것 같고 또 좋은 추억도 쌓았을 것 같아요. 앞으로도 더 잘해보자라는 의미에서 팀원들에게 하고 싶은 말씀이 있으신가요?
우선
Ask for some words to the team members from Who Are You here. Encouragement for Way as they head into a perilous match against Zeta Division.
우리 한 번 더 한다 얘들아.
우리 아직 끝나지 않았다. 더 달려나가보자라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
First of all, thank you for always waking me up during competitions. Let's do it one more time.
I woke up leg day today, so I can relate. So one more time.
Bro is not wrong.
정말 감사하고요.
Yeah, let's do that 2 more times, everyone.
그리고 항상 지켜봐 주시고 오랫동안 응원해 주신 분들 항상 감사드리고 이번 경기처럼
Asking for a word to the fans now from Who Are You.
노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
가슴이 정말 따뜻해집니다.
I know that one. Thank you.
오버워치 9년 만에
Thank you for always coming to visit us. Thank you for always watching and supporting us for a long time. I will try to show as good a performance as I did in this game. Who Are You's got some optimism.
선수까지 만나봤고요. 오늘 총 경기 결과는 화면으로 확인해 보실게요.
Yeah, it's the best of all time. I mean, the guy's been playing for so long. It's incredible that he is still this good. And the most well-deserved player of the match here in this particular game. I pretty much saw it from map
2.
I wanted to say 2, but I think maybe 3. I think 2, I was like, okay, this is insane
Could have been
performance now.
peppy.
From 3, it's like a lock-in. 3, it's a full-on lock-in. Speaking of which, let's take a look at our scorelines today. 2 first to 4 matches here. Starting with Crazy Raccoon versus FTG. Crazy Raccoon, to no one's surprise, took that 4-0. Maybe would have liked to have seen FTG take that one a little closer, but Crazy Raccoon, one of the top dogs of the region, and they would not really push too far in this particular game. Just a nice little warm-up for their match versus Falcons tomorrow. Then like that, we had Way versus T1, which I think we expected to be a closer game.
Yeah, and both the coaches, or rather Rush and Peppy, predicted that to be either 4-1 or 4-2, presumably for their own teams. It's a good look at how the rest of the bracket is shaken out. As Kev alluded to earlier, Zeta Division have chosen Way as their semi-final opponent, and that leaves Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons to battle it out on the other side.
I am no waying right now that Zeta Division chose Way. Are you serious? No, of course they were, because they were always going to pick the loser, rather the winner of Way versus T1 and Crazy Raccoon were going to go down to the lower bracket. Not the lower bracket, the other side of the bracket versus Team Falcons. There is no lower bracket. There's a single elimination playoff tournament. You lose, you're out. You win, you move forward. But all of these 4 teams, Zeta, Way, Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, have locked in their position in the Asia main event for Stage 1, which means they're all eligible to compete for a spot at Hangzhou. This rest of the playoffs here is now we're playing for who are going to be the top 2 teams and then the eventual grand finals winner of OWCS Korea, the best team in Korea before we head into the Asia main event.
Yeah, of course, OWCS Korea does have its own cash prize pool as well. The winner will walk away with 9,000 USD. Let's quick look at the timings for tomorrow. This is, of course, in KST. So get out your converters, use your Google, and figure out when to show up.
Zeta versus Way, Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, a decent number of rematches in here. These are the same 4 teams from our seeding decider matches that we got to see last week, and Zeta cleaned that one up 3-0, didn't really struggle too much, and one of those cleanups was a 3-1 victory versus Wei, and this time around it'll be a first of 4 in terms of what is going to be required. So does Wei have a little bit more to play through here? Interestingly enough, I'm expecting for that particular game to be another major Malga mirror, although, you know, could we see something else? Possibly. I think for both Bernard and Pepe and Zeta and Wei, what they've been best at so far in terms of how they've been winning has been on the Malga. And beyond that as well, Zeta have beaten every other team on it. Zeta notably beat Falcons in a Malga mirror. So if they can do that, Falcons previously known to be, in my opinion and many people's opinion, the best Malga team in the world. If Zeta can do that to Falcons, then Zeta are currently the best Malga team in the world. So Wei are going to have to figure out something to deal with that.
Yeah, you called it a stealthy Malga meta earlier when we were watching our way through Suravasa, so maybe there's a world where there has to be an attempt to escape that Malga lockdown there in Wei versus Zeta. Do you really want to try and take Zeta in the Malga mirror? It is where you're strongest and you do have so much clutch power between your players. Maybe you can try and pull that one out, but only time will tell, and tomorrow is going to be an absolutely banger set of matches. Because, of course, on the other side, we've got Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon, which is kind of the de rigueur final for so many Overwatch OWCS competitions.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them twice already so far this season. Both were absolute bangers. Both went the distance to map 5, but this time we want to force ourselves to maybe go further than that, because we have a potential 7 maps on board between these two teams. A lot of history here. The fact that we've had a 1-1 in terms of Crazy Raccoon won the first time, Falcons won the second time, and now we have a situation where both have beaten each other so far once this year, both in a full 5 mapper. It's hard to tell what's going to happen. More interesting than that, Leg Day, is the fact that who is going to be the team that goes to grand finals? Because it can't be both. We're not going to see a Crazy Raccoon versus Falcon final in OWCS, which is what we always see. It'll be a first one for OWCS.
It's going to be some brand new looks here at OWCS Korea, and you can experience them all right here on the channel. So make sure that you follow or subscribe, depending on where you're watching. And join us later for EMEA and North America, where you will get to see Avril again, which is super fun. That's all from me, though. You can catch Avril later. Thank you so much for watching. Be good to each other, and we'll see you tomorrow.
밀거 밀거